Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 451 Yagura, I am a sneak attack expert. He wanted to make Yagura realize his mistakes and also realize the power of the Cloud Village. After meeting with Oniki, I confirmed that everyone would remain calm and would not personally intervene. So why should I be polite to the Kurogakure? I will just attack them. Therefore, Dode, who was in charge of the naval war, was transferred over by the third Raikage. The third Raikage knew very well what kind of person his son was, so it was okay for him to stay in the camp as a mascot. Asking him to be a military advisor would make things difficult for him. At least he is still very young now. Once you get angry, you will lose your reason. Therefore, the power of command cannot be given to Xiao AI, and Tudai needs to take over. As for the third Raikage himself, he will personally go into the sea battlefield and teach the Mist Village a lesson. If possible, the third Raikage wouldn't mind personally visiting the many islands of the water country. Add a little pressure to the Mist Village. Dode came, the third Raikage left, and there were no other changes in the war with the Away Gakure, so the third Raikage could leave with confidence. A few days later, letters of urgent information were continuously sent to the Mist Village and delivered to the hands of the 4th Mizukage Yagura. Looking at the urgent information sent by the intelligence department, Yagura couldn't help but frown deeply. What is Onoki doing? Can't he even hold back the third Raikage? The war has been going on for a while. On the sea, the Mist Village and the Cloud Village have been fighting each other, but neither can do anything to the other. After all, it is difficult to expand the scale of a war at sea. The war steps were also carried out according to Yagura's plan, but with the arrival of the third Raikage, everything changed. Is there any bad news? Yuanchi, who was sitting opposite Yagura and leisurely drinking hot tea, knew that something had happened when he saw Yagura's reaction, and it might be a big trouble. The third Raikage came to the battlefield in person and destroyed many of the village's ships by himself. The war situation got out of control. Yagura calmly picked up the scroll and placed it on the table in front of the master. Master Yuan put down his teacup, picked up the scroll and began to read it carefully. After reading the information in the scroll, his long eyebrows almost began to knot. This is really bad news. As expected of the strongest spear and shield in the ninja world, I'm afraid the village will suffer greatly in the next war. The restrictions of the naval war led to the Cloud Village and the Mist Village fighting back and forth, and neither side was able to overwhelm the other in one fell swoop. However, the arrival of the third Raikage undoubtedly broke the stability that had been maintained for a long time. Others need to use tactics, deploy troops, and engage in conspiracies when fighting wars. Run when you should run, and don't hesitate when you should chase. The third Raikage was an extreme. Tactics? Conspiracy? You are such a nobody, stop talking nonsense. Just follow me. I will charge ahead and you guys will chase after me. That's all. Then the war turned into this. The third Raikage rushed forward alone and pierced through the warship of the Mist Village, and the ninjas of the Cloud Village followed behind and chased after the ninjas who fell into the water, and that was the end of it. In just a few days, the Mist Village lost nearly 20 warships. Such a loss made Yagura and Yuanchi feel painful. Warships are not ordinary cargo ships. Not only are they difficult to build, but the materials used are also top-quality goods. Only in this way can they withstand strong winds and waves, as well as attacks from some ordinary ninjutsu. Unfortunately, when faced with an unreasonable existence like the third Raikage, no matter what kind of ship it is, he can easily penetrate it, and then the ninjas of the Mist Village can only wait to be hunted down. Faced with the third Raikage, who was incredibly stronger than the stronger, whose attacks were unreasonable and whose speed was as fast as thunder, the losses of the Mist Village began to soar. It can be said that except for the lack of long-range attack means, the attribute module of the third Raikage is almost in a hexagonal state. A man who can defeat the Eight Tails head-on will not be polite to you on the battlefield. The war is about to escalate. Yagura was very reluctant to admit it, but after the third Raikage's actions, he had to admit that the war situation was about to escalate with the intention of sacrificing the enemy forces. Yagura took the initiative to push for the outbreak of war just to eliminate the forces and families that opposed him, not because he wanted to suffer a defeat. As the newly appointed 4th Mizukage, he suffered a defeat, which would have a great impact on his future governance. The result that Yagura wanted was that everyone was in a stalemate and wasted time, and in the end the Cloud Village had to evacuate, and then both sides gave up and the war ended in vain. They didn't win, but they didn't lose either. However, it can also be spread in the village that under his leadership, the invading Cloud Ninja village was repelled. A victory in disguise. If the Mist village can promote itself like this, the Cloud village can do the same. However, the third Reikage did not follow the routine, so Yagura had no choice but to change the plan. Master Yuan, I will need your help to take charge of the village from now on. Are you planning on going to the battlefield? Master Yuan looked at Yagura in shock. The situation in the village was not very stable. It would be fine if you just left, but you were planning to go to the battlefield in person. Wasn't that too risky? Although Yagura is confident in himself, Yuan-shi is worried that he will die if he runs into the third Reikage. If Yagura died, the unstable situation in the Mist village would definitely be in chaos for a while. This was a situation he did not want to see. It was precisely because he did not want to see the village continue to be in chaos that he came forward to support Yagura, and eventually Yagura became the 4th Mizukage. If Yagura died at this time, it would be a heavy blow to the Kurogakure. Knowing that the master was worried about him and that the village would be in chaos again, Yagura said calmly, "Master, please rest assured that I, Yagura, am not an impulsive person and will not challenge the third Reikage to a fight directly. Since the third Reikage can continue to destroy the village's ships, as the leader of the village, I should also make some achievements. It is impossible to fight the third Reikage head-on, but Yagura can cause trouble. It's just destroying ships, something Yagura is very good at. After becoming a three-dimensional Jinchuriki, he can also use some of the power of the three tails. In addition, he is good at water jutsu, so Yagura can travel freely in the sea without the assistance of ships. In this respect, he is stronger than the third Reikage. The worst that can happen is that we hurt each other. I, Yagura, cannot learn from you, the third Reikage, to rush around on the battlefield, but I can secretly destroy your ships. As long as too many ships are lost, can your Cloud Ninja village continue to fight this war? If you have the guts, ask the ninjas from your village to swim across the sea to the Water Kingdom. Walking on water is a common operation for ninjas, but the distance and time of treading water are limited. It is okay when the distance is short, but if the distance is too far, you will be exhausted but still cannot reach the Water Kingdom. Swimming to fight is even more of a joke. Looking at the confident Yagura, Master Yuan knew that he could not influence him, so he could only nod helplessly. He said he could help look after the village, stay in the village and stabilize the situation. Just do it. Yagura is not the kind of person who would choose to endure being hit in the face. He does not have the patience of his teacher, the third Mizukage, so he decided to retaliate directly. Accompanied by a group of Mizukage guards, he left the village and headed straight for the battlefield at sea. When arriving at the battlefield, Yagura directly ordered the Mizukage guards to go to the command ship, while he left alone to carry out the sabotage and revenge mission. Chapter 452. Come on, let's hurt each other. Yagura dived into the sea like a turtle swimming into the ocean. His movements were gentle and his speed was extremely fast. It can also dive into very deep water, making it impossible for enemies on the sea surface to detect its trace. The perception of the perception ninja is very strong, but the sea water can offset the perception detection. On the vast sea, 2 warships from the Cloud Ninja village were protecting several ships carrying supplies and sailing on the sea. The Cloud Village ninjas on the ship had no idea that an enemy had sneaked up right below them. Boom! Suddenly, a huge column of water rose from the sky and overturned the cargo ship carrying supplies. On the overturned ship, strange-shaped coral reefs gathered. As the coral reefs grew, the overweight ships began to sink rapidly. Enemy attack. The attack came too suddenly, and the ninjas of the Cloud Village were a little confused. They looked everywhere for traces of the enemy as if they were facing a great enemy. In the water, be careful. Accompanied by a loud bang, 2 large holes appeared at the bottom of the 2 warships, and sea water rushed into the cabin frantically. Having completed his mission, Yagura dived into the deep sea and left directly. He had no intention of showing up to fight. For him, killing a group of ninjas from the Cloud Village did not mean much. Instead of spending the time and energy to kill these enemies, it would be more cost-effective to destroy a few more ships of the Cloud Ninja village. The ship was destroyed and sank into the sea. It was still unknown whether these ninjas from the Cloud Village could return alive. There was no need for him to go to the trouble of hunting them down. Compared to killing people, destroying ships is simpler and more efficient. As more and more ships came under attack, the third Reikage learned the news only after the ninjas who escaped reported the news. Hateful. The third Reikage was so angry that he wanted to smash the table, but fortunately he held back. The table on the ship cannot be smashed casually. If he used too much force, he might directly smash a big hole in the ship, which would be troublesome. The village's ships were constantly attacked, especially those transporting supplies, which caused huge losses. I'd know with my toes that this was done by the Mist Village. Aren't you, the Cloud Ninja Village, running rampant under the leadership of the third Reikage? Well then, we will destroy your ships like crazy. Without ships, let's see how a bunch of highland landlubbers like you fight. Plateau Landlubber is a nickname that the Mist Village uses to refer to the Cloud Village. It is a humiliating name, just like how the people of the Rock Village like to call the Plateau Barbarians. From the perspective of the Mist Village, no matter how the Cloud Village develops its maritime power, they are ultimately just a group of highland landlubbers. Without ships, they can do nothing. After all, there are too few ninjas in the Cloud Village who are good at water-style ninjutsu. Even if we rely on the village's strong economic income to build a large number of ships, so what? As long as they are destroyed by you, let's see what you, a group of highland landlubbers, will do. Such destruction undoubtedly hit the pain point of the third Reikage. The Cloud Village can wage war with the Mist Village on the sea. They rely on ships to fight. Once the village loses too many ships, it will be difficult to continue the war. You can't let the village's ninjas swim across the sea to fight. When he thought of the village's ninjas diving into the sea and swimming laboriously towards the battlefield, the third Reikage quickly cut off this eye-catching scene. Strengthen the defense of the ship. When faced with such a situation, the third Reikage had no good way to deal with it. The enemy is so damn cunning. They hid in the sea and suddenly launched an attack, and the attack was directed at the ships. The ninjas on the ships were not chased, which made it clear that the other party was targeting the sore spot of the Cloud Ninja Village. Kill? Sorry, not interested, destroying the ship is enough. Shameless. After ordering to strengthen the defense, the third Reikage felt more and more aggrieved, and finally couldn't help but curse. This war was so frustrating, uncomfortable. But the sea is the home ground of the Mist Village. It is precisely because it is far away in the depths of the sea that the Mist Village is free from all kinds of harassment and attacks. Although various villages have been fighting each other, only the Mist Village has never been attacked to the mainland. Even if the enemies are active in the Water Kingdom, they mostly act in small teams. Not only is the movement of a large army easy to be discovered, but there are not enough transport ships. In this regard, the Mist Village has an absolute advantage. Start the warships. Since the Mist Village destroyed our ships, I will let them see how powerful the Cloud Village is. Damn it, at worst we can hurt each other. You destroyed my ship, so I will smash your ship too. My Cloud Village is not having a good time, and you in the Mist Village won't have an easy time either. You can only kill enemies. What the hell are you doing? Smash the ship first. Even though the sea is the home ground of the Mist Village, without ships, the ninjas of the Mist Village cannot jump very high. The third Reikage, with new ideas opened up, gritted his teeth and changed his offensive tactics. Konoha, looking at the information shared by the Kumagakure village, Jingai was silent for a long time, and finally uttered 3 words, talent. This kind of war in which everyone hurt each other and destroyed each other's ships broadened Jingai's horizons. Can war be fought like this? That's right, once most of the ships on both sides are destroyed, the war may end. At that time, if you wanted to invade the enemy's homeland, you could only attack in small team mode. Large-scale combat was no longer possible. Looking at Jingai and admiring his talent, Tsunade had a strange expression on her face, because she also couldn't understand why the war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village had turned out like this. It seems that both sides are getting impatient. In the future, the war between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village will turn into a small-scale local attack. Whoever came up with this tactic is really amazing. Tsunade picked up another scroll and looked at it, then answered, it was the Mist Village that started it. It seems the person who started it was the Mist Village's 4th Mizukage Yagura. This guy is like a nimble fish in the sea, and the Cloud Village can't catch him at all. Chapter 453, Does the Cloud Ninja Village dare to retaliate against Konoha? Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. This is the first time I've seen a battle like this. Jingai slapped the table and laughed. This information is really interesting. Compared with the actions of the third Hokage and his men on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, the actions of the third Reikage and Yagura are really cool. There is nothing that others can't do, except what you can't think of. As the battle went on, the focus turned to destroying the enemy's ships. Although it's a bit funny, the goal is correct, because in a naval war, if there are too few ships, the fight will be impossible. You can't let the village ninjas swim over to fight. If it is acceptable for the village's ninjas to swim over to fight, then what about the people who are transporting supplies? Should they swim over? Tsunade expressed her admiration for this. She admired him very much, with capital letters of admiration. If we continue to fight like this, the war between the Cloud Village and the Mist Village might end sooner. The war has reached the point where the enemy's ships are destroyed. Once the number of ships drops sharply, the war will naturally not be fought. Naval wars are not like land wars. Without enough ships, everything will be in vain. No, it's still too early, unless one side admits defeat. Jingai's thoughts are exactly the opposite of Tsunade's. It's still early? Are you saying that these two villages are unwilling to end the war? Tsunade looked at me and said, "Don't lie to me. I graduated early and didn't read much. Not 2, but 1. Jingai picked up the scroll and spread it out, pointing to the part of the scroll that recorded the information about the Mist Village. Since Yagura wants to eliminate dissidents, he will not choose to fight endlessly with the Kumogakure. As long as the opponents are almost eliminated, the war will be over. Continuing to fight will affect his status. And a victorious war that is not really a victory can just consolidate his position. After all, the enemy can no longer fight and has voluntarily withdrawn, which is almost the same as defeating the enemy. It's just propaganda, so there's no need to be too serious about it. Yakura did exactly that. He was destroying the Kumogakure's boats. This short guy is very skilled. The Kumogakure people couldn't catch him in the water. His sneak attacks on boats were also hard to guard against. It's a pity that his idea was good, but he forgot that the third Reikage is not the kind of person who will let go. He likes to call Onoki a stubborn old man, but in fact, his own personality is also very stubborn. Now both sides are frantically destroying each other's ships. Once the number of ships is reduced, a large-scale war cannot be fought, and the war will become a small-scale attack. As long as the third Reikage does not give up, the people of the Cloud Village will take the initiative to attack the water country even if they are rowing small boats. Since the big ship is gone, we can use small boats. Small boats are quick to build and have low cost. They are enough as long as they can transport 1 or 2 ninja teams. Fuck you. That being said, the war is indeed not so easy to end, but is the third Reikage really that vindictive? It seems that the village also needs to pay attention to this. Now the relationship is just a sleepwalking one. Once Konoha gets too timid, the two villages may become enemies, and then it is possible that they will be targeted by the Cloud Ninja village. Noticing the change in Tsunade's expression, Shizue took the initiative to explain, in fact, we don't need to worry too much. As long as the village does not lag behind in the war, as long as we do not lag behind and fulfill our obligations as an ally, even if we lose the war, the Kumogakure village cannot blame us. You forgot one more important point. What? I forget? Tsunade raised her hand and pointed her white index finger at herself. Are you sure you're right? You forgot that we are not afraid of the Kumogakure village's grudge or revenge. On the contrary, they should be careful. Jingai raised his hand and flicked it at Tsunade's head. Tsunade hissed, pointed at herself and quickly covered her forehead with her hand, glaring at Jingai like a lioness. Do you dare to do it? Shizuka ignored Tsunade's threatening look and continued. Even if the third Reikage holds a grudge, so what? Would he dare to retaliate against us? The village doesn't care about ordinary revenge, but if it goes too far, they will definitely suffer. The 5 Kage conference only restricts us from airdropping puppets to the 5 major ninja villages, but it does not prohibit us from dropping them in other places. With such a threat, do you think the third Reikage dares to retaliate against us? It seems to make some sense. Tsunade rubbed her red forehead and then remembered this. It seemed that she hadn't thought about these things for too long, which led to her habitual forgetting. Wait a minute, where are you going? Stop right there. Before Tsunade could come to her senses, Shizuichi jumped out of the window. Tsunade clenched her fists in anger, stood up and yelled out the window. Hinata Shizuka, if you dare to flick my head, you're dead. I'll kill you tonight. Tsunade's voice was loud and could be heard from far away. The busy Hokage office building suddenly became quiet, and everyone raised their heads and looked towards the Hokage's office. A question popped up in everyone's mind. Is it the killing of you that we want to do tonight? Isn't it a bit too harsh to say such things in broad daylight? As expected of Hokage, a real manly man. Ahem, just keep working. I didn't hear anything. It's best not to say anything, or you'll be dead. The Hokage office building was quiet for a while, but soon returned to normal, but the rumors that Tsunade was a real manly woman began to spread in the village. Ignoring Tsunade's threat, Shizue returned home with Kushina and found Killer Bee training hard by the river. Ever since he was bullied by the little yellow-haired boy every now and then, Kirabi seemed to have become a different person. He was not so serious in his previous training, and he was always thinking about writing and singing new songs. But now, he has become focused and serious. The training time is extended every day, and he will not stop until he is exhausted. The goal I set before going to bed every day is to give Minato Namikaze a good beating next time. When the little yellow-haired boy arrived, Kirabi, who had been abused again, worked hard again and continued to set small goals, and this cycle continued over and over again. Someone is coming. Kirabi started to work harder, and Yaoi felt very relieved. This kid hadn't nagged him for a long time, and his days had finally become more stable recently. This is a good start. Wait, is this the aura of the nine-tailed fox? Yaoi suddenly lost his composure. It felt the breath of the nine-tailed fox. Yada. The nine tails, who was sleeping soundly inside Kushina, also raised its head and looked in the direction of Killer Bee. I didn't expect to meet in this way, Master Jing'ai. After being reminded by the eight tails, Killer Bee stopped training. Covered in sweat, he stood obediently in front of Jing'ai and saluted and greeted him. Before, Jing'ai told him that he could let himself go, but Kirabi went a little too far. When Jing'ai came over, he laughed in front of Jing'ai, and then after being beaten up by Jing'ai, he calmed down. When Minato Namikaze abused him, it was just pure abuse, not humiliation, but Jing'ai just grabbed him and beat him to death, scolding him as he did so. Chapter 454, Provoking Kushina? How dare you? After being punished once, Kirabi became obedient. He's the eight tails Jinchuriki? He doesn't look that impressive. Kushina blinked her big round eyes and looked up and down at Killer Bee. She felt that Killer Bee was too ordinary, dark and thin, like a bamboo pole. Who are you? Just because Kirabi behaves very well in front of Jing'ai doesn't mean he is a good boy. On the contrary, this kid is a rebellious person. Just after being evaluated as not very good by Kushina, Killer Bee was unhappy. When he saw Kushina, Killer Bee was thinking that this girl was very cute. However, as soon as the other party opened her mouth, he started to comment on him, and Killer Bee immediately became angry. She is the nine-tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. I can sense the nine-tails aura. Oh, so you are the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Reminded by the eight tails, Killer Bee stretched his body and imitated Kushina's movements and tone. Are you the nine-tails Jinchuriki? You don't look that great. Jing'ai, should I stand further away to avoid getting covered in blood? Good guy, good boy. Jing'ai asked me to help teach you and give you lessons. As your teacher, I, Kushina, criticized you a few words, and you still show off? I don't know how to write the words blood-red chili pepper. Kushina's long red hair fluttered in the wind. Seeing this, Jing'ai decisively took a few steps back and kept some distance to avoid being splashed with blood. Idiot. The golden chakra condensed into a fist and smashed towards Killer Bee. It's dangerous. Yabi's heart skipped a beat and he shouted in the sealed space. What? Killer Bee was still showing off, thinking that his rebound was very good, but then he heard Eight Tails shout. The next second, a sense of crisis came to his mind, and Kirabi subconsciously raised the rapier in his hand. Bump! A powerful force hit the weapon, and not only were the two rapiers that Kirabi had specially asked someone to make for him destroyed, but the golden fist also landed heavily on Kirabi's head. After a scream, Kirabi fell directly into a big pit on the ground. Kushina was very angry. She clenched her fists and used her super strength to press Killer Bee into the pit and beat him up. The nine-tails Jinchuriki is not that great, right? If you want to die, I can help you, you bastard, I'll beat you to death. An angry Kushina cursed and hit at the same time, and her curses were a bit dirty. Who the hell did you learn this from? Jing'ai raised her hands to cover her face. Tsunade, it must be Tsunade. Not to mention, if Kushina had blonde hair at this moment, she would definitely have some of Tsunade's style. Oh, I'm not a dog, I'm Kirabi, bastard, idiot. Ouch, stop hitting me, Baba, help me. Being pinned down and beaten by a woman, without any power to fight back, the only part of Kirabi's body that remained tough was his mouth. Hearing Kushina scolding him, he subconsciously scolded back, which resulted in the beating becoming more severe. Kirabi, who was unable to bear it any longer, became scared. He was worried that the red-haired woman would hammer him to death, so he decisively called for help from Yaoi. With the efforts during this period, Killer Bee has already borrowed the power of the eight tails, but his use of the tailed beast chakra is still in the early stages. At this stage, without the help of the tailed beast, it is difficult for the Jinchuriki to control the tailed beast chakra. Should I help? Yaoi said he was very tired. However, it didn't want to watch Killer Bee get beaten. If this guy got beaten, he would definitely blame it for a long time afterwards. This was what the eight-tailed fox feared the most. Just as the eight tails was about to help, a dark red chakra rushed into the sealed space. Eight Tails, there is no need for you and me to interfere in the contest between Jinchuriki. Looking at the mini fox in front of it, Eight-tailed fox felt like it was facing a formidable enemy. It would not underestimate Nine-tailed fox just because it had turned into a mini fox. As an old rival for many years, Yaobi is well aware of how powerful Jubi is. But you jest? The Eight Tails wanted to say, wasn't the Nine Tails chakra used by Kushina just now? Jue said without blushing. Just now was just now is now, let's just watch the show, what do you think? This? The hesitant Eight-Tailed looked at the little fox with narrowed eyes on the ground. After struggling for a while, he sighed and said, okay, I'll listen to you, but this kid will definitely nag me later. You, Nine-Tailed Fox, are very respectful, so I'll give you some face. But I, Yaoi, will suffer. So the two-tailed beasts just watched Killer Bee get beaten. Kyuubi, I didn't expect you to go this far. It is indeed hard to understand the Eight Tails. The Nine Tails is obviously the strongest among the tailed beasts, so why is it the first to compromise with humans? Is there something special about this Jinchuriki? Ahem, I naturally have my own choices, but I didn't expect that you and this beaten kid have such a good relationship. With your relationship, it's only a matter of time before you reach the realm of a perfect Jinchuriki. Ahem, the old face of the eight-tailed fox turned red. It certainly couldn't say that Kirabi was kind-hearted and an honest boy, and he was very nagging and it was unbearable for it. It's embarrassing to say this out loud. No, it's an embarrassment to the tailed beasts. Similarly, Kyuubi would not say that he was deceived by a thief and chose to actively help Kushina under Shizuichi's instigation. It would be even more embarrassing if he said it out loud. I'm afraid the eight-tail would laugh at the nine-tail for being brainless, and would surrender just because of the provocation. Regardless of the reason, the two-tailed beasts chose to recognize their own Jinchuriki. What else is there to explain? Just blur it out and it will look better on everyone's face. I don't know how the nine tails and eight tails were full of my belly. The long standing far away, watching Kilabi's beating one quiet, twice, shaking my head hard, it was miserable. The cry was so miserable, and of course, Kushina was really ruthless. Jingai could hardly recognize that the little black guy being beaten in front of him was Killer Bee. I guess even the third Raikage wouldn't be able to recognize him. No, sister, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Feeling that he was going to be beaten to death and the eight tails wouldn't help, Kirabi was almost in despair, so he decisively raised his hands in surrender and called out, sister, what did you call me? Kushina's raised fist stopped in midair. Killer Bee narrowed his eyes, shuddered with fear, and shouted quickly, big sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Big sister. Kushina put down her fist, studied it for a while, and felt that this title was good. Okay, from now on you can call me Big Sister, and I will come to you from time to help you train. You have to fight for our Jinchuriki and become a perfect Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Did you hear that? I heard you, Big Sister. Kirabi kept breathing in cold air. He felt pain all over his body, especially his face and eyes. His eyes had become slits and he could hardly open them. Chapter 455, The strongest Jinchuriki must be paired with the strongest tailed beast. That's right, the little eight tails was easily defeated. I'm counting on you, little Hiza. Kushina put her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly. Big sister? Very good, very good. As for the name of Kirabi, since you are so dark and thin, I will just call you Little Blackie reluctantly. Jingai, what the hell are you two doing? You still call yourself the big sister and the little black guy. Nine Tails, your Jinchuriki is going too far. Yabi was not convinced. What do you mean a tiny Yabi could be defeated easily? Am I that weak? Ahem, Kyuubi coughed. Although what Kushina said is not nice, but Yabi, you are not young anymore. Why bother with a little girl? Besides, you are not that strong. Eight-tail. Seeing that the friendly exchange between the two Jinchuriki had ended, Shizuichi walked forward and looked at them. It seems that the communication between you two is pretty good. I feel relieved. Kushina, take some time to educate your little follower in the future. Others call you the big sister, so you should give her some face. Hehe, I will. When Kushina heard this, she was immediately amused, laughing and kicking Killer Bee who was lying on the ground. Little Blackie, why are you still lying there? Do you want me to pull you up? No, I can get up. Kirabi, who wanted to cry but had no tears, quickly turned over and got up. Even though his whole body was in pain, the consequence of not getting up might be another beating. Kirabi didn't want to go through the same tragic experience again. I'm glad you can get up. By the way, I heard Jingai and Little Yellow Hair say that you really like to sing while mumbling. No, not really, just occasionally. Kirabi answered cautiously. Kushina glared at him and said, I don't care if you do it occasionally or if you like it, but before you leave Konoha, you must train well and don't mess with your lyrics or sing those messed up songs. Otherwise, if I hear you once, I will beat you up. Do you understand me? Even singing is under control? Kirabi was petrified on the spot. Okay. Do you want to be punished, kid? Seeing that Killer Bee was standing there motionless, Kushina rolled up her sleeves. No, 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 I heard you, big sister, please don't be angry, I won't sing anymore, Xiaohiza, will never sing. Woohoo. The big sister was so overbearing that she didn't even allow me to sing. Under Kushina's intimidation, Killer Bee surrendered. Very good, little Blackie, big sister is rooting for you. Come on, get well soon. As for the children singing songs, we'll talk about it when you grow up. That's it. Go to the hospital and get treated by yourself. You have some money on you, right? Do you want big sister to arrange a package for you? Who would go to the hospital for medical treatment and sign up for a package? Kirabi realized that something was wrong. Once the package was ready, he would be at risk of being beaten at any time. No need, I can do it. Don't worry, big sister, Kirabi, The rap language broke out again inadvertently, and Kirabi was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth. Fortunately, Kushina didn't notice it, because the little girl ran off to find Jing'ai to take credit. Jing'ai, look, I'm awesome, right? Little Hiza calls me big sister, am I awesome? Jing'ai's mouth twitched, and he praised against his will. Awesome, Kushina has become the big sister now, awesome. I know that Kushina is awesome. Hey, where's Xiaohiza? The complacent Kushina didn't notice how Kirabi left. She even wanted to pay for a medical package for Kirabi herself, but she didn't even know when the other party slipped away. It seems that this little brother Xiaohizi is still immature and needs further education in the future. Big Fox, is the Eight Tails very powerful? On the way home, Kushina held Shizuichi's hand and separated her consciousness to communicate with the Nine Tails. Yada? It's just SOSO. The nine-tailed fox was stunned for a moment, and immediately gave an average evaluation. Although the eight-tailed fox's strength was more than average, as long as he was not a match for the nine-tailed fox, it would definitely be average. Even though the eight tails is much stronger than the so-called average. In response to Kushina's question, the nine tails must be tougher. I am the strongest tailed beast. What's wrong with saying that the eight tails is generally strong? So? After receiving the evaluation, Kushina said to herself, the eight tails' strength is average, and its Jinchuriki, Kuriko, is also average. There's nothing surprising about it. Could it be that an average-tailed beast is paired with an average Jinchuriki? Is there such a thing? Nine Tails was stunned. It seems so too. I, Kurama, am the strongest tailed beast, and Kushina is the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Only when the two of them work together can they become the strongest Jinchuriki. An ordinary tailed beast like the eight tails can only be paired with an ordinary Jinchuriki. There's nothing wrong with that. The nine tails, whose vanity was greatly satisfied, immediately gave Kushina a thumbs up. The next time Kushina teaches Killer Bee, it must have a friendly discussion about this topic with the eight tails. Kirabi went to the hospital alone for treatment. When he arrived, the doctors in the hospital were shocked. Some even planned to notify the police department. This person is so miserable. But why is he wearing the forehead protector of the Cloud Ninja Village? If Konoha and the Cloud Village weren't allies, the doctors in the hospital would have detained the man first. Fortunately, the doctors were very dedicated. While treating Kirabi, they also sent people to the Hokage office building to inquire about Kirabi's identity information. Soon, the identity information was verified and it turned out to be a false alarm. Killer Bee is a guest from the Cloud Ninja Village. He is studying under the village's master Shizuka and will return to the Cloud Ninja Village after a period of time. If there is no problem with the patient's identity, then do your best to treat him, but don't let the patient think that Konoha's doctors are dishonest. Xiaobie, you won't help me. Chapter 456, Same Personality, Different Destiny. Eight-tailed. How the hell can I help you? I would like to help you, but Kyuubi won't let me. I am also helpless. This must not be said out loud, otherwise Killer Bee will feel that he is far inferior to the nine tails, so Eight Tails pondered. The nine tails and I have an agreement that problems and conflicts between Jinchuriki should be resolved by the Jinchuriki themselves. We, the tailed beasts, cannot intervene. Moreover, if the tailed beasts intervene, the situation will get out of control. Can you bear the consequences of this? Consequences? What consequences? Killer Bee is a little confused. Will the situation get out of control if the tailed beast takes action? Isn't this a bit alarmist? The Eight Tails continued, as the only perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, with the assistance of the Nine Tails, their strengths can be combined, and we. Did I blame Abe wrongly? Kirabi realized that it seemed right for Eight Tails not to take action. He is not yet a perfect Jinchuriki. At most, he can only put on a layer of tailed beast cloak to fight. What about Kushina? Enter the Nine Tails chakra mode in a minute and beat him up. In this case, it was right for Yaoi not to take action. Once you make a move, the fun will be great. If he uses the Eight Tails chakra without restriction, there is a risk of losing control, because when the Jinchuriki cannot withstand the chakra of the tailed beast, it is equivalent to his body being taken over by the tailed beast. What are the consequences of having your body taken over by a tailed beast before becoming a perfect Jinchuriki? The tailed beast goes berserk. Even though the 8 Tails has already recognized Killer Bee, if it is given a chance for a tailed beast to go berserk, I believe it will not give up this opportunity. Recognizing Killer Bee doesn't mean that it doesn't desire freedom. Don't want freedom. I'm sorry, ABA, I wronged you. Next time when Big Sister teaches me a lesson, you must not help me. Realizing that he was wrong, Kirabi apologized quickly. Ahem, this old man accepts your apology. The 8-tailed fox felt inexplicably guilty, and now it could only pray that the 9-tailed fox would not tell anyone about what happened today. It would be best if Killer Bee didn't know that it was the 9-tailed fox that intimidated it and prevented it from taking action, otherwise the reputation of the 8-tailed fox would be ruined. Idiot, idiot, are you a pig? You can't even do such a simple control. Did the Kumagakure choose you to be the 8 Tails Jinchuriki because you're stupid? Kushina's small hand hit Killer Bee's head heavily. Killer Bee grimaced but didn't dare to cry out in pain. He could only grimace and continue to work hard. As a result, he was punched again in less than 5 minutes. Idiot. You have to keep steady from the smallest movements. Didn't the teacher at the Kumagakure village teach you that? Idiot. Looking at Kushina's little fist hitting Killer Bee's head, Namikaze Minato swallowed nervously. The little yellow-haired boy's eyes were straight at this moment. Teacher, is this really okay? Jing'ai turned her head and said, what's wrong? Are you worried that Killer Bee will be beaten into a fool? Don't worry, this kid is very tough, and Kushina didn't use much strength. Sure enough, what the teacher said was right, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Kushina's temper was even more explosive than when she was in school, and she kept calling Killer Bee an idiot, making him unable to raise his head. Too frightening. Seeing Kirabi getting punched again, the little yellow-haired boy subconsciously shrank his neck. I feel a dull pain in my head. He remembered that Killer Bee was not that stupid, but why did he become a fool when he was with Kushina? He didn't dare to cry out even when he was beaten, but tried hard to force a smile and shouted Big Sister, simply. Jing'ai suddenly laughed and asked in a low voice, Minato, do you think Kushina is like a teacher in her first class, trying hard to act angry even though she doesn't have such a bad temper? Minato Namikaze raised his head in astonishment and looked at his teacher in shock. Teacher, are you sure you are not kidding? Kushina looks like a teacher who is giving her first class? I admit this, but which teacher is so violent in his first class? He raises his hand and hits the students on the head without a sound. How many people like this have Kirabi had on his head? This kind of education method is a bit scary. Suddenly, the little yellow-haired boy recalled the time when his teacher hit him with a stick during physical training. Compared to this was so gentle. If he were to hit her head directly like Kushina did, he didn't know if he would be able to complete the lessons assigned by the teacher alive. Let's go. Just leave Killer Bee to Kushina. Actually, Killer Bee is not stupid. It's just that this kid spoke rudely, which made Kushina angry. That's why she taught him a lesson, and Kushina doesn't like the way he speaks. It's a little strange. The little yellow-haired boy smiled awkwardly. Every time he came, he never spoke to Kirabi, but Kirabi always chattered endlessly to himself. Not only does he talk too much, his tone is also very strange. One moment he speaks normally, and the next moment he raps, or the first half of a sentence is rap and the second half is normal. Most people can't stand this way of speaking. How's your preparation for the Jonin exam going? Are you confident you can pass it? After all, he is my disciple, so we should maintain the proper relationship. Yes, please rest assured, teacher. I will work hard. Namikaze Minato nodded seriously, promising that he could pass the Jonin exam. Well, it's good that you have confidence. I believe you, but that kid Shenshu. It makes me feel uneasy. From the perspective of strength alone, there is no doubt that Noeki has the strength to pass the assessment, but there are many subjects in the Jounin assessment, and it is not enough to just rely on strength to pass the assessment. The results in other aspects are also very important. Shenshu is the type of person who has good abilities but is worrying about other subjects. Compared to hexagonal warriors like Minato Namikaze, Rope Tree's shortcomings are obvious. After hearing what the teacher said, the little yellow-haired boy said a few good words. Teacher, Shenshu has been working hard recently, I believe he can pass the test. What a pity, they have the same character and kindness, but not the same fate. Jing'ai's sigh made Minato Namikaze's face full of question marks. What the hell? Same character, different destiny? The Rope Tree? He recalled and found that among the people he knew, there was no one who was very similar to Noeki. If there was, Jiraiya was probably half of it. Chapter 457. Not everyone can learn the Yin Seal. It can be said that Naoki and Jiraiya are similar in only some aspects, but there are still many differences. After thinking for a while, Namikaze Minato asked curiously, "Teacher, are you worried that Naoki will end up like Jiraiya-sama and end up being the last one in the class?" "Isn't he the last one?" Jingai asked back with amusement. Minato Namikaze was simply unable to do it. The nickname "the last one" for Shenshu is just a joke. With Rope Tree's talent, he really can't be considered the last one. You know, when he was in the ninja school, Naoki was a genius in the school. It's just that his genius is not that brilliant. As a result, Naoki left the ninja school and followed behind Jing, becoming the real tailender. In fact, if we count by time, Jiraiya is not the last one, Tsunade and Orochimaru are. To be more precise, this identity belongs to Orochimaru. What? Lord Orochimaru is the last one in the class? Such remarks shocked Minato Namikaze. You have to know that Orochimaru has always been a genius in the eyes of others since he was a child. Even now, Orochimaru is definitely the strongest among the trio. Tsunade has always been the type stuck in the middle, not as good as the best but better than the worst. When she was young, she was not as good as Orochimaru. After Jiraiya started to take off, she was not as good as Jiraiya again, but she was able to surpass Orochimaru by relying on special secret techniques. Among the three, Orochimaru's strength reached its peak and he has hardly made any significant progress since then. On the contrary, Tsunade and Jiraiya continue to grow stronger as time goes by. The difference is that Tsunade relies on secret techniques, while Jiraiya relies on accumulation of strength. "Oh, Shizuichi-kun means that Jiraiya is stronger than me?" Orochimaru's laughing voice suddenly interrupted, and Namikaze Minato looked very guilty, like a child who was caught saying bad things behind someone's back. Jingai glanced at Orochimaru, who came out of the woods wearing a set of noble clothes, and couldn't help but complain, "Hurry up and change, this outfit is ugly." "Is it ugly?" Orochimaru raised his hand and turned around nonchalantly, completely unaware that his clothes, coupled with his long hair, narrow face, and pale skin, plus his habit of wearing earrings, would make him look like a beautiful woman if you didn't pay close attention. "Take a closer look." "Never mind, just do what you like." Jingai really had no way to complain about the aristocratic clothing in the ninja world. It's okay for women to wear this, but for men, it's simply an eyesore. But Orochimaru likes it. Although Orochimaru does not have noble status, among the 5 major ninja villages, elite Jonin-level ninjas can wear noble clothing. Whether to wear it depends on your personal preference. It's okay if you don't wear it, and no one will blame you if you wear it. Of course, you can't find many ninjas in the entire ninja world who would walk around wearing aristocratic clothes like Orochimaru. Walking slowly to master and disciple Jingai, Orochimaru took out a scroll with a smile, took out a few bottles of juice from the scroll, and threw one to Jingai and Minato Namikaze respectively. "Thank you for the juice, Orochimaru-sama." As a polite child, Minato Namikaze caught the juice and bowed to express his gratitude. Jingai didn't say anything polite, just unscrewed the bottle cap and started drinking. Watching Shizue drink most of the juice in one breath, Orochimaru smiled and asked, "Shizue, do you think Jiraiya is stronger than me?" "It depends." Jingai gave a confused answer. Namikaze Minato pricked up his ears curiously. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. "What's the situation?" "There's no preparation time, just start fighting. You're stronger than him. If you give him enough time, you can only run. There are some things that don't need to be hidden, just say them openly." "Because of the magic?" Orochimaru understood why Shizuichi said there was plenty of time, and that Jiraiya was stronger than him. It's most likely because of magic. Jiraiya learned fairy arts from the toad in MT Mayaboku, but Orochimaru did not learn it because he felt that the fairy arts of Ryokai Cave were too dangerous. It was an obvious pit. Once he jumped into it, the consequences would be disastrous. He didn't want to take the risk for now. "Correct." Throwing the unfinished juice to his apprentice and asking him to hold it, Jingai and Orochimaru walked side by side. Although Jiraiya's senjutsu can only be considered half-baked senjutsu is enough to take his strength to the next level. Orochimaru agreed and nodded before asking, "What about Tsunade? You really want to know?" "I'm afraid your faith will be corrupted." Jingai looked at Orochimaru with a half-smile, but Orochimaru still insisted, "Can you tell me?" "It's not really any secret information. I can only say, don't mess with Tsunade casually. Although her methods are relatively simple, when she fights desperately, you may not be able to kill her even if you use conventional methods to kill her a dozen times. She can still get up and fight you desperately. Ninja is a fragile assassin with strong attack, weak defense, and easy to die. Ninjas like Tsunade are just the opposite. After the Een seal is released, they become completely unreasonable. A normal ninja would die quickly if their throats were cut, their internal organs pierced, or their hearts were pierced, but not Tsunade. She would even be able to get up and fight you to the death. This is the most terrifying thing about the Yin seal. The longer it accumulates, the longer Tsunade can persist. You won't die even if your body is split in half. It can infinitely refresh your cognitive limit. Really? Orochimaru's eyes, which had completely turned into vertical pupils, couldn't help but light up. If he could study it. Jing'ai decisively poured a basin of cold water over. Don't even think about it. This thing is only suitable for female practice. Otherwise, do you think Tsunade would hide it? If men could also practice Yin seal, even though Tsunade wouldn't teach it to anyone else, Ropyu and him would definitely be able to learn it. Among the people of Konoha, only Tsunade knows how to do it. Kushina is still learning, but Tsunade doesn't have much time recently, and Kushina also has her own tasks, so her studies have been put on hold. With the Yin seal, super strength, and the Ninetales chakra mode, one can imagine how terrifying Kushina will be when she grows up. By the way, why did you bear to walk out of the laboratory? Given Orochimaru's personality, he would never move if there was no progress in his research, unless something big happened. But nothing big has happened in the village recently, so Orochimaru shouldn't come out for a stroll. She was wearing aristocratic clothes and looked like a noble lady from a distance. It's only visible from a distance. If you get closer, you'll feel goosebumps all over your body. As long as I see Orochimaru's vertical pupils, and many more. Jing'ai suddenly stopped and looked Orochimaru up and down. Orochimaru paused in confusion. Minato Namikaze, holding a bottle of juice in his arms, didn't understand why the teacher suddenly stopped. He kept looking at Orochimaru, as if Orochimaru's outfit was very attractive. Chapter 458. One sentence leads to a fight between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jing'ai-kun, is there something wrong with my outfit? Orochimaru felt that the way Jing'ai was looking at him at this moment was somewhat offensive. Cough. Jing'ai coughed lightly and said, I've read a storybook before. In the storybook, there is a female ninja named Orikaiheim. She looks, well, a lot like you. In the end, Orikaiheim and her good friend, good brother, got together. Jing'ai didn't lie. In his previous life, he read novels when he had nothing to do, and he really had read such a fan book. The Orochimaru inside, no, Princess Orochimaru, relied on his charm to snatch Jiraiya away from Tsunade, and it was Jiraiya who took the initiative to lick him. The smile on Orochimaru's face froze. Minato Namikaze opened his mouth and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. There is actually such a storybook in the ninja world? Could Princess Orikai's good friend be called Jiraiya? When he thought of Princess Orikai and Jiraiya getting together, Minato Namikaze suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. By the way, Princess Orikai's good friend is called Jiraiya. With a dull thud, the wooden clogs under Orochimaru's feet turned into broken wood, and the chakra created a small hole in the ground, with cracks all around it. So when I saw you dressed like this, I felt it was very strange, but also very familiar. It took me a while to remember it. Orochimaru stared at Shizuka for a long time with an expressionless face. He took a deep breath and put a smile on his face again. Did Jiraiya write this? I don't know that. I didn't notice it at the time. Jing'ai spread out her hands and didn't know what the main character was, she just remembered that there was such a plot. I understand. I'll take my leave now. Orochimaru smiled and nodded, then turned and left, shrouded in a low atmosphere. Looking at Orochimaru's receding back, Minato Namikaze felt that Jiraiya was also going to be in trouble. Feeling nervous, he whispered, Teacher, have you really seen such a picture book? Seen. Of course I have read it, but it's not a book from this world. As for Orochimaru's misunderstanding, it has nothing to do with him. He didn't say that it was written by Jiraiya. Terrible. Minato Namikaze quickly shook off the goosebumps on his body. Ha ha ha, drink, drink. Pink Street, Jiraiya, who had a vacation, had nothing to do so he ran here to have fun. He was holding two gorgeous girls in his arms, drinking non-stop, holding the bottle in one hand and touching the girls all over with the other. This caused the girl in Han's arms to laugh so softly from time to time. Bump. Jiraiya was getting excited, but the door of the room was pushed open forcefully, interrupting his interest. Jiraiya was a little unhappy. He looked at the newcomer with a little bit of intoxication and laughed again. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to come to a place like this. What are you wearing? You look too much like a noble lady. So that's why there's Princess Orikai? Orochimaru asked expressionlessly as he walked into the room. What is Princess Orikai? You, Orochimaru, can't even tell whether you are a man or a woman? You didn't cut yourself? Jiraiya seemed to have discovered something interesting and widened his eyes, staring at Orochimaru's legs. Orikaiheim? She seems to have some of the flavor of Orikaiheim. Do you want to use her as material? Seeing that Jiraiya seemed to have become a different person in response to his questioning, staring at the space between his legs and muttering about some material and the taste of Princess Orochimaru, Orochimaru's face became gloomy. "You are dead." Orochimaru, who had his hands on his lower abdomen, suddenly raised his hands, and a black shadow jumped out from his sleeves and rushed directly towards Jiraiya, who was muttering and thinking about something. "There is danger." Jiraiya, who was a little distracted, had his eyelids twitched and subconsciously pushed away the girl who was leaning against him, and rolled over to avoid Orochimaru's sneak attack. Boom! The red sofa turned into a pile of rotten wood, and the two girls who were happily accompanying Jiraiya screamed in fright. Jiraiya couldn't help but curse, "Orochimaru, are you crazy? I don't think I've offended this guy recently. What is he crazy about? It would be fine if he didn't attack himself," but he even ignored the ordinary people around him. It's okay for Jiraiya to be injured, but if ordinary people were injured, Orochimaru would be in big trouble. If you like Princess Orochimaru so much, then you will face the care from Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru was angry, he also knew that the trouble he was causing Jiraiya should not affect ordinary people, so two snakes flew out from his sleeves, rolled up the two women in the room and threw them out roughly. "Depend on. This rascal is really crazy." Looking at the two women flying away, Jiraiya's eyelids twitched a few times. He felt a little dizzy, and the effect of the alcohol had dissipated a lot. "Orochimaru, if I have offended you, please get out of the way. Let's fight somewhere where there are no people. I don't want to hurt innocent people, and I don't think you want to see Tsunade fighting us." The current Hokage is Tsunade, not the third Hokage who habitually favors them. Although Tsunade would favor them, she would beat them to death before doing so. Jiraiya's idea was good, but unfortunately he was responded with a sharp Kusanagi sword. "Depend on. This madman." Orochimaru attacked without hesitation, and Jiraiya had no choice but to fight back. The entire Pink Street was in chaos. The police team that noticed the fighting situation rushed over as soon as possible and saw the stores on Pink Street collapsed in large numbers. Fortunately, most of the people inside had already run out. Jing'ai, who was about to have a bowl of ramen with his disciples, looked up in the direction of Pink Street in surprise. Powerful battle waves, containing the chakra aura of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Did these two people fight? No way. Is it because of the fight with Princess Orokai in the story? Orochimaru and Jiraiya are fighting. Our ramen plan is ruined. You go back first. Jing'ai patted his disciple's shoulder and disappeared from the spot. It is good. Namikaze Minato nodded blankly. Dong dong dong. There was a hurried knock on the door, and Uchiha Mikato, who was standing next to the desk, hurriedly trotted forward and opened the door. After the door opened, the police rushed in and said anxiously, "Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama and Orochimaru-sama fought on Pink Street for some unknown reason. These two bastards got into a fight on Pink Street." Of course Tsunade knew what Pink Street was. Jiraiya liked to go to happy places, but Orochimaru basically would not go to that kind of place. As a result, the two men started fighting on Pink Street. "I know, I'll be there right away." Whether it's Jiraiya or Orochimaru, the identities of both of them are not simple. If they fight in the village, ordinary people don't dare to catch them directly, and they are not their opponents even if they want to catch them. Chapter 459 Unspeakable Reasons. The police team rushed over and were shocked when they saw the scene. Not daring to act rashly, they had to send someone to invite their own minister over. Uchiha Fugaku, who felt the intense fluctuations of the battle, came over on his own initiative without anyone asking him to come. But when he arrived at the destination, he saw the two people still fighting, so he chose to stay put and sent someone to the Hokage office building to notify Tsunade. "As for the rest, I'm sorry, but can't help. I can't catch him, and I dare not catch him." Without the Mangekyo, Uchiha Fugaku is not as strong as Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Moreover, Jiraiya and Orochimaru have special identities, so he doesn't dare to order the arrest of people casually. The main point is that if you do less, you will make fewer mistakes, and if you don't do anything, you won't make mistakes. Fortunately, Tsunade was very fast and ran over from the Hokage's office in the first possible moment. She didn't even have time to run up the stairs and jumped out of the window directly. "You two bastards, stop it right there." Seeing that Pink Street was torn to pieces and many people were injured, Tsunade's eyes couldn't help but twitch. What the hell are these two bastards doing? Could it be that Jiraiya went to provoke Orochimaru again? He would provoke Orochimaru for no reason, and every time he would get beaten to a pulp. This was the basic cause and process of the conflict between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Normally, Orochimaru would ignore Jiraiya unless he couldn't help it. Only after Tsunade's scolding did the two stop fighting. "Damn it, that hurts." Jiraiya covered his eye sockets which were beaten black, and his lower back. He had been bitten by a snake on the lower back and seemed to be poisoned. His body was a little numb. Orochimaru looked much calmer, except for a few more footprints on his body, which tore his noble attire, but there were no obvious scars on his body. "Why are you two fighting?" Tsunade questioned the two with a dark face. Jiraiya yelled in dissatisfaction, "It's all the fault of the arrogant Orochimaru. If it weren't for him, Alright, stop it, both of you come to the Hokage's office right now. There must be something wrong here." Tsunade doesn't want the reason why Jiraiya and Orochimaru fought to be exposed in public. After all, it is not easy to make Orochimaru angry enough to attack in public. When dealing with enemies, Orochimaru can kill them in minutes. As for Jiraiya, Orochimaru, who has not yet turned completely evil, will only take action when he can no longer tolerate it. Tsunade's treatment level is slightly higher than Orochimaru's. But it won't be too high, because after turning evil, Orochimaru will not recognize any relatives. Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not reject Tsunade's decision. Some things cannot be said in public as it will affect the relationship and may also lead to loss of face. It's enough for the internal group to know about the embarrassing things, there's no need to tell others. Patriarch Fugaku, please organize the police to carry out rescue operations and send the injured to the hospital for treatment immediately. As for the compensation for Pink Street, I will send someone to settle it. The people were taken away, but the remaining troubles still needed to be dealt with. The injured need treatment and compensation. Many houses were destroyed and a large sum of money would definitely be required for compensation. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were both wealthy people. Tsunade doesn't need to worry about the village finances having another bad debt. After handing the cleanup off to the police department, Tsunade returned to the Hokage's office with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Walking into the Hokage's office, Orochimaru was sitting quietly on the sofa, and Jiraiya couldn't sit still. At this moment, he didn't want to get close to Orochimaru at all, and half of his body began to feel numb. Damn snake venom! Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru angrily, with a look as if he wanted to eat someone. Unfortunately, Orochimaru ignored it. Looking at the two people who were still fighting, Tsunade speechlessly made a hand seal to create a small slug, then threw the slug to Jiraiya, motioning him to put it on his back. Jiraiya's injuries were not serious, he was just poisoned and needed to be detoxified, which was exactly what the slug was good at. Watching the slug begin to remove the poison from Jiraiya and treat his wounds, Tsunade finally felt relieved. She placed her hands on the desk, leaned over, and stared at the two of them with unfriendly eyes. "Tell me what's going on between you two. Your behavior today was very bad. No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't fight in a residential area. Besides, there are so many people on Pink Street. If someone gets injured, it's just a small matter. What if someone dies?" When Jiraiya and Orochimaru were fighting, Tsunade would not stop them. She just wanted them to fight outside or in the training ground. But these two guys just happened to fight on Pink Street. Fortunately, both of them were relatively restrained. Although some houses collapsed and some people were affected and injured, at least there were no deaths. Once someone dies, it's a big problem. "You ask him." Jiraiya, looking aggrieved, held his waist with one hand and pointed at Orochimaru with the other. "I was having fun, drinking on Pink Street, and this stinky snake walked in and attacked me." "Why did Orochimaru attack you?" Tsunade asked back. The three of them grew up together, are classmates, partners, and friends, and they know each other very well. Orochimaru generally would not attack Jiraiya casually, unless he gets pissed off, and normally, Orochimaru wouldn't be angered. Unless Jiraiya really did something that Orochimaru could not accept, which caused Orochimaru to become extremely angry and attack without any hesitation. "I do not know." Jiraiya was confused. "I am the victim. Why are you asking me this question? I also want to know why Orochimaru attacked me." "You do not know? You are kidding me." Tsunade subconsciously wanted to hit someone. Jiraiya's behavior of knowing his mistake but not admitting it is really bad, but this guy doesn't seem to be lying. After hesitating for a moment, Tsunade decided to ask Orochimaru first. "Orochimaru, Jiraiya said he didn't provoke you, why did you attack him?" Orochimaru's hands, which were tidying up his clothes, stiffened slightly for a moment, but soon returned to normal. "He wrote a picture book to imply me." Jiraiya widened his eyes and said, "I have written a lot of picture books and books. How did I imply that? Wait, let me think about what I wrote." In the past, when Jiraiya was practicing writing, he often used Orochimaru as the protagonist, and Tsunade, and he was beaten many times for this. It's just that in the past it was always Tsunade who fought, and Orochimaru rarely took action, because the picture books Jiraiya wrote before were not too excessive. In fact, Orochimaru was not angry about Princess Orochimaru. Even if he knew that Jiraiya, such a crazy guy, wrote himself as Princess Orochimaru, Orochimaru would not have any emotional fluctuations. In his opinion, gender is not worth taking seriously at all. What really broke his defense was that it was written as Princess Orokai and she was together with Jiraiya. Chapter 460, Tsunade, where's the sketchbook? Lend it to me for research. Can you bear this horse riding? No matter whether it is a human or a snake, no one can bear it. What kind of nonsense did you write again? Tsunade was immediately displeased when she heard this, and raised her hand and waved her fist to warn Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I'm telling you, it's okay for you to write about Orochimaru, but if you write about me too, I'll kill you. Although Jiraiya never did anything malicious towards her when she grew up, he still had a criminal record and needed to be severely warned. If Jiraiya didn't have a criminal record and was a repeat offender, Orochimaru wouldn't have come to trouble Jiraiya just after hearing Shizuka mention Princess Orokai. No, absolutely not. I was afraid that Jingai would have made me into a puppet before you even made a move. When he was a kid, he used Tsunade and Orochimaru to practice writing, but that was a childhood thing. Now Tsunade and Shizuichi's relationship is obvious, and if Jiraiya still does such a thing, he is courting death. Besides, he never wrote anything excessive. At least there aren't any from Tsunade, but as for Orochimaru's, it seems there are quite a few. Orochimaru, it's fine if you beat me up, but tell me how I implied you. After thinking hard, Jiraiya really couldn't remember it, so he could only go to Orochimaru, the person involved, to verify it. Tsunade also looked over curiously. She was very curious about what kind of picture book Jiraiya wrote that caused Orochimaru to be so angry that he attacked in the street. This is not like Orochimaru. You know, Jiraiya once wrote Orochimaru as a woman, but Orochimaru never cared. Is it neither male nor female? Wait, Orokaiheim? That seems like a good name. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered something. When Orochimaru heard the words Princess Orochimaru, purple chakra began to emanate from his body. This is the prelude to action. Tsunade saw it and immediately punched Jiraiya. You bastard, what the hell are you writing about Orochimaru? Destroy the picture book right now. Don't write that again, do you hear me? If you want to write about a man, write about a man. If you want to write about a woman, write about a woman. Don't make Orochimaru neither male nor female. Seeing Orochimaru's big reaction, Tsunade mistakenly thought that Jiraiya really wrote Orochimaru as the androgynous Orochimaru, so she began to sternly warn Jiraiya. I didn't write anything about Big Snake Princess, I just thought this name was good. Jiraiya grimaced, covering his head with his hands, unable to speak out his pain. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Tsunade took a deep breath, signaled Orochimaru to calm down with her eyes, and then shouted, "Come in." Jingai pushed open the door and walked into the Hokage's office. She saw Orochimaru sitting on the sofa with a livid face, staring at Jiraiya with eyes that seemed to be spitting flames. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was squatting on the ground, covering his head with his hands, looking aggrieved. Oh, it's so lively. Don't mention it, these two bastards started fighting in the street. Tsunade waved her hands in pain. There's still a lot of mess to clean up. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Orochimaru listened to the advice and really stopped when they were told to stop. If the two continued fighting, Tsunade would have been unable to do anything to them. She can handle one person, but forget about it if there are two. Fortunately, Shizuichi and Kushina were in the village, so she had no shortage of help. Orochimaru, you're not really going to bother Jiraiya over a picture book, are you? Jingai wanted to laugh, really wanted to laugh. This time Jiraiya was stupid and unfair. Humph. Orochimaru snorted coldly. He still believed that this picture book was written by Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped up and shouted angrily. Stinky Orochimaru, stop going too far. Okay, stop arguing. I am also responsible for what happened today. I didn't explain it clearly. Jingai stopped Jiraiya, and took the initiative to admit his mistakes. Is it related to you? Jiraiya looked back blankly. Tsunade didn't expect that Jiraiya and Orochimaru would fight, and because of Shizuka, only Orochimaru was still staring at Jiraiya. Cough cough. Jingai coughed lightly and said, it's like this. Orochimaru came to see me today. I looked at his outfit and suddenly remembered a picture book I had read before, so I told him the content. Then he left with a bad look on his face, and within a few minutes he started fighting with Jiraiya. He probably mistakenly thought that the picture book was written by Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Am I just going to take the blame like this? And many more. What kind of picture book could make Orochimaru so angry? Tell me about it. Tsunade opened her mouth, but her big round eyes were still full of curiosity. What picture book? Is the plot exciting? I will kill him. Realizing that he had found the wrong person, Orochimaru stood up decisively. He wanted to find clues about the picture book. If he could find the person who wrote the picture book, he would kill him. Otherwise, he would make his life worse than death. Orochimaru left decisively. Jiraiya and Tsunade were still looking at him curiously. Just tell me about it. I feel itchy inside. Looking at these two curious babies, Jingai coughed. In the picture book, Orochimaru is described as a cold and beautiful snake princess with a sexy body. He successfully attracted Jiraiya's attention, and eventually, under Jiraiya's persistence, the two of them got together. Cough cough cough. Jiraiya, who was full of curiosity 1 second ago, bent over and started coughing violently the next second. Tsunade opened her mouth wide with a look of thunder and lightning on her face. Who is so smart to come up with this plot? It's so fucking ridiculous. Hiss, Orochimaru and Jiraiya got together. No wonder Orochimaru was so angry today. It seemed that this touched his heart. Orochimaru doesn't care about being written as Princess Orochimaru. It doesn't matter. But he couldn't help it when he and Jiraiya got together. Slander. This is blatant slander. Jiraiya was so angry that he jumped up and down. This is too abominable. If you want to write about Orochimaru, just write about Orochimaru. Why include me? I would actually be with Orochimaru. Ugh, this is so disgusting. I can't take it anymore. Jiraiya, feeling as if ants were crawling all over his body, jumped out of the window. Only Shizuichi and Tsunade were left in the Hokage's office, looking at each other. Tsunade was silent for a while, then walked to Jingai, touched him with her hand, tilted her head and asked in a low voice, "Where's the picture book? Is it still there? Lend it to me to study." Jingai, "Damn it. How dare you slander my most handsome toad sage, Lord Jiraiya? How despicable." Jiraiya rushed to the bookstore like a madman, looking for all kinds of picture books about himself, making the bookstore a mess. The bookstore owner was stunned. "Damn bastard, what are you doing? Shut up." Jiraiya, who was furious, had no time to waste with the boss. He took out a handful of money, slammed it on the table, and continued to search. When the boss saw the money, the anger on his face immediately disappeared. He quickly grabbed the money and stuffed it into his clothes, with a flattering smile on his face. "Take your time to find it." In another direction of the village, in a bookstore, Orochimaru was doing the same thing. But Orochimaru didn't give any money, and the low pressure shrouded him made the bookstore owner tremble with fear and he didn't dare to step forward to stop him. So, Jiraiya and Orochimaru searched the entire bookstore in Konoha, but they couldn't find the picture book that Shizuka mentioned. So the two of them targeted those who sold picture books. Chapter 461. Sure enough, happiness requires comparison. The two bosses of the village had a huge fight on Pink Street and turned all the bookstores in the village upside down. They were said to be looking for a picture book about Princess Orokai. So the curious villagers also discussed what the contents of these Orokai princess picture books were. It actually attracted the attention of Orochimaru and Jiraiya at the same time. That caused them to have such a big reaction. Orochimaru, Princess Orochimaru? Could it be that someone has made up a story about Lord Orochimaru? Could it be that he was written as a woman? Within 3 days, all kinds of rumors about Princess Orokai began to spread in the village. Ha ha ha. Tsunade's loud laughter was heard from the closed Hokage's office. The ninjas on duty at the door looked at each other. No one could understand why the Hokage always laughed for no reason in recent days, and it seemed like he couldn't stop laughing. There is weirdness. No matter how hard Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked, they could not find any picture book about Princess Orochimaru. Instead, some books describing the story of Princess Orokai began to appear on the market. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were forced to bear a huge amount of compensation. Although Jiraiya was also innocent, the money was directly shared by both of them. No one can escape. Looking at the bill sent by Tsunade, Jiraiya felt like crying but had no tears. "I didn't find the person who slandered me, nor did I find the picture book. Instead, I received a huge compensation. Damn stinky snake, it's all your fault." The topic of Princess Orokai was very popular, but it lacked a core story. Due to its lack of imagination, it did not remain popular for long and was quickly abandoned by the market. Jiraiya originally planned to write a story about Orokaiheim, but when he saw that most books with stories about Orokaiheim had been abandoned, he simply gave up the idea. "My lord, this was sent by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans." Yitsung walked into the minister's office with a pile of scrolls and placed them all on Jingai's desk. These scrolls record the development of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans as well as some major events. In addition to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, there are also records of the Senju clan. Shizuka is preparing to reveal Uchiha Madara's true identity. If you don't want the infinite Tsukuyomi incident to happen, you have to prepare in advance. As for Nagato, although he is innocent, unfortunately he is just a chess piece on the chessboard, the kind that has to be sacrificed. Unmasking Uchiha Madara and exposing his conspiracy will inevitably lead to Nagato being exposed to the light of day. There is nothing we can do about it. As for Jiraiya, Shizue could only say sorry. Nagato is not the savior you are looking for. On the contrary, his existence will only bring endless disasters to the ninja world. It can be said that Nagato's fate was determined from the day he was chosen by Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, the situation in the ninja world has changed. Danzo Shimura is gone, and no one is targeting Akatsuki anymore, allowing Akatsuki to develop steadily for a few years. No way, the prices of supplies in the Kumagakure village are so high. The same goes for the Uegakure. Isn't their village's economy very bad? Can the villagers accept such a price for supplies? After Konoha issued an announcement, it sparked discussion throughout the village, and those who were still complaining about the soaring prices of materials instantly shut their mouths. The prices of various goods in Konoha have increased, but the growth rate is very slow and not so obvious. Compared with several other villages, it is crawling as slowly as a snail. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha is considered a very honest village. The prices of goods in the other villages are scary. The price of Sand Village is the highest because Sand Village has not yet recovered from the war, and the village is involved in a new war. Another very important factor is the inconvenience of transportation. In order for various commodities to reach the Sand Village, they need to cross the vast sea of sand, which causes the prices of commodities to soar. The same goes for the Mist Village, and the Rock Village isn't much better. The Cloud Ninja Village, which had the fastest and best commercial economy, also changed with the war. I originally thought that our lives were greatly affected by the war, but now it seems that our lives are still very happy. Who says it's not true? We in the Fire Country are rich in resources and can produce many things ourselves. The prices are definitely affordable, but other villages are not so lucky. I think we should stop complaining about the village fighting. You have a point. It is an indisputable fact that during wartime, the pressure of life is greater than in peacetime, which has led to complaints from many villagers. But after the announcement was made, when the villagers of Konoha compared their living standards with those of other villages, they were surprised to find that the life they thought was stressful was already considered a very good standard in the ninja world. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the civilians in Konoha have the most comfortable life. Villages like Sand Village and Mist Village are simply too miserable. Not to mention those small countries and villages, even if you have money you may not be able to buy anything. There are wars everywhere and caravans dare not travel around. Although making money is important, life is more important. If you are unlucky and run into one of the warring parties, it will be a question whether you can save the goods and your life. If the old man saw this information, he would probably vomit blood. Looking at the information collected by the Umbu, Tsunade wanted to laugh, but she tried hard to keep herself serious. When the war broke out between Konoha and Sand Village, the villagers complained a lot about the stress of life, which made the third Hokage very anxious. Tsunade herself also had a headache. As a result, after following Jingai's advice and collecting intelligence everywhere and publishing it, the villagers actually found a balance. Although our lives are stressful, at least they are just a little stressful. It is still unknown whether we can survive in other places or other villages. Compared with them, life in Konoha is simply too happy. Look, by comparing, all the complaints in your heart will disappear, right? Once I feel mentally balanced, I feel relaxed. What else is there to complain about? The stress in life is caused by the war, not by the Hokage's office building. Chapter 462, The Third Hokage, What's Wrong with Me? A big trouble that had not yet broken out was eliminated, and Tsunade was full of energy every day. The only bad thing is that she always likes to bring work matters home to ask about. Jingai felt speechless about this. Is it you, Tsunade, who will be the Hokage, or me, Hinata Shizuka? Why do you come to ask me about any important matter in the village? Don't you have the ability to judge? I'm speechless, but he pushed himself to the position of Hokage, so what else can I do? Just help him solve the problem, as long as you don't just throw the job to him. Shizuka always leaves the work of the Umbu to others, so why let him handle the official business that the Hokage handles? It would be almost like taking his life. Grass Country Battlefield Camp. The third Hokage was looking through the information sent from the village. When he saw Tsunade's outrageous actions, he felt terrible. Why the hell didn't I think of using this method at the beginning? You have to know that during the war between Konoha and Sand Village, the villagers complained a lot and protested because of the excessive pressure of life, which made the third Hokage very worried, and he had to come out to appease them again and again. There is no better way to deal with it except to comfort it. As a result, after Tsunade became Hokage, she did not try to appease the villagers. Instead, she investigated, collected some information, and announced it to the villagers so that the villagers could have a comparison and feel balanced. So the problem was solved. Those who had been complaining began to change their tune. Not only did they stop complaining about the village's problems, but they also kept giving Tsunade thumbs up. How come you don't come to praise me when I come out time and time again to appease you and try to keep the prices of village supplies and goods low? Instead, there are all kinds of complaints and protests. What a double standard. The third Hokage was so angry that he stopped smoking the pipe in his mouth and stared at the scroll in his hand with lifeless eyes. My heart aches. Am I not as good as Tsunade? No, that's definitely not the case. It's just that the people around me are not good enough. What are the abilities of the third Hokage? This is definitely beyond doubt. Apart from selfishness and a strong desire for power, judging from his governing ability alone, the third Hokage's ability is undoubtedly top-notch, and the same is true among all the villages in the ninja world. It can be said that Tsunade, who had just become Hokage, was just a newbie in front of him. Therefore, the third Hokage did not admit that he was not capable, but instead believed that the people around him were not capable enough. Looking back, every time he encountered a difficult problem, either a few people would argue about it, or he would think about it alone. Where is Tsunade? When you are in doubt, go find Jing'ai directly. Is Jing'ai's ability outstanding? Not at all. On the contrary, Jing'ai is a very irresponsible person among the senior executives. He doesn't like to deal with official business, nor does he like to get involved in trouble. When he has nothing to do, he likes to go out for a stroll, eat delicious food, chat with girls, and do some naughty things he likes. He will not be as busy with work as other senior executives. In terms of work attitude, anyone you pick out would be more dedicated than Shizuka. Mito Kato-en, Nara Shikashin, Shimura Danzo, and even Yuting Koharu, who likes to brag, are more qualified than Shizuka. So what's the problem? The third Hokage frowned in thought, and finally found that in other aspects, Jing'ai performed very poorly, was unqualified in many ways, and messed up in many ways. But whenever something important happens, Jing'ai can always find a way to deal with it. To put it simply, don't come to me for trivial matters, troublesome matters, or small matters. It's useless to come to me. When you encounter important matters, I can give some suggestions, but they are just suggestions. It's up to you whether to adopt them or not. Recalling the advice Jing'ai had once given, the third Hokage's face became even uglier. Let's not talk about the distant ones for now, and just talk about the most recent one. It was also the last time that Jing'ai gave advice to the third Hokage, which was that he did not recommend the village to form an alliance with the Cloud Village. His ideal partner for an alliance was the Uegakur village. After all, the Uegakur village was poor and needed to rely on Konoha in all aspects. Even if they formed an alliance, Konoha would take the initiative. It is different from the Cloud Ninja village. Konoha, which is in a weak period, cannot occupy a dominant position. Secondly, there are many benefits to joining forces. A lot of troubles followed. As a result, under the lobbying of Koharu Yudatan and Danzo Shimura, the third Hokage decided to choose the Kumagama village as the partner of the alliance, and the war broke out not long after the alliance. Konoha was forced into the water. At that time, Mito Kato-en was not very supportive of forming an alliance with the Cloud Ninja village. He couldn't come up with a reasonable reason to refute, but subconsciously wanted to stand on Jing'ai's side. This means that in terms of major matters, Mizuto Minen has already recognized Jing'ai. Regret? I definitely regret it, but unfortunately there is no point in regretting some things. Hiruzen, this is Mito Kato-en, who walked into the headquarters with a pile of documents, saw the third Hokage with a sad face, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Oh, you can see for yourself. The third Hokage no longer wanted to talk and directly handed the information scroll to Mito Kato-en. Mizuto Minen put down the documents in his hand, took the scroll and started to look at it. After reading the scroll, he also understood why the third Hokage became like this. If I had known today, why bother in the beginning? Sighing in his heart, Mitamon could only comfort him. Hiruzen, some things have happened and there is no room for regret. Everything is over. The potential troubles of the village have been solved, which is also a good thing for us. Don't think about it. What we need to do is to fight this war well. The most important thing is to fight this war well and make enough contributions to offset some of the sins for yourself and your family. Otherwise, they and the people behind them would really become rats crossing the street. As for why we use the word fight well instead of win, the reason is very simple. The outcome of this war is not so important to Konoha, as long as we don't lose the war. As for the rest, it depends on the performance of the Uegakur and the Kumagakure. If the Uegakur defeats the Kumagakure, it means that the Uegakur wins the war. If the Kumagakure wins, then the winner is the Kumagakure. As for Konoha, it's just a slacking war. As long as we don't lose, it's fine. The rules are that simple. You're right, we all need to cheer up, and the fourth Hokage is Tsunade, my disciple. Tsunade can solve the potential troubles of the village, and I should be happy for her. The third Hokage cheered himself up and pushed the negative emotions out of his mind. As Mitamon said, there is no use regretting something after you have missed it. Instead of thinking about the things you regret, it is better to take care of the present. Several families are waiting for them to make up for their mistakes, so they can't let down their guard. Is the Uegakur still the same? Yes, the same old thing. Mizutominyan's mouth twitched. Huang Tu has no intention of rushing out of the position to launch a large-scale attack, but has been consolidating his own position. Now the position is full of military barriers. In the war on land, the advantages of the Earth Escape Corps were brought to the extreme by the Uegakur village. Chapter 463 An Unbreakable Stalemate. The attack is a large-scale joint Earth Escape ninjutsu. Once it is activated, the scene is as scary as it can be. As for the defense, as long as the Earth Escape Corps unites, it won't take long before they can turn the positions of several parties into a powerful military fortress. It's like a hedgehog covered with sharp thorns, making it difficult for you to bite it even if you want to. Mainly, it pricks the mouth. Various fortifications are constantly being built, so that when you enter the battlefield and see these fortifications, you will lose the mood to attack. In addition, Konoha and Sand Village were a bit slacking off, and there were not many ninjas in the two villages who were good at lightning attribute ninjutsu, so the war became awkward. When the Cloud Village faced the Uegakur, the offensive was able to be unstoppable. That's because the ninjas of the Cloud Village were mostly good at lightning release, which could easily break through fortifications built with earth release ninjutsu and various defensive rock walls. The Cloud Village can do it, but Konoha and the Sand Village cannot. Konoha is not so bad. There are not many ninjas who are good at lightning release ninjutsu, but that doesn't mean there are none. The Sand Village is in an awkward situation. The entire Sand Village, apart from the famous puppet army, has a wind-style army that has not been established with the money and materials. Not to mention that it has not been established. Even if it was established, it would be unable to do anything to the Earth-style army of the Rock Village. No matter how strong the wind blows, we can only stare blankly at the various sturdy fortifications. Ninjas who are good at wind jutsu are helpless, and ninjas who are good at fire jutsu and water jutsu are also in trouble. After a pause, Mightymanyan continued. We can form a ninja squadron that is good at lightning escape, but such a squadron can only play a limited role on the battlefield. Who? Rubbing his temple that was beginning to ache, the third Hokage asked, what about the Sand Village? Mightymanyan hesitated for a moment and said uncertainly, are you testing a new type of puppet? Recently, Cho has not had the heart to come to the headquarters, but has been messing with the puppets instead. It goes without saying that a puppeteer is a puppeteer. After dismantling many of Jingai's puppets, Cho, the puppet master, gained a lot of inspiration. So they were busy working overtime to create new types of puppets. The position of Uegakur is the best experimental site. Saying it means not saying it. Seeing the third Hokage wearing the mask of pain again, Mightyman hesitated. Hiruzen, if we want to gain an advantage on the battlefield, we have to take risks. We cannot launch an attack on the fortifications of the Uegakur. Perhaps going around them is our only option. It is not impossible to break through the layers of fortifications in the Uegakur, but several necessary conditions are required, such as a tough guy like the third Raikage who is good at lightning escape and is unreasonable, or a large number of ninjas who are good at lightning escape and physical skills to attack together. If you don't have any of these, a frontal attack will definitely knock out a few teeth. In fact, it is also possible to have a ninja who can use the Flying Thunder God technique, such as Minato Namikaze of the original Sky. No matter how many fortifications you have in your Uegakur village, they are useless. The little yellow-haired guy will come to you with the Flying Thunder God technique, avoid the fortifications and kill people directly. After killing people, he will run away, and then come back again. He is just making trouble. No matter how many fortifications you build in the Uegakur, it will be useless. How about I go back to the village? Although the war was fought in a sloppy manner, there are prerequisites for slacking off. At least the allies and villagers must see the credit. In this way, the Sand Village will not have any psychological burden for slacking off, but Konoha cannot do that. Once the Cloud Ninja Village raises dissatisfied questions, everyone will be embarrassed. Mizuto Kato-en didn't say it explicitly, but the third Hokage knew that Mizuto Kato-en meant to return to the village to ask for help. As for who to ask for help, was there any need to say it? Thank you for your hard work, Menyen. If possible, the third Hokage would not want to do this, but this guy Huangtu is too steady. It is impossible to attack. If you have the guts, just come in. I will guard here and wait for your attack. Either you attack head-on, or you go around and enter the land of Earth and see how many of your people who go around can return alive. Anyway, my Uegakur will not use any fancy tactics, nor will we cooperate with you. As for fighting a small-scale war, that is even more impossible. If you have the guts, come face to face with me. It was obvious that the third Hokage and Cho were unable to take down the Uegakur's position head-on. Since they couldn't do anything about it and had no better solution, they could only ask for help. As for going around the back, the third Hokage rejected this idea. The ninjas fighting on the front line are all ninjas from several families who have been accused of crimes. These people are all his own people. The third Hokage does not want any large-scale sacrifices to happen, so he wants to maintain stability as much as possible. So that night, Mito Kato and hurriedly left the front line with a small team of guards and set out on the journey back to the village. Mizuto Minen hurried back to the village without taking a rest. He went to the Hokage's office to report to Tsunade on his work, and then went to find Shizuka. Mizuto Minen returned to the village. Jing'ai knew this. Jing'ai's puppet had already discovered Midaman Yen before he stepped into the village gate, but Jing'ai didn't expect that the other party would come to find her as soon as she returned to the village. Sitting on the sofa, with his hands crossed and folded on his knees, Midaman Yen felt itchy and uncomfortable. Although he had made up his mind to go back to the village for help, when it came time to really ask, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Ahem, Jing'ai, although it may be a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask you, facing the situation on the front line of the grass country, does the village have any way to break the deadlock? Midaman Yen believed that Shizuka knew the situation in the land of grass very well. Therefore, he did not elaborate on those unnecessary words and just got straight to the point. Senior, do you mean that the deadlock cannot be broken? Jing'ai must know the situation in the land of grass very clearly. Don't forget that a lot of information in the camp was collected by the Ambu. As the head of the Ambu, is it possible that Jing'ai doesn't know? Yes. Since he had already spoken, he might as well be honest. It was better to be embarrassed than to be stuck in a stalemate on the front line. Otherwise, if the Cloud Shinobi village really questions it, it will be troublesome when the villagers start questioning. Before he opened his mouth, Mizuto Minen felt embarrassed and uncomfortable, but after he asked for help, he felt relaxed. Chapter 464, Hinata Shizuka 1 has a talent for developing ninjutsu. The Uegakuer obviously doesn't want to fight the combined forces of the village and the Sangakuer. Instead, they just keep building fortifications at their positions and are even unwilling to fight a small-scale battle. Understood. A hedgehog covered with sharp thorns is hard to bite. Jing'ai nodded slightly. To be honest, the third Hokage was indeed quite embarrassed at this time. If you slack off, you will be blamed, and the family behind him, including himself, needs credit. Don't slack off, you can't get in. If we invade the land of Earth from behind, we may face heavy casualties. The third Hokage did not want his family or other families to suffer too many sacrifices, so it was just so awkward. After thinking about it, Jing'ai said to Midaman Yen with regret, I'm sorry, Senior, I don't have a good solution for this situation. If you want to achieve something on the battlefield, you only have two choices. Either you attack the military fortifications of the Rock Village head-on, or you find a way to invade the land of Earth from behind. Whether it's a frontal attack or a circumvention, there are huge risks. Hiruzen tried, but failed. There was a hint of embarrassment on Mizuto Minen's face. It's not that we didn't try, but that we tried but failed. Faced with all kinds of densely packed military fortifications, it is really difficult to take action. Didn't Hokage use lightning release to attack? If the Cloud Village can do it, there's no reason why Konoha can't do it. Even if Konoha doesn't have many ninjas who are good at lightning release, it shouldn't be stuck in the middle like this. The third Hokage was known as a master of ninjutsu, but he ended up with such a whimper. Tried to do that. Mizuto Minen hesitated for a moment and uttered these three words. Well, I overestimate this ninjutsu doctor. Having said that, apart from some forbidden techniques, the third Hokage was proficient in many ninjutsu, but he has never been very good at strong attacks. If you want to attack the enemy's military fortifications head-on, you need to use powerful lightning ninjutsu, either relying on a large number of lightning ninjas to break them, or relying on your own powerful strength to defeat them. As a result, the frontline troops had neither. Don't even think about a large number of lightning release ninjas. Even though Konoha ninjas are the most numerous among all ninja villages in the ninja world, the attributes of Konoha ninjas are also the most diverse. Unlike the other villages, the Sand Village is good at wind jutsu, the Rock Village is good at earth jutsu, the Mist Village is good at water jutsu, and the Cloud Village is good at lightning jutsu. Konoha has all kinds of attributes, but not too much of any one of them. In addition, there are not many ninjas going to the battlefield, and they are only ninjas from a few families. It is not easy to pick out a group of pure single attribute ninjas. Sometimes, quantity really doesn't matter as much as quality. Jing'ai sighed without thinking, took out a scroll and put it on the table. This is the lightning-style ninjutsu I created when I was bored, based on the water-style water dragon jutsu and the fire-style fire dragon jutsu. Senior, you can take the scroll back and give it to the Sandaime so that he can study it well. Then select a group of ninjas with lightning chakra to cooperate with him. Ninjutsu? large-scale attack lightning-style ninjutsu. Mito Kato and opened the scroll curiously. Jing-ai raised her head and thought for a moment before answering. How should I put it? It can be considered an S-level single-target offensive ninjutsu, or a large-scale offensive lightning-style forbidden technique. The specific power depends on the person using it and the amount of lightning attribute chakra. Lightning Release Thunder Dragon Technique. Because it is a lightning ninjutsu that was developed based on the Water Dragon Technique and the Fire Dragon Technique, Jing-ai was too lazy to give it a special name and simply used the name of Thunder Dragon Technique. This technique is a bit like the Lightning Kirin that Kakashi Hatake created, but it does not have as many limitations as the Lightning Kirin. Instead, it is similar to a Water Dragon attack. As for the power, Jing thinks it is okay, and the minimum is A level. It can also become a forbidden technique. The reason why it can become a forbidden technique is that it can be used in combination. Find a ninja who is good at lightning escape and has relatively strong strength to lead the team, and select a group of ninjas with lightning attribute chakra to cooperate with them. This will increase the level of the ninjutsu and the power will also increase with the amount of chakra used. The principle of this ninjutsu can be simply put as follows: when used by a single person, a large amount of lightning chakra is used to condense a thunder dragon with strong penetrating power, strong attack power, and strong paralysis effect to attack the enemy. When used by multiple people, more lightning chakra is added to the basis of a single person. This makes the thunder dragon's body larger, its attack power stronger, and its attack range wider. In addition, the water dragon technique created by Senju Tobirama was borrowed, so this thunder dragon technique does not have many seals, unlike the original water dragon technique, which takes a long time to form seals. You actually developed an A-level, no, a lightning ninjutsu that can rise to the level of a forbidden technique. Maitaman was stunned. Does Jing-ai also have the talent to develop ninjutsu? Senior, you are wrong. I did not develop it. Instead, I borrowed the water dragon technique from the Night Aim and the fire dragon technique from the Uchiha. It cannot be considered as developing a ninjutsu. At most, I copied the corresponding ninjutsu of other attributes. Jing-ai doesn't care how others define it. Anyway, he has no intention of developing any ninjutsu. That's pretty strong too. Mizuto Minion's face was full of admiration. Jing-ai said it was no big deal, he was just messing around, because it was inspired by the upgraded water dragon technique of the second Hokage. This thunder dragon technique doesn't have many seals. As long as you master it, it can be used very quickly. Combined with the unique penetration, destruction, paralysis and other additional effects of lightning release, this ninjutsu can be much more powerful than the water dragon technique and the fire dragon technique. As for the mud-spurting ninjutsu like earth dragon technique, Jing-ai was too lazy to learn from it. It's fine if a single person uses it, but if multiple people use it, the leading ninja must be strong. Otherwise, the lightning chakra of multiple people will be concentrated and there will be a risk of losing control. Once the destructive power of the ninjutsu reaches S level, the consequences of losing control will be disastrous. Be careful not to end up attacking the enemy but end up wiping out your own people. Mizuto Minen nodded seriously and carefully kept Jing-ai's warning in mind. Feeling that it was not very safe, he took out a scroll and recorded it down. This ninjutsu has to be learned by the third Hokage, and he will be the first to use it. Once it gets out of control, the first one to suffer will be the third Hokage. Don't let the enemy be blown up by the combined ninjutsu you release before hitting him. Once this result gets out, it will definitely make people laugh to death. Jing-ai, I will always remember your help. If you need me in the future, please let me know. Mizuto Minion expressed his sincere gratitude. Must. Jing-ai smiled and nodded, indicating that he would promise to speak up when needed. There's nothing wrong with using favors you owe at the right time. Chapter 465 Early Retirement is Impossible. If I help you but you don't even give me a favor, what's the point? Although my favors may not be worth much in the future, if you need me, just let me know. After choosing to remain neutral, Mizuto Minion looked at Jing-ai without any prejudice. Instead, he felt that Jing-ai was actually a pretty good person. At least it's easy to get along with him. He won't cheat you or mess with you on purpose. Senior, do you want to retire so early? Jing-ai seemed a little surprised. Retire? Maitaman Yen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. If possible, I don't want to retire so early, but... After what happened with the third Hokage broke out, who could tolerate people like them continuing to stay in high-level positions? Not to mention, allowing them to continue to control important departments and hold real power. It can be seen that Mizuto Minen has no plans to retire, but he feels that after the war, Tsunade will not use him again. Even though he has become neutral, he used to stand firmly on the side of the third Hokage. Then your thoughts may be shattered. Tsunade has always kept the position in the logistics department for you. Jing'ai yawned and told Midaman Yen about it bluntly. Really? Mizutomanen stood up in surprise. If he could continue to manage the logistics department, he would definitely not want to retire so early. The question is Tsunade willing? Jing'ai poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip of it calmly, and then said slowly. In theory, it would be most appropriate to choose someone close to you, but Ino Shikucho can no longer rise any higher. There is still a layer of relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga families, and both families have their own problems. Senior, there aren't many people around Tsunade who are trustworthy and can be used, so you don't need to worry about being forced to retire and go home to enjoy your old age. Besides, haven't you already made up for the money that the family moved? That's right, Mizutomanen had started preparing a long time ago. After the affairs of the third Hokage were exposed, he took the initiative to bring his family members to make up the money. Among the several families that benefited behind the scenes, the family behind Mito Minion received the least. It's not that the third Hokage did this on purpose, but under normal circumstances, Mito Kato-en could not compete with Yutain Koharu and Shimura Danzo. Of these two people, one wanted as much as possible, while the other would get angry if not given enough, so the person who suffered the most became Midaman N. What you suffered in the past turned out to be a good thing when you had to pay it back. The less you took, the less you have to pay back. Mito Kato-en was able to make up for the debt, but the third Hokage and Yutain Koharu were not able to do so. After the money is repaid, as long as you make enough contributions in the war, you will definitely be able to continue to sit in the position of the logistics department. Mito Kato-en's own performance was good, and there was another more important reason. Just as Jing'ai said, Ino Shikucho had already gained enough benefits and could not be kept any longer. Apart from Ino Shikucho, the only families worthy of attention were Uchiha and Hyuga, but these two families had their own problems. As for some families that came over later and supported Tsunade, the benefits they could share would not be many. You don't come to help when it's snowing, but you come to add flowers when it's brocade. It would be strange if I value you. So Tsunade will continue to use Mito Kato-en. Of course, it will only be Mito Kato-en, the third Hokage and Yutain Koharu. After the war, the two will go home to retire. Don't run around all day for nothing. After seeing off the overjoyed Midaman Yen, Jing'ai couldn't help but ask, is power really that important? Although Mito Minion says that he doesn't want to retire and live in retirement early, and wants to do his part for the village, it sounds like he is a very dedicated person. However, if you transfer him from the logistics department and put him in an idle position, do you think he still has this spirit of adventure? With the solution in hand, Mito Kato-en, despite his fatigue, once again set out for the front line. When he arrived at the frontline camp, he looked very haggard. This directly scared the third Hokage and others. Menyen, are you okay? Didn't you get enough rest? At this time, except for his eyes which were still full of color, Midaman N looked exhausted. His hair was a little messy, not to mention his complexion, which had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and his lips were pale and colorless, as if he had suffered a serious illness. I'm fine, I just didn't get enough rest. Hiruzen, this is the ninjutsu scroll I brought from the village. You should learn it as soon as possible. Whether we can break the deadlock depends on you. It is good. The third Hokage subconsciously picked up the scroll and opened it. Just as he was about to take a look, he noticed Cho standing next to him, tilting her head, as if she was going to take a look as well. The third Hokage decisively rolled up the scroll. He was not sure what type of ninjutsu the scroll contained. What if it was the kind that could not be spread? If Cho saw it, it would mean that Konoha would suffer a great loss. Cho, look at how stingy you are. Even I, an old woman, don't like to see that. Knowing that the third Hokage would not let her take advantage, Cho had no choice but to walk away. Menyen, this technique. The third Hokage opened the scroll and took a look at it. He subconsciously felt that this ninjutsu was very familiar. After drinking 2 glasses of water, Mizutomanen Yen, who felt much better, sat on a chair and panted. It feels familiar. This is the lightning release ninjutsu that Jing'ai developed by replicating the fire dragon technique and the water dragon technique. It has few seals but is very powerful. It can be used by multiple people, but it requires a strong leader. Gathering a large amount of lightning chakra can make the power of ninjutsu full of powerful destructive power. It is definitely a forbidden technique. The third Hokage. This sounds a bit unreliable. Thunder dragon technique? So, there will be another powerful offensive ninjutsu in the lightning release ninjutsu. It's still a joint ninjutsu, with one person taking the lead and multiple people cooperating. The more lightning attribute chakra is condensed, the stronger the power. As long as Midomanen is not wrong, this ninjutsu can indeed break the deadlock. As to whether it is really reliable, it still needs to be tested. After thinking about it, the third Hokage said no more, opened the scroll and read it carefully. Known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, his talent in learning ninjutsu is unmatched by ordinary people. The third Hokage was confident that he could learn this lightning release ninjutsu as quickly as possible and then find someone to test it on. As for whether he could become a qualified fighter, the third Hokage was confident in himself. This is what he is good at. Lightning release ninjutsu developed based on the Water Dragon technique and Fire Dragon book. Could it be the Thunder Dragon technique? Is this reliable? Cho started to feel puzzled when she thought of the many scary marks on the original Water Dragon technique. Chapter 466. Who dares to say the division is safe? Mizuto Manin did not explain that the Water Dragon technique that Jing'ai borrowed was not the original Water Dragon technique, but the revised Water Dragon technique of Senju Tobirama. The original version's hand seals were so headache-inducing that Jing-Yi would feel uncomfortable in his eyes if he looked at it for more than 1 second, not to mention learning from it. Before using it, you have to brush and pull and make dozens of seals. Is there anything worth learning from this kind of ninjutsu? As for whether the third Hokage could use the Thunder Dragon technique to do something, Jing-Ai himself couldn't say for sure. In short, there is no problem with ninjutsu. If you can't achieve any results, that's your problem, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because the village was in such a big mess, Tsunade didn't dare to do anything weird. She could only try her best to maintain the current situation and focus on recuperation. Fortunately, there are no more messy expenditures and no more troubles with misappropriation of funds. With the economic size of Konoha and the strong support of the Daming Prefecture, Konoha's finances are gradually recovering. While Konoha is recovering, the Uegakur and the Sand Village are having a hard time holding on. The Mist Village is also having a hard time. Just as Jing'ai expected, when the ships that the two villages could use for combat were almost destroyed, the war did not end as Yagura expected. The third Raikage found this hard to swallow, so the team began their homeland attack. Without big ships, they would build small boats as quickly as possible, and then the village's ninja team would take the small boats into the water country and launch attacks and destruction from the scattered islands around the water country. The effect was very noticeable and it gave Yagura a headache. The war did not come to an end as expected, and Yagura could only respond accordingly. The third Raikage had previously mocked the Uegakur for being poor, saying that the village was not financially wealthy and could not sustain a large-scale war for too long. Onoki in turn mocked the third Raikage, saying that one village would not be able to sustain a war if it was fighting against the consumption of 3 villages. The ridicule from both sides is well-founded, and their ridicule has begun to transform from lip service to reality. The financial resources of the Uegakur village were indeed not abundant, and although the Kumigakur village was large and powerful, it could not bear the consumption of the 3 villages. Fortunately, Konoha suddenly broke the stalemate and took the Sand Village to the battlefield in the Land of Grass, which put a lot of pressure on the Rock Village, forcing the third Raikage to grit his teeth and persevere. The Mist Village is also gritting its teeth and holding on. Even though the Mist Village had not participated in the war before, the scale of the war was not large after it broke out. Logically speaking, the Mist Village should definitely be able to support a long war. Unfortunately, the chaos and conflicts in the Mist Village caused serious economic problems for the village. The economic problems and the inability to keep up with the logistics meant that even a small-scale battle would put more and more pressure on Yagura over time. It would be strange if the economy of a ninja village, which is often plagued by internal chaos and conflicts, could improve. If the economy is not good, how can we expect this village to have a rich financial foundation to support the war? The situation in the Sand Village has not improved yet. After all, the debt is quite heavy. It will be difficult for the Sand Village to recover before the debt is paid off. Dong dong dong. Come in. After opening the door and walking into the Hokage's office and closing the door, Jing'ai walked straight behind Tsunade and squeezed her stiff shoulders. You're looking for me so urgently. Are you in trouble? It's not a problem, it's a good thing. Tsunade grinned. Please take it back, seriously. Your smile makes my eyelids twitch and I can't help but want to punch you. As if she realized that her smile was somewhat psychotic, Tsunade quickly put on a serious face, picked up the scroll on the table and handed it to Shizuka. Here, help me make the trip. There is no suitable person in the village, and you are strong enough. The people from the Cloud Village and the Mist Village dare not trouble you. What the hell? Do you need me to make another trip? Jing'ai opened the scroll and immediately laughed out loud. These caravans really know how to play. They don't dare to move around casually, so they jointly issue missions, right? Good, good, good. Because of the war, the ninja world was in chaos. During this period, many caravans stopped their business activities, for fear that they would not make any money but lose their lives. But as a businessman who travels around and sells goods everywhere, I can't go without food just because of the war. Therefore, those small caravans with limited financial resources and few people united together and jointly issued commissions. The rewards for commissions were several times higher than those of commissions of the same level. These small caravans, which were running out of food, had no choice but to use up most of their profits to issue commissions and invite powerful ninjas to protect the caravans and their goods. In order to ensure safety, they would rather earn less money. The commission remuneration was increased several times in one go. But there is one requirement: it must be 100% safe. If something goes wrong, Konoha will double the compensation according to the commission. 100% guarantee of safety, isn't that bullshit? Who dares to give such a guarantee? At first, Tsunade thought that the people from the joint caravan were making fun of her. Wasn't this kind of commission just a joke? Even if you are willing to pay a high reward, who can guarantee that the mission will not fail or encounter danger? It's still 100% safe. You might as well stay at home. Home is the safest place. No, it depends on where you are. In some places, you can't be safe just by staying at home. Just when Tsunade was about to refuse the commission, she suddenly remembered Shizuichi. This guy stayed in the village, skipped work all day, and spent his free time playing around with Kushina and Hinata Miwi. He was not even honest at work and always liked to flirt with Itsung. I'm working so hard, but you're having a great time. Then this important, high-paying, and time-consuming task is left to you. Apart from Shizuichi, Tsunade didn't know anyone else who could guarantee that the caravan was 100% safe. Looking at Tsunade, who folded her hands in front of her chest and raised her eyebrows slightly, Shizue patted her forehead in silence. Aren't they afraid of losing money? How can there be a commission that pays nearly 3 times as much as the same level? Others are willing to earn less, but we can earn more. Isn't that good? That's good, but the problem is, how can we guarantee 100% safety? They need to start from Konoha and head to the sea, first to the Sand Village, then to the Mist Village, and then to the Cloud Village. How long will it take to go around? How can we guarantee safety when we go to so many places? It would be fine to go to the Sand Village from the sea. It would just take a little time, but it's no big deal. The problem is that you want to go to the Mist Village and the Cloud Village as well. Don't you know that there is a war going on? The dog's brains are almost beaten out of the 2 villages, and you are still rushing over. Although it was easier to make money in the past, is this money safe? As soon as Jingai saw the 100% safety requirement of the commission, he felt annoyed. Chapter 467. If you are not good at it, you need to practice more. A group of caravans united together, and they were really daring. With such conditions and such rewards, even the big caravans would not dare to make such a move, because it is dangerous and the profits are too small. But these small caravans are willing to run. They don't mind if the profit is low, as long as their safety can be guaranteed. That's why I came to you. Tsunade raised her eyebrows proudly. Don't tell me that with your strength, you can't guarantee the safety of this joint caravan. Can this be guaranteed? It can definitely be guaranteed that Jingai can use puppets to protect the caravan's goods and people in all directions, and he is not afraid of passing through the war zone. No matter whether you are from the Mist Village or the Cloud Village, just get out of the way and don't cause trouble. Just such a task. Depend on. Looking at the amount of the mission reward, Jingai finally understood why Tsunade was reluctant to give up this commission. The pay is damn high. Okay, I'll go there myself. It will only take me 2 or 3 months at most. Come on, I believe you. Tsunade stood up, hugged Jingai's neck and kissed him hard twice, and reminded him. By the way, you are not allowed to take Kushina out. Make her stay in the village. Noeki and Minato cannot leave either. They are studying seriously with Mikoto and don't have time to run around. Then I can take Itsung with me, right? One person protecting a huge joint caravan? Wouldn't it be boring to death on the road? Jingai originally planned to take the little yellow-haired boy out, but Tsunade didn't allow it. In that case, let's take Itsung with us. Not only can it do work, it can also warm the bed. Tsunade didn't mind Shizuichi bringing Yekura with him. After all, in the village, Yekura was his personal secretary, so it didn't matter if he took him out. Her request is, just don't flirt in front of her. Everything else is easy to talk about. Hurry up, the joint caravan has been waiting for a long time, and many goods cannot be delayed. Got it, we'll be leaving soon. The village can get a large commission, you can make some money, and it can also bring honor to the village. Why not accept such a commission? Except for the disadvantage of being time-consuming, everything else is fine. At least that's the case for Jingai. However, apart from Shizuka, no one dared to guarantee 100% safety. Even if Orikamaru and Jiraiya were pulled over to ask, they could not guarantee it. After Jingai left the Hokage's office, Tsunade suddenly laughed. What she didn't tell Jing'ai was that this commission was not a unilateral commission, but a long-term one. The people from the joint caravan said that as long as the cooperation was pleasant, they would continue to cooperate with Konoha until the end of the war, and the remuneration would definitely not be reduced. As long as Konoha can guarantee their safety and the goods, then everyone can continue to cooperate happily, at least until the end of the war. Once Jing takes action, it means you are 100% safe. Now that 100% security is in place, will long-term cooperation be interrupted? Hehe, you want to skip work, you like flirting? Then you should work hard for me. Jing'ai is not a procrastinator, he is just used to being lazy. Being lazy at ordinary times does not mean that he will be like this when performing tasks. Call Yitsong, pack up your things, and then meet up with the caravan. In less than 2 hours, this huge caravan set off. Although the caravan had set off, the people in it seemed a little uneasy. They were very happy when Konoha accepted the commission. But when we set out, we found out that Konoha had only sent 2 people to protect the caravan. Is this okay? However, many of the places they were going to were war zones and they could be in danger at any time. How can we protect the safety of the caravan with just 2 people? Fortunately, Tsunade came in person and told the caravan members that they did not need to worry about safety issues. Since Konoha dares to accept the commission, it dares to guarantee their safety. Only after receiving Tsunade's assurance did the caravan members put their anxieties to rest. My lords, what should we do? As soon as they left Konoha, the 2 leaders elected by the joint caravan came to Jing'ai. They needed to communicate with Jing'ai first so that both parties could continue to cooperate in a friendly manner. Jing'ai was too lazy to talk nonsense and said directly, just follow the route you set, and if you run into trouble, don't run around, just stay with the goods. As for the rest, I will take care of it. Whether it is the goods or your safety, as long as you cooperate with me, there will be no problem. 2 people. The head of the caravan began to worry again, but since Jing'ai said so, they could only do as he said. Konoha has already accepted the commission. Even if they regret it, they will still need to pay a large commission as liquidated damages. It doesn't mean that you can cancel the commission immediately after issuing it. Want to cancel? Sure, just give me the commission. The huge amount of reward is equivalent to the village's commission being a large sum of money. The joint caravan is made up of a number of small caravans, so how could there be any extra money to waste? No matter what, the caravan members could only follow Jing'ai's instructions and continue along the planned route. Jing'ai did not explain too much to the people in the caravan. After releasing a group of puppets, he directly got on the carriage prepared by the caravan. Growing up again? It's broad daylight, and you're sitting in a caravan carriage. Can't you just behave yourself? Yitsong rolled his eyes in anger and slapped Jing'ai's hand away in annoyance. It's really too much. If you're not paying attention, someone's hand will reach somewhere it shouldn't be. Looking at the angry Yitsong, Jing'ai laughed and stopped teasing her. When multiple small caravans are formed into a joint caravan, it means that the caravan is very large. The large size of the caravan means that the speed of advancement cannot be fast. Jing'ai, who had already prepared himself mentally, sat quietly in the carriage. I chatted with Yitsong about some meaningless topics to pass the time. After sitting for a while, Jing'ai simply held Yitsong in his arms. Yitsong rolled his eyes at him, but did not resist and leaned against him obediently. How is the improvement of Scorch Escape going? Raising his hand to hold down the hand that was doing mischief in his clothes, Yitsong snorted. Not bad, but the diverse attacks were a bit out of control at first. So, Jing'ai sighed, if you are not good at it, you need to practice more. Chapter 468 Yitsong, the more you fear something, the more it will come to you. The huge caravan slowly moved towards the southern coastline. However, due to the large amount of goods, the caravan could not move faster. This is bound to be a long and time-consuming commission. Fortunately, Jing'ai was mentally prepared. She just had to sit in the carriage and rest peacefully. She could also read a book when she had nothing to do and ask Yitsong to help massage her legs and tap her shoulders, although every time Yitsong got so angry that he gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Jing'ai suddenly felt that such a time-consuming commission seemed not bad. At least there aren't too many things to worry about. All we have to do is protect the caravan's goods and people. As night fell, the caravan stopped by the road to rest. The leader of the caravan found Jing'ai and invited Jing'ai to have dinner with them. Forget about having dinner together. A commission is a commission. As for the rest, we will be responsible for our own affairs. Jing'ai rejected the caravan leader's kindness. Others paid high commissions, and the profit was already small. If they were to entertain him and Yitsong well every day, the expenses would probably be quite high. There is no need to trouble others for a little food. Caravans travel all over the world and it's not easy to make money. After rejecting the caravan, Jing'ai pulled Yitsong into the forest. In the Fire Nation, as long as you have the ability to do things with your hands, you will basically never lack food. Half an hour later, Jing'ai and Yitsong were sitting by the fire, on which a prey was roasting, emitting the tempting aroma of barbecue. Yitsong held a kunao in his hand and used it to wipe the clean kunao to cut the roasted meat, divide it into sections and place it on a plate. The people in the caravan are really strange. They actually want to take the water route from the southern coastline to the sand village. Jing'ai picked up a piece of barbecue with a fork, took a bite, and showed a satisfied expression. He chewed the meat in his mouth, and then answered Yitsong's question nonchalantly. Because they need to stop by several small countries and villages in the south to sell goods, buy local products, and then transport them to other places. Otherwise, this commission will take several months. Regular large caravans have stable channels. They just need to get the goods and deliver them to the destination. But this kind of joint chamber of commerce cannot do that. They are formed by many small caravans and sell a wide variety of goods. Yitsong paused for a moment after hearing this, but according to the commission's remuneration, they don't seem to make much money. It's better to make less money than to make nothing at all. Jing'ai concentrated on the barbecue on the plate. Such a joint chamber of commerce can offer outrageous compensation, which means their profits will be squeezed very low, so they will ask for absolute safety. There aren't many caravans from the sand village, right? Not much. Yitsong was stunned for a moment, and the fork he raised froze in midair. Because the land is too barren, the sand village can hardly produce anything special except sand. Minerals are a major feature, but mines are everywhere in the ninja world, and not many people are willing to travel to the faraway sand village to run a mining business. Unless the profits are high enough, and the territory of the Wind Kingdom is not as peaceful as it seems. There are no local specialties, so it's pointless to form a caravan. The caravans passing by are unwilling to go to the sand village. Not only is it troublesome, but they can't sell much of the goods even if they take them there. It's better to go to other places. Just like in Jing'ai's previous life, those countries with a lot of desert, if they didn't have oil. How many people are willing to go over and take a look? Are you full? Okay. Yitsong, who had just put down the plate, raised his head and looked at him in confusion. After you've eaten, let's do some serious work. Yitsong was about to ask what was going on, but after noticing the light in Jing'ai's eyes, he was so angry that he wanted to use a meat-cutting kunao to poke a few holes in his body. You are not honest when sitting in the carriage, and you are not honest when eating. Now you want to come to the forest? Yitsong originally wanted to refuse, but Jing'ai acted too quickly, so she could only choose to give up. It's fine to stay in the forest, it has its own unique charm, as long as no one sees us. Half a month later, the caravan arrived at the coastline and boarded a merchant ship bound for the small country over there, heading south. Just as Jing'ai had expected, the caravan made brief stops in several small countries and villages in the south, selling goods and purchasing new merchandise. After doing all this, continue along the water route to the Kingdom of Wind. Once again setting foot on the land of the Wind Kingdom, Yitsong felt mixed emotions. She is no longer from the sand village. In the eyes of many people, Yitsong is a traitor who betrayed the village. Fortunately, the caravan will not enter the sand village directly, but will sell goods in some prosperous towns and oases in the Wind Country, which also made Yitsong breathe a sigh of relief. If this caravan really went to the sand village, she wouldn't know how to face the people in the village. Very nervous? Ever since entering the Kingdom of Wind, Jing'ai noticed that Yitsong's mood was not right. What do you say? Yitsong was speechless. If you hadn't kidnapped me by force, would I leave the sand village and become a member of Konoha? Now you ask me why I am in a bad mood, which really hits me right in the heart. Before Yitsong could say anything, Jing'ai, who was standing next to her in the carriage, looked up at the sky in the distance. An acquaintance has arrived. Would you like to rest in the carriage for a while? Who? Yitsong subconsciously raised his head, but the sky was blue and there was nothing. Just when Yitsong thought Jing'ai was teasing him, a small black dot appeared in the sky, and it was getting bigger rapidly. If you see small black spots in the sky of the Kingdom of Wind, if the black spots connect the sky to the ground, it means that there will be bad weather and a sandstorm is coming. If there are only black spots in the sky and they are approaching quickly, there is only one possibility. Yitsong, is about to meet an acquaintance. It only took 2 minutes from the time Yitsong discovered the small black dot in the sky to the time he saw the person's face clearly. The person who came was the third Kazekage. A large-scale caravan entered the Kingdom of Wind. As soon as the caravan entered the Kingdom of Wind, a large number of people openly explored the way ahead. This was very abnormal. It just so happened that the place where the third-generation Fengying was mining was very close to the coastal port, so the third Kazekage rushed over immediately. A caravan is entering the kingdom of wind. The third Kazekage would not care about such a trivial matter and would not interfere. As long as the caravan is a regular caravan and not one moment a caravan and another moment a desert bandit, it will be fine. What really made the third Kazekage pay attention was that the people who were exploring the way were not human beings, but puppets. Chapter 469, Special Invitation from the Third Kazekage. There is only one possibility for so many puppets to help the caravan explore the way. That means the person who controls this special puppet has come to the Kingdom of Wind, and may be in this large and bloated caravan. Therefore, the third Kazekage put down his work and rushed over immediately. Someone was flying over in the sky. The people in the caravan became a little nervous and stopped moving forward immediately. For businessmen traveling around the world, among the 5 major countries, only the Fire Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom are relatively peaceful and friendly. After all, the business atmosphere is strong, commercial taxes are valued, and merchants are treated more politely. Except for the Fire Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom, if you meet people in the Wind Kingdom, the Earth Kingdom, and the Water Kingdom, it is best to be respectful and behave yourself. Besides, the other party can fly, and you can guess his identity with your toes. Therefore, the leader of the caravan immediately ordered the caravan to stop moving forward. Go tell the caravan to keep going and not to worry about any danger. They only need to go to where they can sell their goods and don't need to worry about anything else. Yes. Yitsung glanced at the third Kazekage flying in the sky, then lowered his head and went to inform the people in the caravan. After receiving Yitsung's notification, the head of the caravan finally put his mind at ease and announced that they would continue moving forward. Do you want to meet the third Kazekage? Yitsung hesitated for a while, but finally gave up the idea. Since you are already a member of Konoha, then just be obedient and don't get involved with the Sand Village anymore, otherwise it will be bad for everyone. Yitsung is quite satisfied with his current life, both in work and life. Except for wanting to take a bite of Jingai who likes to abuse himself, everything else is good. Since everything is fine, why bother to cause unnecessary trouble? As for the people we once knew, let them remain in our memories. We are no longer in the same camp. Forcing them to stay together will not benefit either side. Jingai. In the sky, the third Kazekage locked onto Jingai's position and slowly descended. As for Yitsung, he only glanced at the other's back and had no other thoughts. Yitsung is no longer a member of the Sand Village. After the war, when the two sides negotiated, Cho took the initiative to give up Yitsung. I didn't expect to disturb the senior. Jingai looked at the third Kazekage who descended from the sky. Perhaps because he was busy mining, the third Kazekage's outfit looked a little sloppy. The mines in the Wind Country are not easy to mine as they are all buried under the desert. Fortunately, the speed of magnetic mining is extremely strong. Except for some special ores, most mines cannot escape the detection and excavation of magnetic mining. Standing next to Jingai, looking at Jingai who was already half a head taller than him, the third Kazekage shook his head. I can't say I was disturbed. I just noticed that there were special puppets clearing the way in the desert, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. Is this caravan important? The third Kazekage was a little confused. Is this caravan important? It actually requires someone like Jingai to escort him personally. With Jingai's strength and status, even some caravans are not qualified for him to escort personally. Jing glanced at the caravan that continued to move slowly forward and said with a smile, "The caravan is not important, but the commission reward offered by the other party is a bit high, so Tsunade specially asked me to make a trip. The other party offered a lot of rewards, but the requirements were also high. It is necessary to ensure that the caravan is 100% complete. The pay is a bit high? How high can it be? The requirement of 100% guarantee of safety is indeed a bit outrageous. No wonder Jingai was asked to take action personally. Apart from him, who in the ninja world dares to say that he can guarantee the safety of a large caravan 100%? At least the third Kazekage wouldn't dare to make such a boast. It would be fine if the caravan only operated within a certain country. For example, in the Kingdom of Wind, he can guarantee it. But if they leave the Kingdom of Wind and set foot in other countries, such as the Kingdom of Water, the Kingdom of Earth, or the Kingdom of Thunder, the third Kazekage will not be able to guarantee the absolute safety of the caravan. Jingai sighed. Since the outbreak of the war, the people in the small caravans have been almost dying of anxiety. They have no choice but to unite, reduce their own profits, and offer high commission fees to ensure the safety of the caravans. After a long silence, the third Kazekage nodded slightly. High pay means low profits, but low profits are better than making no money. After understanding the situation of this caravan, the third Kazekage understood why the other party offered such a high reward. This is completely compressing one's own interests, which is something that a large caravan cannot do. As I said, earning less is always better than earning nothing. It doesn't matter if you earn a little less, as long as you can ensure safety, everything will be fine. Will the caravan pass through the sand village? How about staying in the sand village for a few days? The third Kazekage extended an invitation to Jing'ai. Even though Jing'ai had killed many ninjas from the sand village and caused serious losses to the Wind Kingdom, at least after the war, there was no need for both sides to bring up their past hatreds. If he could win him over, the third Kazekage wouldn't mind showing goodwill to Jing'ai. Jing'ai thought for a moment, turned his head, and said, "The caravan does not seem to have any plans to go to the sand village, but the senior took the initiative to invite me. I can negotiate with the person in charge of the caravan. Well, I will be waiting for you in the sand village. As for the tax on this caravan entering the village, I can reduce it by 3 points." Although it was called a negotiation, it was actually an agreement, and the third Kazekage was even prepared to take care of this caravan. "Then I will thank you on their behalf. The third Kazekage has taken the initiative to invite us, so we should give him some face. See you in the village." After discussing these things, the third Kazekage flew into the sky on iron sand. He had no intention of returning to the mining area, but flew directly to the sand village. As for the mining work, he let Luosha take over first. Poor Luosha didn't know that his teacher was going back to the village to entertain guests, so he had already abandoned him in the mining area and was not going to take him back. After the third Kazekage left, Shizue told the caravan leader about heading to the sand village. When the person in charge of the caravan heard that the third Kazekage had invited Shizuoichi to visit the sand village, he was a little embarrassed because the sand village was not in their plan, and if Shizuoichi went directly as a visitor, it would mean abandoning the caravan. What should I do if I encounter desert bandits without anyone to protect me? However, after hearing Jing'ai say that the third Kazekage was willing to reduce the caravan's tax by 3 points, the leader of the caravan suddenly became excited. "Go. The tax has been reduced by 3 percentage points, why not go? If there is an obvious good opportunity to make money, you'd be a fool not to go. It doesn't matter if you can't take care of other places, just go to the sand village first." Chapter 470. My disciple doesn't know puppetry. A reduction of 3 points means that the caravan can earn more money, and the third Kazekage can reduce the tax rate of the sand village by 3 points. But this is not the case in other places because he cannot make decisions for the daimyo. Therefore, taxes elsewhere remain unchanged. Since there is no change, why not go straight to the sand village? No one has trouble with money. So after an emergency meeting was held within the caravan's plan was directly abandoned and the first target became the sand village. Inside the carriage, Yitsung hesitated to speak, with a confused look on his face. "I didn't expect that Lord Fengying thought so highly of you that he was willing to reduce the tax for the caravan by 3 points. In fact, she didn't want to go to the sand village because she didn't know how to face the familiar people in the village. But since it was the third Kazekage who invited him, Jing'ai couldn't refuse. How about staying in the hotel for a few days? Why think about these things? Although we have different positions in camps, those who are willing to be close to you will still be your friends. Don't forget that Konoha and the sand village are allies. At least on the surface, the two sides are not enemies. As for those who think you are a traitor, why bother about their opinions?" Knowing that Yitsung was conflicted, Jing'ai could only speak to comfort her, hoping that she would stop being so stubborn. The change of camp is something that cannot be changed. In that case, why bother about some people's opinions? When you arrive at the sand village, if you want to rest, rest. If you want to meet friends, meet them. If the other party doesn't approve of you, just applaud and let it go. I say I don't want to, but I'm unwilling to face it. However, after the caravan entered the sand village, Yitsung ran away immediately. She wanted to meet her former teammates and friends. As for the result, Yitsung couldn't care less. Coincidentally, Yitsung's former teammates were all in the village, and no one died in the war. When Yitsung appeared in front of them, they were all stunned. Some looked surprised, while others looked confused and couldn't understand why Yitsung appeared in the village. Didn't she already defect to Konoha? Jing'ai arrived as promised, and the third Kazekage personally came out to receive him. "Who is this?" Standing next to the third Kazekage was a little boy who was about the same age as the little yellow-haired boy and had a head full of red hair. The third Kazekage was a serious man, and rarely did you see any emotion on his face. Seeing Jing'ai asking, the third Kazekage took the initiative to introduce, "This is Scorpion, the grandson of Cho, his parents are in the war." The third Kazekage paused here and did not continue. Scorpion, who had just been looking at Jing'ai curiously, lowered his head when he heard this. It seems that the relationship between the third Kazekage and Sasori is pretty good. That's right. If the relationship was not right, it would be almost impossible for Scorpion to poison the third Kazekage to death. It was precisely because of this trust that the third Kazekage fell into the trap without knowing it. After taking a deep look at the other person, Jingai joked, I heard that he has a strong talent in making puppets. The expressionless third Kazekage looked at Scorpion beside him, with a hint of relief in his eyes. This shows that he is optimistic about Scorpio's future. Very good, about the same age as my disciple Namikaze Minato. I'll introduce him to you when I have the chance. Disciple? Scorpion, who had been lowering his head, raised his head curiously. As for Jingai, there was no need for the third Kazekage to introduce him. Scorpion was very clear about all his intelligence information and had studied him in depth. In addition, the third Kazekage and Grandma Cho often talked about how powerful and terrifying Jingai was, and unknowingly, a deep impression was left on Scorpion. Adhering to the principle that if the teacher is strong, the disciple will not be bad either, Scorpion thought to himself, is that person named Minato Namikaze very talented? The third Kazekage understood that Scorpion should sit next to him, and after Scorpion sat down obediently, he asked, is it about the exchange of puppets? If so, Scorpion should be very happy. Ever since his parents passed away, and Cho has been busy and hasn't had much time to spend with his grandson, Scorpion, who suffered a heavy blow, seems a little introverted. Cho is worried that her grandson might have personality problems, while the third Kazekage is afraid that the village's genius will go astray. Both of them hope that Scorpion can interact more with people of his age, but unfortunately few of his peers in the village are worthy of Scorpion's liking. Communication among puppets? Jingai paused for a moment as she picked up the teacup, then shook her head. Then I'm afraid Master Fengying will be disappointed. My disciple does not know puppetry. The third Kazekage? Scorpio was also surprised. The teacher's puppet is so powerful, but the disciple doesn't know how to use puppets. His physical skills are very strong. Jingai smiled and praised his disciple. Puppetry? Does little yellow-haired boy need this thing? No need. He just needs to lay a solid foundation and learn the flying thunder god technique. Then he can fly into the sky. When he has flown almost enough, he can learn the immortal technique and fly again. Therefore, there is no need to consider the puppetry technique at all. Soon, some of the Sand Village's specialties were placed on the table. In order to entertain Jingai well, the third Kazekage put in a lot of effort. The two of them ate and talked about the war, and Scorpion listened quietly, his big brown eyes fixed on Jingai. The offensive of the Uegakuer is getting stronger and stronger. It's obvious that Onoki really wants to win this war. Speaking of Onoki, the third Kazekage felt complicated, because he felt that Onoki at this time was very similar to himself in previous years. Launch a war with a desperate determination and be confident that you can win. As a result, reality shattered the dream and pushed the village into the quagmire of war. Although the Uegakuer is stronger than the Sand Village, the Kumigakuer is not an easy target to be bullied either. If things go wrong, Onoki might suffer a terrible loss. Picking up a piece of beef and putting it into his mouth, Jingai took over the conversation. You have to be strong. The rock village at this moment is just like the sand village before. It can't be held back. Sorry, senior, I don't have any other meaning, it's just a metaphor. I know. The third Kazekage nodded, indicating that he would not think too much about it, because Jingai was telling the truth. The sand village launched a war, but finally found that it could not hold on. The sand village can't be held back, and the same goes for the Uegakuer. Villages with poor land, scarce resources and bad economy all have this common problem, not to mention that Uegakuer is an extremely high-volume village with most of its assets used to train ninjas. The result of doing this is that the military strength has increased, but the economy and other aspects are very poor. The battle cannot be delayed any longer, and with the sand village as a precedent, Onoki dare not delay. From the frequent and fierce offensives in the battlefield of the Land of Lightning, it can be seen that Onoki hopes to defeat the Cloud Village with a strong attitude, and does not intend to engage in a long-term tug-of-war with the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village dares to fight and can fight, but the Uegakuer village cannot. Even if the Cloud Village still provided material support to Konoha and the Sand Village, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The result of the logistics competition and tug-of-war was that the Uegakuer became the second Sand Village. The more we fight, the poorer we become, the longer it drags on, the less we can bear it. But the war in the Land of Water is more interesting. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, should be having a headache right now. Chapter 471. A reminder to the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage rarely smiled, but this smile seemed a little stiff and was full of sarcasm. He was laughing at Yagura's overestimation of his own abilities. Yagura thought that the Kumagakure would not expand the war, but he underestimated the ruthlessness of the old man, the third Reikage. He always thought that the war would end if most of the ships were destroyed. Unfortunately, the third Reikage would not give up so easily. Yagura takes things for granted and always thinks that other people's ideas are similar to his. But he forgot one thing, that is, both Onoki and the third Reikage were the kind of people who were easily impulsive. One is stubborn, the other is domineering. The two personalities have formed habits and will not change easily. Even when doing things, they are easily affected by emotions. Under normal circumstances, Yagura's idea is correct, because when the ships of both sides are almost destroyed in a war, the naval war will definitely stop, because there is not much point in continuing the war. This way of thinking was what Yagura learned from his teacher, the third Mizukage. Unfortunately, he overlooked one point, that is, the third Reikage was a little bit emotional. No matter whether you are valuable or not, no matter whether the war is meaningful or not, in a word, I am going to kill you. Otherwise I won't be able to get rid of the anger in my heart. War should either not be fought or it will not be easy to end once it starts. Jingai smiled and said, a small-scale local attack may not cause much damage, but the impact is huge. In summary, the damage is not great, but it is a bit humiliating. The ninja teams from the Cloud Village continued to invade the many islands of the Land of Water, but they didn't kill many people or cause much damage. But the impact was huge, and Yagura, the newly appointed fourth Mizukage, was slapped hard in the face several times. The more trouble the Kumagakure village has, the better. Recalling the frequent invasions of the coastal ports of the Land of Wind by the Mist Village, the third Kazekage couldn't help but clench his fists. Unfortunately, in the face of such an intrusion, the counterattack of the Sand Village seemed very weak. The people of the Mist Village were just like pirates. They ran to the port and made some trouble. Then they left on their boat before the Sand Village could react, leaving the Sand Village in a mess. But the Sand Village didn't dare to enter the sea to chase the enemy. Because of this, the daimyo of the Wind Country often complained to the third Kazekage. Unfortunately, complaining is useless. For the Sand Village, whose maritime military power is almost non-existent, such intrusions are simply impossible to deal with. We can't station a large number of ninjas at coastal ports just to guard against occasional invasions from the Mist Village. How much more military spending would be needed to sustain this? Although the daimyo of Wind Country has a fierce reputation, in fact, among the daimyo of the 5 great countries, the daimyo of Wind Country is the least generous in giving money. If he was willing to pay more, the third Kazekage would certainly not mind stationing a group of ninjas in coastal ports to guard against pirates and people from the Mist Village. But the daimyo was just clamoring and there was almost no actual benefit. How should the third Kazekage respond? This meal took quite a while, more than 2 hours. Seeing that the time was almost up, the third Kazekage let Sasori leave first. He and Shizuka sat together and chatted about some major events in the ninja world. Sasori basically had no chance to get a word in, and he didn't like to participate in these topics, so he could only sit there like a puppet. So the third Kazekage asked him to go back and rest first. Anyway, the purpose of bringing Scorpion here today has been achieved. With Scorpion, a half-grown child, around, some things are hard to say. After Scorpion left, Jingai took a sip of the red wine in the glass and gave the third Kazekage a hint. Don't underestimate the barrenness of the Kingdom of Wind. In fact, its desert environment is very suitable for growing grapes as long as there is an oasis. The wine produced is also good, which is one of the few unique products of the Kingdom of Wind. There is wine in other places too, but it doesn't taste as good as the one in the Kingdom of Wind. However, due to low output, it is difficult to form a stable industrial chain. Otherwise, the Wind Country and the Sand Village wouldn't be so poor. After getting Jingai's hint, the third Kazekage raised his hand and patted the wall behind him twice. The Fengyin guards surrounding the room quickly left. After everyone around them left, Jingai said to the third Kazekage, that kid has a deep hatred in his heart. I know. The third Kazekage shook his head helplessly. Because of his parents' sacrifice, he has always hated the white Fankei Sakumo of your village. Cho and I have tried to enlighten him, but the results were not satisfactory. His resentment is directed at you. The third Kazekage thought that Shizue mentioned the matter of Scorpion in the hope that the Sand Village could work hard to eliminate this feud as much as possible, but Shizue's words made the third Kazekage lose his composure. Does Scorpio have deep malice towards me? Isn't this a joke? Yes, and also wrong. How to say? The third Kazekage frowned slightly. Scorpio was a child he had watched grow up. If Scorpio had complaints against him because of his parents' affairs, he could accept it because the war was initiated and decided by him. but resentment and malice. My eyes are very special. They can see things that ordinary people cannot see. The heart of this child, Red Sand Scorpion, has almost fallen into darkness. Pointing to his eyes, Jing said, "At first I thought his malice and hatred were directed at me. After all, many ninjas from your village died at my hands during the war. But it turns out that it wasn't. It was directed at Senior. Perhaps Sakamo-senpai can also take part in it." Does Scorpion hate the third Kazekage? He must have hated him, otherwise he wouldn't have poisoned the third Kazekage, made him into a puppet, and then ran away to the Akatsuki organization. As for why Jingai wanted to say this, the reason is simple. The third Kazekage is a good leader and a good partner. If something happens to him, the relationship between Konoha and the Sand Village might deteriorate, and a war might even break out like in the original time and space. If the third Hokage continued to sit in the Hokage's office, Jingai would not bother to worry about it and would just fight if he wanted to. But Tsunade is the fourth Hokage, and now she is the head of Konoha. Shizuka hopes that the relationship between Konoha and the Sand Village can remain stable. If we want to stabilize the relationship between the two sides, nothing can happen to the third Kazekage. Once something happens to the third Kazekage and Scorpion defected, the idiot Raza would take over. Recalling the various weird actions that Luo Sha performed after becoming the Kazekage, Jingai felt that Luo Sha should be suppressed to death so that the third Kazekage could live well. Chapter 472. The butt determines the head. By the way, the killing intent is also very obvious, but Senior can't sense it. It is understandable that he has hatred. After all, the war broke out under the leadership of his predecessors, and his parents died in the war, but click till. It was enough to remind the third Kazekage that Scorpion had ill intentions towards him. As for the rest, Jingai believed that the third Kazekage could handle it himself. In the original time and space, he would be poisoned to death because he had no defense against scorpions. If the third Kazekage is on guard, why don't you let Scorpion poison him and try? Do you really not take the strongest Kazekage of all generations seriously? Why are you telling me this? The third Kazekage looked a little unhappy. He couldn't understand why Scorpion had such a big opinion about him. Even if he was the one who led the war, Scorpion's parents were also members of the village. Isn't it normal for them to sacrifice in war? Besides, when the war broke out, Scorpion's grandmother Cho also played a heavy role. What's the matter? Because she is your grandmother, you don't hate her, and all the hatred is transferred to me, the Kazekage. There is still murderous intent. Having murderous intention means that Scorpion wants to kill him. How can the third Kazekage accept this? He watched Scorpion grow up, and was training Scorpion to be the next generation of strongman in the village. It turned out that the other party had malicious intentions and wanted to kill him. Gently put down the wine glass, Jingai said frankly. Because I hope that the relationship between Konoha and Sand Village can be stable and not cause any trouble. Once Senior dies, Sand Village will surely fall into chaos. By then, Senior's disciple Raza will become the new Kazekage. Can the relationship between Sand Village and Konoha be maintained? You're doing this for Tsunade, right? For the stable relationship between Konoha and Sand Village? You are kidding me. How come you, Hinata Shizuka, never cared about these things before? It was only after Tsunade became the leader that you started to care about them. Yes. Jingai did not refute, but nodded with a smile. He said these words just for Tsunade. Senior, the wine produced by your village is good. I would like to purchase some. I will give you a batch as a reward for reminding me. The third Kazekage was feeling a little confused and had no intention of selling alcohol. No, it's not easy for you, Senior. Let's go shopping. Jingai stood up and tapped the table with her right hand, which was still on the table. I'm telling the truth. Also, if your village's wine is packaged, it should be able to go high-end. Although the output is not large, does a high-end product require a large output? Scarcity makes things valuable, okay? Good quality and low output means the price will not be low. The wine production in the ninja world is not small, and the wine from many places tastes very good, not worse than the specialties of the Wind Country. The third Kazekage didn't know whether such a high-end route would work. That's why it needs to be packaged. If you can't make up your mind, you can send the wine to Konoha. How about the two villages cooperating in sales? Quality is important, and so are packaging, publicity, and reputation. Don't underestimate these. The third Kazekage fell into silence, and Jingai knew that he was moved. Scorpion. Standing on the rooftop of the Kazekage office building and overlooking the entire village, the third Kazekage had a headache about how he should deal with Scorpion. Jingai returned to the interest. When she walked into the bedroom, she saw Yitsong sitting on the bed in a duck-like posture, not saying a word. Being scolded? Yitsong was in a low mood, and Jing'ai guessed that she was probably scolded by her former friends and comrades. Yitsung slowly raised his head, wanted to shake his head, but suddenly nodded. They called me a traitor. Even though it was only a small number of people, I felt that the relationship we had before could no longer be restored. Although not everyone thinks Yitsung is a traitor, no one thinks she is a traitor, and they can no longer get along with her as before, which makes Yitsung feel very uncomfortable. Pay attention to your position, think about the problem, and start from your own position. Jing'ai raised her hand and placed it on Yitsung's head, messing up her strangely colored hair. Position? Yitsung was a little dazed, muttering these two words in his mouth, and began to change his position to think, so the question became, traitor? I am already a member of Konoha, do I still need to care about these two words? Besides, I defected on my own initiative? No. Do you feel uncomfortable when your friend approaches you cautiously? There is nothing wrong with it from the standpoint. Even if the relationship was good before, even if no one thinks you are a traitor to the village, everyone's standpoint has changed and there is no going back. The fact that they are still willing to contact each other proves that the friendship from the past still exists. It's just that because the two sides do not belong to the same camp, they need to be cautious in contact, otherwise there is a risk of being labeled a collaborator if they are not careful. After thinking about these questions from this perspective, Yitsung, who had been feeling very uncomfortable just now, suddenly felt that the heaviness that had been oppressing his heart had disappeared. She slowly raised her head and asked in a low voice, "Then can we still get along with them as equals in the future?" Although this question was very naive, Yitsung still asked it. Whether Yitsung can still get along with his former friends and comrades in a friendly and equal manner depends on the relationship between the two villages. The deeper the ties between Konoha and the Sand Village, the better the relationship will be. Over time, as the hatred between the two sides gradually fades, friendly and equal coexistence will no longer be a dream. Is there any reward? With a smile in his eyes, Jing'ai deliberately teased Yitsung. Yitsung, who almost suffocated, stared at him with his big round eyes. What the hell else do you want as a reward? Some rewards are useless if they are just talked about, they need to be proven by actions. Looking at Yitsung, who was busy with all kinds of things, Jing'ai took a deep breath and patted her on the back gently. As the two villages interact more, their economic interests will become more closely tied together. If there is a reasonable opportunity, then no one will gossip about you coming to the Sand Village to play. Instead, you will be welcomed. The time is not right yet, and we need to slow down. The caravan stayed in the Sand Village for 6 days. After 6 days, Jing'ai also left with the caravan. The third Kazekage stood on top of the military fortress at the main entrance of the Sand Village, watching the caravan go away. With a slight sound, Cho's somewhat bloated and short body appeared beside him. Kazekage-sama. Cho greets the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage nodded, still looking at the caravan going away. Cho, how credible are your words about Hinata Shizuka? And how should I deal with Scorpion? Since receiving Jing'ai on the first day, the third Kazekage immediately contacted Cho, who was in the camp in the Land of Grass, so Cho put down what was at hand and returned to the village. As for why the third Kazekage looked for him, Cho already knew it when he was at the Grass Country camp. Cho chose to remain silent and handed a scroll of information to the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage opened the scroll and took a look at it. His originally expressionless face instantly became tense. Rinnegan, are you sure there's no problem with Konoha's intelligence? Confirmed, it has been confirmed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha has no intention of hiding it. This is information shared by allies, but Konoha does not want the information to be leaked. One damn Sharingan is already enough to trouble people, and now a Rinnegan pops up. It's endless, right? The third Kazekage was going crazy with envy. Cho continued, Tsunade has become the new Hokage. She hopes to further cooperate with the village so that the interests of both parties can be more deeply tied together. Shizuka had the same idea, and so did Tsunade. Such in-depth binding is of great help to the Sand Village. Chapter 473 Daisya enters the battlefield. Lord Kazekage, the old woman will keep the child Scorpion by her side and educate him carefully. Because his parents died in the war, the young Scorpio was traumatized and his heart turned dark. He resented his enemies and those who provoked the war. Cho could accept all of this, even if she herself was one of the people her grandson hated, she could still accept it. After all, when the war between Sand Village and Konoha broke out, she played a very important role. But she couldn't accept that her grandson had murderous intentions towards the third Kazekage. In order to make up for Scorpion, Cho had always allowed her grandson to grow up freely. But now it seems that this is no longer possible and she must keep him by his side. Thanks a lot. With Jing'ai's reminder, the third Kazekage could no longer trust Scorpion without any guard as before. Despite this, the third Kazekage would not have any intentions towards Scorpion. After all, the Red Sand Scorpion was still a half-grown child at this time, and even if he had the idea, he would not take any action. It would be best to leave him to Cho to educate personally. Looking at the blue sky, the third Kazekage sighed. Perhaps only by experiencing blood and war can he take war seriously and understand the difficulties you and I faced in the past. Be it the third Kazekage or Cho, neither of them is a warmonger and would not want to start a war for no reason. The reason why the Sand Village launched a war was to seek better development, but unfortunately not many people can understand this. That night, after only a few hours of rest, Cho left the Sand Village with her grandson Scorpion and headed for the Grass Country camp. After returning to the camp, Cho found the third Hokage. He was asked to enter the battlefield. What? The pipe in the third Hokage's mouth fell directly onto the table. With a look of disbelief on his face, he asked uncertainly, Cho, are you sure you're saying you're going to take your grandson into the battlefield? Yes. Speaking of her grandson, Cho smiled kindly and nodded slightly as she replied, the child is not a child anymore. Because his parents died in the war, his personality is a little distorted. I hope that through the war, he can understand some truths. It's no use just saying it makes sense, you need to experience it yourself. Okay. Cho wanted to take her grandson into the battlefield for training. The third Hokage had nothing to say. He was just surprised that Cho was willing to throw her grandson into the battlefield. Cho didn't give Scorpion much time to prepare. Early the next morning, before dawn, she took her eldest grandson and stepped onto the battlefield. Scorpion, who entered the battlefield for the first time, quickly realized the dangers of the battlefield. A small group of enemies appeared, and Cho intercepted 2 of them, leading the remaining 2 enemies to her grandson to deal with. She believed that her eldest grandson could deal with the remaining enemies. Scorpion did not disappoint Cho. The extremely talented Scorpion controlled the puppet he made by himself and easily solved the 2 enemies. However, after killing the 2 enemies, Scorpion's face looked a little abnormal. Knowing that her grandson was upset, Cho did not try to comfort him. Scorpion, do you know why the village is participating in this war? Facing Grandma's deep gaze, Scorpion, who was panting against the tree trunk, was silent for a moment, to support our allies. Wrong. Cho seriously corrected her grandson, it's for profit. Benefits? The pupils in the Scorpion's eyes couldn't help but shrink. The Sand Village participated in the war, and the announcement made by the Kazekige's office building was to support its allies. Which ally were they supporting? Konoha Ninja Village. Sasori and most people in the Sand Village think so. But now, his grandmother told him that it was not for the sake of profit. Yes, for profit. Since stepping onto the battlefield, Cho, who dotes on her grandson, has never smiled, because the war with Konoha has exhausted the village's resources, and the Kumagakure village chose to provide financial and material support in order to win over allies. We are the target of the Kumagakure village's efforts. If the village wants to recover, it needs money and various supplies. The Kumagakure village can provide us with these things. Scorpion fell silent again. Cho didn't care. After dealing with the enemy's body, she took Scorpion to move. On the way, she continued to ask, so what do you think the village started the war for? Scorpion lowered his head and said nothing. Because in his understanding, the war between Konoha and Sand Village broke out because of the selfishness and ambition of the top leaders. Many people in the village think so. Scorpion didn't say anything. Cho answered her own question, for profit. For profit? Scorpion stared at his grandmother with eyes wide open in disbelief. He felt that the grandmother at this moment was completely different from the grandmother in his impression, who always had a kind smile on her face. The Wind Country has barren land and lacks resources, all kinds of resources, while the Fire Country is rich in resources, with resources that we can only dream of. Konoha used to be high and mighty, and no village could provoke it. Since the First Ninja World War, Konoha Ninja Village has been pulled down from the altar. This also gave us an opportunity. Without sufficient resources, the development of the village will fall into a stagnant cycle. We need to guard against bullying from the Rock Village and harassment from the Mist Village at all times. Lord Kazekage is an outstanding leader. His appearance gives us hope that the stagnant development of the village can be broken. The only way to break this stagnant cycle is to start a war. Lord Kazekage, I, your uncle Ebizo, and even your parents, we all hoped that the village would go to war and break the cycle that was holding the village back. Lord Kazekage supported us, even though we failed. Only by launching a war can the Sand Village have a chance to achieve better development. It's not just the leader, the third Kazekage, who wants to launch a war, but everyone wants to. His grandmother, his uncle, and his parents were also among them. Cho's sudden change of expression made Scorpion's face turn pale. Child, you shouldn't hate Master Feng. The person you should hate is me. Cho suddenly stopped and hugged her eldest grandson, who had a very grim look on his face. Child, do you know? Grandma has always wanted to revive your parents, but Grandma is useless. Fortunately, we still have hope. Chapter 474 The Bond of Family Love. Is there still hope of resurrecting the parents? There were waves of surprise and anticipation in Scorpion's eyes, but also a bit of uneasiness, because he was afraid that his grandmother would deny what he said in the next second. Child, to revive the truly dead, I'm afraid only the legendary six-path sage can do this. Grandma doesn't have that ability, but she hopes to see them again before you grow up. A way to resurrect the dead? Cho has been searching, but without exception, all her attempts have ended in failure. Originally, Cho was planning to try it secretly, but after this incident, Cho had no other choice but to keep her grandson by her side, hoping to change his inner thoughts through war. Then he threw out a bait that he could still see his parents, hoping to pull out the eldest grandson who had fallen into darkness. In Konoha, there is a forbidden technique called the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Although it cannot truly revive the dead, I believe that we can still see your parents again. However, if you want to use this technique, there is a price to pay. Do you understand? There is no free lunch in the world. Even if the relationship between the two villages is good, Konoha will never allow people outside the village to learn the village's forbidden techniques. By the way, do you know why we all want to start a war to break the village's cycle of development? Cho changed the subject, bringing her grandson's thoughts over. For profit? Cho had just told him all this, and Scorpion answered subconsciously that it was for the sake of profit, but he didn't dare to guarantee it. Child. Raising her hand and stroking her grandson's head, Cho said earnestly, profits are only one of the fundamental reasons. You have to remember that we are from the Sand Village. The Sand Village is our home. All of us can dedicate ourselves to the village, even if it means sacrifice. Grandma has this awareness, and so do your parents. Looking at the gloomy sky, Cho sighed. For the sake of the village, countless people are willing to take the path of dedication, even if it means sacrificing their own lives. Because we all know that only when the village is strong can we have a better life and protect the people in the village, including our own families. The weak will face bullying. Do you remember this? Maybe it was because of her age, Cho's waist could not be as straight as when she was young, which made her look a little short. Scorpion did not need to look up to look at her grandmother. Looking at the expectation in her grandmother's eyes, Scorpion felt mixed emotions. He has always stubbornly believed that it was the third Kazekage who wanted to start a war, so his parents went to the battlefield and died in the land of fire. But now his grandmother told him that all of them advocated starting a war and supported the village's war against Konoha, and that his parents went to the battlefield voluntarily and were not forced to go to the battlefield by the third Kazekage. Let's go, the enemy has tracked us down. Without giving his grandson much time to think, Cho took him and continued to move. Not long after the two left, a group of ninjas from the Uegakur followed the traces they left behind. As Cho intentionally slowed down and left obvious clues and traces, the enemy quickly caught up with her. A new round of fighting broke out again. Cho's old body blocked most of the enemies. Scorpion experienced the cruelty of war for the first time and was left with scars. Child, war is cruel. Whether it's us or them, we are all working hard for the village, even if it means sacrificing our own lives. The grandson is not a bad person by nature, but because of his parents' sacrifice and her and Ebizo's busy schedule, they don't have much time to accompany him, so his thoughts have become extreme. Cho hopes to change her grandson's thinking. Simple preaching has little effect, so Cho takes Scorpion with her, lets him face the cruel war, and then slowly pulls Scorpion back through preaching. In addition, the Impure World Reincarnation Technique has also become a ray of light that Scorpion can grasp in the darkness. Lead him out of the darkness. Does it work? The third Hokage had a complicated look in his eyes. Cho smiled indifferently. It's okay, old woman. I have fought for the village all my life. I am used to getting hurt. As long as I am not dead, that's fine. Sandaime, can your village agree to my request? In order to educate her grandson and bring him back on the right track, Cho actually risked her own life and took her grandson with her on the adventure. The third Hokage could not comment on such behavior, he only felt a heavy heart. If it were him, could he do it? The third Hokage asked himself in his heart. If the third Hokage had to sacrifice himself in exchange for the life of a child, he would have known he could do it. But he couldn't take risks with his children without considering the overall situation. Because he needs to be responsible for the village and the war. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request because the teacher doesn't allow people from the village to learn the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, let alone allow people outside the village to learn it. The third Hokage shook his head and rejected Cho's request, and told him clearly, although I am known as a doctor of ninjutsu, I have not been involved in this technique. Same here, Tsunade. Finally, the third Hokage added, maybe Jingai will be involved. He often reads books on forbidden techniques. It's good that he is involved. I will ask him in person when I get a chance. I hope that before I die, I can fulfill my grandson's wish. This child has already embarked on a dangerous path. Since Jingai has discovered it and brought it up, he should help me this time. If you want to ask for help from others, you must be mentally prepared to do so. Even if it means selling her own face, Cho is willing to ask. For the village, she can give everything, including her own life. Similarly, for her grandson, she can sacrifice everything. Great family love? The third Hokage suddenly realized that he seemed not to be a qualified father. I don't have time to educate my eldest son, and I don't have time to accompany my youngest son. Tobirama Senju doesn't want anyone to learn the impure world reincarnation technique, and even less does he want anyone to use this technique. But Cho has already begged him with a serious face, and the third Hokage can't possibly block her way. But he no longer has the power to govern these matters. Cho, please write a letter. I will send someone to deliver it to Tsunade. Tsunade should contact Jingai. As for whether it will succeed or not, I cannot guarantee it. It is good. Cho still had a smile on her face. Seeing Cho happily walk away, the third Hokage hesitated to speak. Menyen, do you think I am a failure? You ask me, who do I ask? I also want to find someone to ask if my life is a failure. It's best not to ask such embarrassing questions, otherwise everyone will be embarrassed. Cho's request letter was sent to Konoha as quickly as possible and delivered to Tsunade's desk. After reading the contents of the letter, Tsunade herself was speechless. Chapter 475, Orochimaru, Impure World Reincarnation Technique. I learned it myself. Do you want your grandson to meet your son and daughter-in-law, in any way? I also want to see my parents and grandparents again. Oh, and there's also my second grandfather. It's a pity that the Impure World Reincarnation Technique is not allowed to be learned in Konoha. In order to prevent any accidents, Tsunade even hid the scroll. As for where it is hidden, she herself doesn't know. Because she gave the scroll to Jingai, Jingai copied down the forbidden techniques that were not very dangerous and could be learned, and then confiscated the scrolls of forbidden techniques that had been passed down. Only Jingai herself knew where they were hidden. After hesitating for a while, Tsunade signaled Uchiha Mikoto to go out and rest first. After Uchiha Mikoto left the Hokage's office, Tsunade took out a puppet and contacted Shizuka from a distance. The puppet's eyes on the desk quickly lit up. Jingai's voice also rang out in the Hokage's office. Is something wrong? Unless it was something important, Tsunade would not use a puppet to call him from a distance. Where did the caravan arrive? Tsunade asked an irrelevant question first. Jingai was silent for a few seconds, then replied, we have just left the Kingdom of Wind and returned to the sea. We are heading back to the Kingdom of Water. The caravan has no plans to enter the waters of the Kingdom of Earth, but will take the route of the Kingdom of Water. If you have something to say, I'm fishing. Your uncle. Gritting her teeth and cursing, Tsunade said unhappily. I can't contact you if nothing happens? It's fine if you know, but if you don't, you might think that you, Hinata Shizuka, are out for fun with a beauty. Ah, yes, I have to thank Lord Hokage for the good opportunity, otherwise I would not have an excuse to leave the village. I really want to smash your dog head. Hearing Jingai's strange tone, Tsunade was so angry that her teeth were itching. If someone mocks you, you will immediately fight back, right? Cho hopes to use the village's Impure World Reincarnation Technique to fulfill a wish of her eldest grandson. That's it? Jingyi, who was leisurely fishing in the sea, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Why are you looking for me for such a small matter? You can just go to Orochimaru. This guy must know the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. You can't go wrong with him. What? Tsunade's voice rose several degrees. You said Orochimaru learned the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. When did it happen? Why didn't I know about it? Every time you read and copy the Book of Forbidden Techniques, there is a record. It will clearly state what ninjutsu you copied and why you want to read and learn this ninjutsu. Even when Jing and a bunch of little yellow-haired kids were copying the Flying Thunder God technique, Tsunade, who was helping them, wrote down the reasons clearly. As a result, someone told her that Orochimaru had learned this forbidden ninjutsu, and Tsunade immediately became uneasy. I don't know, I haven't asked him, but I believe he has studied it and even researched it in depth. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. The interests of the Sand Village and the village are increasingly intertwined. It will not harm us to deepen the relationship between the two sides. As for whether to help or not, it is up to you. I can only tell you that after the war is over, I will do something big that will affect the entire ninja world. By then, we will need allies who can be of the same mind as us. As for what it is, don't ask. You will know when the time comes. Let's not talk about it now. The fish is hooked. Go find Orochimaru yourself. If he can't handle it, come to me. There is no record in the Forbidden Technique scroll that Orochimaru copied down and learned the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, but Jingai believed that Orochimaru had learned it and even studied it in depth. As for how this forbidden technique was copied, you'll have to ask the third Hokage. Perhaps the third Hokage himself didn't know when his good disciples started learning this ninjutsu. Mikoto, send someone to notify Orochimaru and have him come to the Hokage's office immediately. You are such a good Orochimaru, you are even learning the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. What on earth do you want to do? What a fool this old man is. How can he allow people to read the scroll of forbidden techniques casually without even recording it? It's outrageous. The more she learned, the more dissatisfied Tsunade became with the third Hokage. She always felt that the third Hokage was just messing around. There are a lot of troubles and a mess. Tsunade could only follow behind the back door in frustration and help clean up the mess. It was a terrible feeling. Ever since he had a fight with Jiraiya over Princess Orokai, Orochimaru, who had paid a large sum of compensation, returned to his previous ways and hid in the underground laboratory when there were no missions or important matters. Tsunade is not the third Hokage, so she doesn't need the Hokage guard to run errands for her. Instead, it is Shizuichi's puppet who is responsible. The puppets that were dispatched represented the Hokage's office, as well as Shizuka himself. If anything bad happens, Jingai will be able to intervene immediately. Hokage-sama invites you. The puppet did not enter the underground base, but left decisively after leaving this message to the snake above the base not far from the base. After receiving the message, the little snake drilled into the ground, entered the underground laboratory, and climbed up Orochimaru's ankle. Tsunade is looking for me? After checking the recorded scene through the control, Orochimaru raised his mouth slightly. Jingai's puppet has been upgraded again. Putting down the little snake in his hand, Orochimaru took off his gloves, tidied his clothes, left the underground laboratory, and walked leisurely to the Hokage office building. The moment Orochimaru walked into the Hokage's office, Tsunade slammed the table hard and asked loudly, Orochimaru, when did you start to learn the Impure World Reincarnation Technique and study this forbidden technique? Orochimaru had just closed the door and was still standing by the door when he was stunned by Tsunade's questioning. The technique of Impure World Reincarnation? Has it been discovered? After understanding the reason, Orochimaru smiled faintly. I copied it from the Forbidden Scroll. The old man was very busy at the time, so I copied it myself. By the way, Shimura Danzo once approached me and said he could help me copy it, but I refused. Because of Shizuichi, Danzo Shimura's thunderstorm came too early, so there was no cooperation between Orochimaru and him. Orochimaru chose to ignore Shimura Danzo's attempts to win him over. If you can help me transcribe, I can do it myself, so why should I cooperate with you? Danzo Shimura before his downfall could help Orochimaru a lot, but after his downfall, Orochimaru looked down on him, let alone cooperate with him. Orochimaru would have to have a brain seizure to do such a thing, leaving Shizue behind to work with Danzo Shimura. So you really studied this forbidden technique? Tsunade felt like her brain was about to explode. It is true, Jingai did not lie to himself, Orochimaru was still the lawless Orochimaru. Chapter 476 Tsunade, I can't cure you, but my man can always cure you. He actually secretly copied the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, studied it quietly, and conducted research in secret. Damn it, you, Orochimaru, are so bold. It's all the old man's fault for not taking action. The more Tsunade thought about it, the angrier she became. Tsunade was so angry that she stared at Orochimaru with a look that was almost piercing. Orochimaru didn't care about this, as if Tsunade wasn't staring at him. He took 2 steps forward with a smile and asked, So, Jingai told you this news? Orochimaru couldn't figure out who else except Shizuichi could discover that he had copied the Impure World Reincarnation Technique and was secretly studying and researching it. Jingai told me. The more Tsunade thought about it, the angrier she became. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Grandpa and second grandpa have already made it clear that no one in the village is allowed to learn this ninjutsu. Why do you want to secretly copy it and study it? Because I want to explore the source of life and gain eternal life. Orochimaru raised his hand frankly and explained the reason why he was learning the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Tsunade, you're fucking hopeless. Unfortunately, there's no point getting angry, because Orochimaru has already done it. Is it possible to restrict him from using this forbidden technique? Or force him not to study this forbidden technique? Is it possible? Totally impossible. As a classmate, partner, and comrade in arms who grew up together, Tsunade knows Orochimaru too well. This guy is really brave. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Tsunade opened her eyes and gritted her teeth. Orochimaru, promise me that you will not use this technique lightly. and do not use it against others, or I will kill you at the cost of everything. Maybe I'm not strong enough, but I can do it. If I can't do it, I'll ask someone else. Let my man do it. Tsunade didn't think it was a big deal to ask a man for help. This is a blatant threat. Tsunade herself can't do anything to Orochimaru, but Shizuka can. Okay. Orochimaru agreed to Tsunade's request with a smile. He studied and researched the impure world reincarnation technique without ever thinking of using this technique to target anyone or do anything bad. The fundamental reason why he learned this forbidden technique was that he wanted to pursue eternal life, and Orochimaru never concealed this fact. Orochimaru cooperated obediently, so even if Tsunade was angry, she couldn't vent it. She sat back in her chair angrily, crossing her arms over her chest. Cho of the Sand Village hopes that the village can lend her the impure world reincarnation technique to help her. I contacted Jing'ai, and Jing'ai thought he could help. He mentioned your name, but I want to know, are you sure about the use of this technique? Of course there is a grasp. Orochimaru was very confident about this, but he was also curious about why Cho wanted to use it. No, why would Cho want the village to use this forbidden technique to help her? Does she want to see her son and daughter-in-law? Tsunade heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Orochimaru say that she could use the impure world reincarnation technique smoothly. She rubbed her temple and explained to Orochimaru. The old woman Cho's grandson grew up crooked, just like you, and his heart became dark. Cho hopes that her grandson can recover, so she wants her grandson to meet his dead parents. I see. If it's just a one-time meeting, the impure world reincarnation technique can fully satisfy Cho's request. When do we start? Let me make it clear first. To use this technique, you need a lot of materials and sacrifices. Without these things, the impure world reincarnation technique cannot succeed. There's no rush now. I'll find you when I need you. As for what's needed, Cho will prepare it herself. Asking others to help you use forbidden techniques doesn't make sense, but you also need them to provide sacrifices. Cho prepared these things herself. Konoha was already doing Cho a favor by agreeing to her request. If Shizuka hadn't said that she needed allies who could stand on the same side as her, Tsunade would have even wanted to reject Cho's request. Knowing that it is a forbidden technique, you still make a request. Isn't this making things difficult for others? Besides, as she spoke, Tsunade stood up with her hands on the desk and warned Orochimaru in a stern tone. From now on, Orochimaru, you are not allowed to look through the forbidden scrolls. But you don't have the chance. I gave the forbidden scrolls to Shizuka. I don't think you will be interested in the ninjutsu copied in the new forbidden scrolls. It doesn't matter. Orochimaru smiled and shrugged. He has already learned what he wanted to learn, and as for the rest, he has learned a lot, and it doesn't matter whether he learns the rest or not. If you really need it, just find Jing'ai and find a solution. Just avoid Tsunade when the time comes. Tsunade knows how to follow rules, but Shizue doesn't. As long as certain conditions are met, what does forbidden techniques matter? Orochimaru believed that Shizuichi could fulfill his request. So he was not worried about not having the hope of reading the book of forbidden techniques, and he had no intention of reading that thing in the short term. In that case, how about giving Tsunade a guarantee? Nothing will be lost. The impure world reincarnation technique. It seems Cho is still anxious. After throwing the caught fish into the bucket, Jing'ai put the bait on again and threw the hook into the sea. He gave the third Kazekage a reminder. The third Kazekage will definitely be on guard against Scorpion, but as for how to deal with Scorpion, it depends on Cho. Cho hopes that her eldest grandson can recover, so the most direct and effective way is to let Scorpion meet his dead parents, to end his hopes and thoughts in his heart, and at the same time correct Scorpion's extreme behavior and thoughts. This is the after effect of the sealing technique not working. Scorpion's parents died, and he and his grandmother Cho tried every possible way to see his parents again. Then look at the little yellow-haired boy and Kushina, who both sacrificed themselves on the night of the 9 tails, and were able to leave their chakra and consciousness in the seal, and met Naruto when Naruto was almost going berserk. This is the gap. The Uzumaki clan sealing technique is truly powerful. In comparison, the sealing technique of the Sand Village, it's better not to mention it. Among the 5 major ninja villages, their village is the worst. Even the Uegakure is stronger than them. Not to mention the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, which divided up part of the Uzumaki clan's inheritance. Yitsung, it's time to test you. For lunch, have grilled fish. Don't burn it. This is a test for you, and also a self-examination. Jing'ai gave the fish he caught to Yitsung and decided to have grilled fish for lunch. As for how to eat grilled fish without enough firewood on the boat, that depends on Yitsung's ability. Who said that you can't grill fish if you have a bloodline limit? Since you play with fire, you can definitely do it. As long as your control is strong enough and the use of your bloodline limit is up to standard, you can do it. Chapter 477. They are all experimental subjects. why is there such a big difference? It's a little blurry, but it's an improvement over last time. Keep going, I'm rooting for you. Using bloodline limit to grill fish is a bit far-fetched, but Yi Songjin thinks that such training will help her control over bloodline limit. In the past, she only knew how to make fireballs. No matter how much her strength increased, she still used that trick. Now it's different. Not to mention making a fireball, she can even make a flower. Of course, despite great progress, Jing Ai has also complained and disliked him a lot in recent years. Every time Yi-sung was so angry that his teeth itched, and then he gritted his teeth and trained hard just to be able to slap Jing Ai in the face one day. Unfortunately, she hasn't gotten the chance yet. Grown-ups. Jing Ai had just finished eating the grilled fish and was not in the mood to continue fishing. He was planning to go to the cabin with Yi-sung to do something interesting, but unexpectedly, a caravan leader who had specially stayed on the ship came to him. Sir, in 2 days the caravan will enter the waters of the Land of Water. In this area, there is a possibility that we will collide with ships from the Cloud Ninja Village. Glancing at the caravan manager who was worried about the accident, Jing Ai waved his hand nonchalantly. I know, you don't have to worry, spread my words. Don't worry about whether it's the water country's waters or the lightning country's waters. It doesn't matter if it's a war zone, just go through it directly. What? The caravan manager was completely stunned. Really go straight through? What if we happen to run into people from the Cloud Village and the Mist Village fighting? If the caravan ships pass through, wouldn't they become targets? You don't need to worry about safety. Just do your job and go to the right place to unload the goods, sell the goods, or buy the goods. Leave the rest to me. Patting the caravan leader on the shoulder, Jing Ai was too lazy to explain too much. He yawned and prepared to enter the cabin. Correct. When he entered the cabin and was about to close the door, Jing Ai suddenly turned around and said to the caravan leader who was still standing there in a daze, starting tomorrow, a big snake will appear to escort the caravan. If this snake appears, you all stay calm and don't be scared. It's my summoned beast. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Jing Ai's words quickly spread throughout the caravan. Everyone felt a little uneasy, even though they had seen the third Kazekage meet Shizuka in person and invite Shizuka to visit the Sand Village. The question is, can going to the Sand Village be the same as crossing the war zone? The former is a polite invitation, while the latter is a provocation. If you are not careful, you will become the target of the Mist Village and the Cloud Village. When others are fighting, you swagger past their noses. At this time, anyone with a bit of blood in his veins will attack you first. Worry, but there is no way. Because Jing Ai is the person who protects the caravan, now they can only choose to believe Jing Ai's words and continue sailing. Early the next morning, the sun has just risen. Oh no, there's a huge black shadow in the water. There's a monster under our ship. Several people standing on the deck noticed the dark shadow in the sea and were immediately frightened because the size of the shadow was somewhat excessive. Crash. Accompanied by a sound of water, a huge golden head stood up from the sea, looking curiously at the cargo ship beside it. Gold Fong was not curious about the boat, but the people on the boat who were shouting and screaming and almost peeing their pants in fear attracted its attention. Shut up, be quiet. The leader of the caravan rushed out and shouted loudly to quiet down those who were dancing and screaming in panic. Jing Ai said yesterday that his summoned beast would escort the caravan. The summoned beast was a giant snake. The snake is coming now, why are you screaming? Can't you just be quiet? There was quite a commotion outside and everyone on the boat was so scared that they dared not move. Even the person in charge of the caravan was swallowing nervously. Jing Ai said that he would let the spirit beasts escort the caravan. But no one knows what the personality of this psychic beast is like. What if it likes to eat people? Among all the summoned beasts in the ninja world, snakes are the most difficult to deal with. Grown-ups. Noticing that his master had come out, Jinya lowered his head slightly and greeted him respectfully. Jing walked out of the cabin and gestured to the people in the caravan, indicating that they were not in danger and could continue sailing. The caravan leader shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Go back to your positions and continue sailing. This is Master Jing Ai's spiritual beast, it's here to protect us. What are you afraid of? Look at your ability." The leader of the caravan was cursing, but his legs were shaking as he walked. It was obvious that he was not at peace inside and was frightened by the sudden appearance of Gold Fong. After all, Jinya's size is a bit too big. Looking up at Jinya, whose head was half the size of a cargo ship with only part of it showing, Jing Ai was very curious about what kind of ingredients Orikamaru had added to make Jinya grow so big. Considering his age, this guy is still a child. One of its heads is as big as half a merchant ship. How terrifying will it be if it continues to grow? Noticing that his head was too big and Jing Ai needed to look up to speak, Jinya quickly lowered his head into the water so that Jing Ai could look at him at eye level. Yes, you have grown up again. Oh, and where is Black Fang? When Jing'ai asked about Heiya, Jinya lowered his head and let out a low roar towards the sea. Soon, another black shadow appeared on the sea, and then a giant black python emerged from the sea. Again? The people in the caravan were frightened again, and everyone looked at Jing'ai tacitly. Standing on the deck, Jing'ai leaned against the fence and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, this guy is called Black Fang, and he is my disciple's spiritual beast. He won't hurt you, Master Jing'ai." Black Fang looked at the merchant ships on the sea and shrank his body like Gold Fang, trying to keep his head above the water as much as possible so that he would look less scary. Jing'ai took a closer look. Gold Fang seems to be much larger than Black Fang. Aren't they both experimental subjects? Is the gap between individuals still so big? I'm going to go for a walk, you stay in the boat. After leaving a word, Jing'ai jumped onto Jinya's head, signaling Jinya and Heiya to leave the caravan and go far away. As for Yitsung, he stayed on the boat. The two giant snakes swam quickly towards the distant sea. Realizing that the two giant snakes would not hurt them, the people in the caravan, except for those who were afraid of snakes, hid. The rest of the people stretched their necks and looked at the two giant snakes flying away. Master Jing'ai's summoned beast is so huge, its head is half the size of a cargo ship. The black snake is not small either, but the golden one is bigger. That's for sure. The golden giant snake belongs to Master Jing'ai, and the black one belongs to Master Jing'ai's disciple. The teacher is stronger than the disciple, and the teacher's summoned beast is stronger than the disciple's summoned beast. Is this strange? There seems to be nothing wrong with this. Chapter 478. Send the most ruthless person in the ninja world to protect the caravan. If a teacher is stronger than his disciple, then what's so strange about the teacher's spirit beast being bigger than the disciple's? After Gold Fang and Black Fang were far away from the caravan, Jing'ai signaled them to stop. Stand up and let me take a closer look. After receiving the order, Gold Fang and Black Fang straightened up their originally bent upper bodies, like two thick pillars standing on the sea. I didn't feel much when they were both lying in the sea, but when both snakes raised their upper bodies, I felt that the difference was really big. Compared with Gold Teeth at this moment, Black Teeth was like a sturdy man and a thin young man, and Gold Teeth was one size larger. Just wave your hand to indicate it's okay. Golden Fang, when did the size difference between you and Black Fang begin? They are all experimental subjects created in the laboratory. The size of Gold Fang and Black Fang has always remained similar, and neither of them has suddenly grown larger. The last time Jing'ai took his sister for a stroll in the ninja world, Gold Fang and Black Fang were still about the same size. How come the gold teeth are suddenly bigger than the black teeth? This is a little weird. Could it be that this guy took some rare treasure or panacea? Jinya raised his head in confusion and recalled. It seems that the differences started to appear after I followed Kushina-sama and killed the giant turtle. The two snakes have been living together, occasionally separating for a period of time, and they can determine the time when there is a difference in body size. Big turtle? Jing was stunned for a moment. What a big turtle. Wait, this can't be the turtle island of the Cloud Ninja Village. After Kushina killed the incredibly huge turtle, most of the blood and flesh went to Jinya. In other words, after eating the flesh and blood of the giant turtle, Gold Fang's body size began to grow rapidly, constantly surpassing Black Fang, so that now the size difference between the two snakes is only one size. A very big one. You never take me with you when you do good things. Heiya looked at Jinya with some resentment in his eyes. Ever since hearing from Jinya how it followed Kushina, killed a big turtle, ate a lot of meat, and grew rapidly, Heiya has been extremely envious. Why can't such a good thing happen to me? Cough cough. Heiya's eyes suddenly gave Jing'ai goosebumps. Fortunately, this guy was looking at Jinya, not him. Otherwise, Jing'ai would find it difficult to guarantee that he would not give Heiya a big blow. Jing'ai coughed and reminded the two snakes. I have to keep everything about the big turtle to myself. I can't tell anyone, okay? Konoha and the Cloud Village are allies. As a result, the people of Konoha secretly attacked their allies. When this news got out, everyone was embarrassed. So, don't shoot, just enter the village quietly. There was nothing Black Fang could do even though he was envious and jealous. This opportunity only came once, and it was estimated that there would not be another turtle as huge as this in the ninja world. Who would have thought that the flesh and blood of this giant turtle could have such effects? After eating its flesh and blood, Gold Fang's body grew rapidly, just like he had eaten Gold Carrot, making Black Fang so envious that his eyes turned red. Go back. During this time, the two of you will be responsible for escorting the caravan. Yes, Master Shizuka. Black Fang and Gold Fang agreed obediently. Take Jing'ai back to the caravan ship. Two giant snakes, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched the caravan cargo ship in the middle to protect it and sailed towards the depths of the sea. Deep in the sea, near a group of islands surrounding the Water Kingdom, a fierce battle broke out. Faced with the endless local attacks by the Cloud Ninja Village, Yagura was helpless and could only continuously dispatch the village's ninjas to station on the many islands within the country. Unfortunately, just as several ninja teams from the Mist Village were sent to garrison in this area, they were attacked by ninjas from the Cloud Village. The battle is about to break out. In nearshore combat, both sides simply abandoned their ships and fought on the sea. The sea is the home ground of the Mist Village ninjas, but the Cloud Village ninjas are no pushovers either. With their powerful physical skills and widespread lightning escape techniques, even if the Mist Village ninjas have the advantage of the main battlefield, they are unable to defeat the opponent in the first place. Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, more than a dozen cargo ships appeared on the sea and sailed towards the area where they were fighting. What the hell? At this time, are there any merchant ships that dare to sail in the waters where the Water Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom are fighting? Are these people really not afraid of death in order to make money? Wait, what the hell is that? Suddenly, the people from the two villages stopped fighting tacitly, moved a distance away from each other, and looked in astonishment at the two giant snakes rushing out from the bottom of the sea. Looking at these two giant snakes that could destroy all the merchant ships with a flick of their tails, both sides were shocked. Where the hell did this snake come from? It's grown so big. Are they escorting a caravan? Seeing people fighting, in order not to affect the caravan's voyage, Gold Fong and Black Fong dived into the sea and approached before the caravan's cargo ship arrived. Two giant snakes emerged from the seabed, raised their huge bodies and looked at the two warring parties. Are they going to attack us suddenly? Both sides of the war began to feel anxious. In the ninja world, small creatures are not necessarily weak, but huge ones are usually very strong, and the terrifying chakra in the bodies of the two giant snakes is enough to discourage many people. You only need to feel the chakra of the two giant snakes to know that these two snakes are the type that you cannot afford to mess with. At least ordinary ninjas don't dare to provoke them. Black Fong said nothing. Gold Fong stared at the two groups of people, and a dull voice came out of his mouth. The caravan protected by Master Jing'ai will soon pass this way. Please give way. Depend on. This is our water country's territory, and you're asking us to give in? The ninjas from the Mist Village were unhappy when they heard this. The ninjas of the Cloud Village looked at each other, feeling that this name was somewhat familiar. The leading Jonin tilted his head and asked, "Among our allies, is there a man named Hayagashizwachi?" The teammates didn't understand and nodded subconsciously. Yes, it is said that he is the head of Konoha's Umbu and is very powerful. This is what the Raikage said himself. The leading Jonin blinked and said, "Does that mean our allies are here?" The caravan escorted by Master Jing'ai arrived. "This is a good thing. We are allies." "Ally? Those bastards on the opposite side are the enemy." "Ahem, my lords, we, the Kimagakure and Konoha, are allies and brothers. The group on the other side are the enemies. How about we kill them first?" In the ninja world, the one with the bigger fist is the boss. No matter whether you are a human or not, just call you sir and that's it. The one opposite is the enemy? What do you think? Heiya looked at the people from the Mist Village in confusion. Damn it, this is a lack of martial ethics. The ninjas of the Mist Village were facing a formidable enemy. If Black Fong and Gold Fong didn't look like they were not easy to deal with, they would have wanted to curse. "Is there anyone who makes allies like you?" Jinya thought for a moment, looked at the two groups of people and said, "Master Jing'ai is here to protect the caravan and has no intention of starting a conflict. You all stay here and no one is allowed to leave or move." Konoha and the Cloud Village are allies. Jinya certainly knows that. He also knows that Jing'ai has no good feelings towards the Cloud Village, as well as Kushina. Kushina wishes the Cloud Village and the Mist Village would be destroyed. Since it's difficult to help, just stay here and wait for the caravan to arrive. So both sides could only stand there and wait. The people of the Mist Village dare not act rashly, and the people of the Cloud Village cannot continue to make friends. Besides, if they want to make friends, they have to find the person himself. What's the point of making friends with summoned beasts? So both sides began to wait. Although the caravan ships were not far away, it actually took half an hour for them to arrive at the area. After half an hour, the weaker ninjas on both sides could no longer hold on and fell into the water. Fortunately, there were some broken wooden boards on the sea for them to stand on. There is no need to constantly expend energy and chakra stepping on the sea water. Some people were fighting on the sea, and the place where they were fighting happened to be the route that the caravan needed to pass through. So Black Fong and Gold Fong went up first to investigate the situation. The caravan ship arrived at the scene. Jing'ai jumped from the boat and landed steadily on Jinya's head, looking down at the people from both sides. "Master Jing'ai." Compared to the nervousness of the ninjas from the Mist Village, The ninjas from the Cloud Village looked quite happy and quickly saluted and greeted Jing. Hello. Jing nodded and responded. Master Jing'ai responded to us. The Jonin who led the team from the Cloud Village said excitedly, Master Shizuichi, these are enemies from the Mist Village. Why don't we eliminate them first? Allies are here, why should we be afraid? Kill them directly. Not good. The faces of the ninjas of the Mist Village turned pale. Even though they were a little confused at first, when they recalled the intelligence information about Jing'ai, they knew that Jing'ai was not someone they could afford to mess with. A strong man in the ninja world, the head of Konoha Umbu. The intelligence data showed that his strength was above S level. When they thought of this information, the hearts of the people in the Mist Village sank into the sea. Everyone thought they were finished. As a result, Jing'ai shook her head and rejected the proposal. I'm sorry, although Konoha and your village are allies, and Konoha has sent troops to help your village fight, the caravan I'm escorting will go to the Mist Village to sell goods and purchase goods from the Mist Village. My duty is to protect the caravan's safety, not to kill the Mist Village's ninjas. I am here to protect the caravan, not to help your Cloud Ninja Village fight. Please make this clear. The alliance relationship is one thing, but whether we can help you when carrying out the mission commission is another. If I help you kill the enemy now, can the caravan still go to the Mist Village to sell goods and purchase goods? Certainly not. Moreover, the caravan will first go to the Mist Village and then to the Cloud Village. As the person who is protecting the caravan, Jing'ai can only choose not to help either side. You guys fight your own battles and I won't help. But wait until the caravan I am escorting leaves, and then you can continue fighting. Forehead. When these words were spoken, the ninjas of the Cloud Village were stunned. The ninjas of the Mist Village were delighted and quickly shouted, Master Jing'ai, the Mist Village welcomes merchants from all over the world, and the route to the water country will also be open to you. The ninjas of the Mist Village were happy, but the ninjas of the Cloud Village were depressed. You are clearly an ally, but you cannot offer any help. This is too. I have been entrusted with this task. I have no other choice. You can first inform the village and your Reikage and Mizukage about my intention to escort the caravan. Yes. Jing'ai's original words were so blunt, and both sides no longer had the desire to fight, so they each got on their boat and sped away. They need to send the message back. The Mist Village might be faster, but the Cloud Village would be slower, unless the people of the Cloud Village could use summoning beasts or ninja beasts to help deliver the message. Jing didn't care how the other party sent the message. He just wanted everyone in the Mist Village and the Cloud Village to know that he appeared only to escort the caravan and ensure its safety, not to fight. So, you guys fight your own fights and don't involve me. I won't help either side, provided you don't cause trouble for me. If anyone makes things difficult for me or attacks the caravan I am escorting, I'm sorry, but I will kill you, whether you are an enemy or an ally. So the caravan passed through the battle area in a swagger and sailed towards the Mist Village. The people on the boat who were worried all felt relieved, and the way they looked at Jing'ai changed. I thought something was going to happen. It turns out that Konoha's promise of 100% safety is not just bragging, it is a real guarantee. Even if the Mist Village and the Cloud Village are at war, we must make both sides stop and wait for us to leave first. You can fight after we leave. That's how awesome it is. Everyone in the joint caravan felt it was an eye-opener. So the caravan sailed towards the Mist Village in a grand manner. Yagura of the Mist Village and the third Reikage of the Cloud Village also received the news first. Yagura was very surprised. There were wars everywhere in the ninja world, but Jing'ai actually came out to escort a caravan. Are you in Konoha so desperate that you would send such a ruthless person to escort a caravan? Isn't it a bit of an overkill? Although he was full of doubts, Yagura still gave orders, requiring the people of the Mist Village not to intercept or attack, and to turn on the lights for the caravan to pass freely, even if they passed through the war zone. Just don't let the people from the Mist Village take any action. As for the Cloud Shinobi Village, Yagura was eager for them to take action. Since Jing'ai did not take the opportunity to attack the people in their village, Yagura was willing to give Jing'ai this face. Green lights are on all the way, just go ahead. We in the Mist Village promise that no one will make things difficult for this caravan. Compared to Yagura, the third Reikage's reaction was bigger. Bump. He was speechless, slammed the table hard, and cursed with gritted teeth. What is Konoha doing? They let Hinata Shizuka escort the caravan. Is there no one left in their village? Instead of throwing people out to escort the caravan, why don't you lend them to our Cloud Ninja Village? We can give money. Try the extra long chapter, my dears, I love you. Chapter 479, one price, no bargaining. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Jing'ai will not easily intervene in the war in the Cloud Village, even if he is paid. With such an unbalanced mentality, the third Reikage could only complain. Because he himself knew that Jing'ai would not easily join the war. Besides, what's wrong with sending caravans to each other? Even if it is a waste of talent, it is our Konoha's own business and has nothing to do with the Cloud Village. Like Yagura, the third Raikage also ordered the people of the village to avoid the caravan escorted by Jingai and turn on the green light all the way. Even if the caravan escorted by Jingai bypasses the water country and enters the mist village, it doesn't matter. The third Raikage will not offend Jingai because of this. Even if we can't pull Jingai to the battlefield, at least we can't push him to the enemy side. Then the caravan escorted by Jingai sailed openly in the waters of the water country without encountering any obstructions or inspections, and arrived at the mist village smoothly. Just came in like that? The people in the caravan felt like they were dreaming. You should know that even in peacetime, if you want to enter the mist village, you will be subject to multiple inspections. The xenophobia in the mist village is not a joke. These people can turn your goods upside down. But today, they came in unhindered, without any questioning or inspection. Arrived at the mist village smoothly. Haven't seen you for a long time. Long time no see indeed. Jingai didn't expect that Yagura would be so eager to see him. Yagura arrived just as he settled down in the inn. After observing the surroundings, Jingai found that the Mizukage guards brought by Yagura were waiting far away. It seems that the security in the mist village has improved a lot. The last time I came to the mist village, the entire mist village was still in a mess. Even Yagura would be attacked when he went out. At this time, Yagura came to the inn and entered the inn alone to see Jingai, and all the guards were left outside. Listening to Jingai teasing him about the last time he was teased on the road, Yagura and the third Kazekage had a blank expression on their faces, as if they didn't hear Jingai's teasing. Well, another boring person. Onoki and the third Raikage are more interesting. The third Kazekage always has a poker face, and now even Yagura shows signs of becoming a poker face. So, what does the Mizukage want from me? Like to show poker face? Okay, let's just do business as usual. Also, if you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say, fart quickly. I need to take a rest. Seeing Jing immediately become businesslike and a little impatient, Yagura's mouth twitched slightly. Just as Shizuka was waiting for him to continue, Yagura raised his hand and rubbed his face hard, saying in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, because of my height and face, even if I become the fourth Mizukage of the village, there are still many people in the village who are dissatisfied with me. A serious and old-fashioned face can save me a lot of trouble. It's not that I, Yagura, don't give you, Hinata Shizuka, some face. It's just that I'm used to it and it took me a while to get used to it." At this moment, Yagura was just like the young clan leader Hyaga Hayashi. In order to make themselves look dignified and give people the impression that they were reliable, both of them could only restrain their temperament and emotions and tried to maintain an expressionless face. The result is that you have been pretending for too long, and your original personality has been affected. Jingai looked at Yagura with a bit of surprise. After being silent for a long time, he silently gave a thumbs up. "You are awesome. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Seeing how hard you're working, it's better for us to be direct. Otherwise, it will be painful for you and me too." How to say? Yagura hesitated for a moment, but finally swallowed the words of explanation. He said, "You should have guessed why I came to see you. The Mist Village needs information about the perfect Jinchuriki, and so do I. Give me money." Shizuichi also raised his hand decisively, thinking that you Yagura had lost interest, but you still got in on your own. "In that case, just pay the money. The information cannot be given to you for free. If you want it, pay for it. It should be a consensual transaction and everyone should be more efficient." As for why Yagura failed to obtain information about the perfect Jinchuriki from Onaki, Shizuichi was too lazy to guess. Although everyone promised not to share the intelligence with others privately when purchasing it, can such promises be trusted? Untrustworthy. Maybe Onaki was angry, so he was unwilling to share information with Yagura. Keeping promises was bullshit. Jingai would rather believe that the sun rises from the west. When it comes to interests, especially the interests between villages, the so-called promises are simply unreliable. But Onoki is a good man. He did not share the information about the perfect Jinchuriki with Yagura, which would also allow Konoha to make more money. Jingai gave Onoki a thumbs up in his heart. "Onoki, you are a good person, well done. It is good." Yagura didn't hesitate. Since the village needed information about the perfect Jinchuriki, he would buy it as long as the price was not outrageous. As for whether the village's finances were in difficulty or not, Yagura didn't care. It's not Yagura's fault alone that the village's finances are in this state. As the Mizukage, all he has to do is to do things for the good of the village. Jingai quoted a unified price for the information on the perfect Jinchuriki, and did not take the opportunity to cut into the mist village, even though Konoha was short of money. Just sell it at normal price. The finances of the Mist Village were indeed not well off at the moment, but fortunately they could still come up with the money to purchase intelligence. Don't think the price is expensive. This is the same price as the Kumagakure. Okay. Yagura had no objection to this. He also didn't think that Jing'ai would deceive him about such a thing because it was not worth it. This kind of purchase of intelligence would be discovered sooner or later. Once Jing'ai lied, he would be the one who would be embarrassed. It's not worth ruining your reputation for a little money. Tisk, it's true that they come and go in a hurry. After paying the money, Yagura left decisively without even saying a word of courtesy. I don't know whether he doesn't want to have too much contact with Jing'ai, or he wants to go back immediately to check the information of the perfect Jinchuriki. I think Yagura is a bit weird. After Yagura left, Yitsung walked into the room, took away the water cup that Yagura had not touched, and talked about his impression of Yagura. That's right, it's strange. There are very few normal people in the entire Mist Village, whether in character or appearance. Jing'ai sighed. He was not making this up. In the entire ninja world, only the people from the water country had strange appearances, not to mention their personalities. There were a lot of crazy people in this village. Is that so? Yitsung couldn't explain it, so he simply stopped discussing the topic. Anyway, they were just protecting the caravan passing through the water country. Whether Yagura is good or bad has nothing to do with them. Because a family member is sick and needs care, the updates are more casual. Now Qianqian just squeezes out some time to slowly type on her phone. I hope my dears can understand. Although I didn't update yesterday, I still love you. Chapter 480. Whoever dares to touch my puppet, I will scatter his ashes. Except for Yagura, no one from the Kurogakure came to disturb Jing'ai, and the caravan stayed in the Kurogakure for a few days. Jing'ai and Yekang stayed in these days and had no intention of strolling around the Mist Village. In fact, there is nothing to stroll around. The business environment in the Mist Village during this period is even worse than that in the Sand Village. Xenophobia is not a good thing. Excessive exclusion will only severely suppress the commercial development of the village. If business is suppressed, the economy cannot grow rapidly. But this is the Mist Village's own business, and Jing'ai doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. Since there is nothing interesting to see in the Mist Village, just take a good rest. After leaving the Mist Village, the caravan will head to the Cloud Village, and you can have fun once you get there. After the caravan finished its business in the Mist Village, it set out again and headed for the Cloud Village. No one dared to stop them, and no one dared to attack the caravan's ships, so the caravan's ships sailed unimpeded on the sea and arrived at the Cloud Ninja Village safely and quickly. The war brought a lot of trouble to the Cloud Ninja Village, and the business atmosphere of the Cloud Ninja Village became much cooler. The most obvious thing was that there were fewer merchants and tourists coming and going. The Cloud Ninja Village would definitely lose a lot of money after a war, but fortunately they have a strong financial foundation and can withstand such losses. The third wreckage was not in the village, so the Cloud Ninja Village gave the caravan the green light, but it was a special period and Jing'ai needed to protect the caravan, so they did not send anyone to receive them. The caravan stayed in the Cloud Village for quite a long time. Jing'ai took Yitsung to have some fun in the Cloud Village for a while. Only when the caravan set out on the road back to Konoha again and Jing'ai sent the caravan safely to the village did his commission come to an end. The joint caravan safely passed through the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Water, and the Kingdom of Lightning without any obstruction along the way, so those who attacked the caravan suffered a bad end. Konoha completed the high demand, high reward commission with 100% safety. As the commission came to an end, the news quickly spread in the caravan circle. After returning to the village, Jing'ai went to the Hokage's office as soon as possible. After completing the final delivery of the commission, Tsunade sent the caravan away and raised an eyebrow at Jing'ai who was sitting on the sofa. This commission is very interesting, isn't it? It's not interesting at all, it's so boring. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring Yitsung with him. Such a commission is not difficult for Jing'ai, but it is too time-consuming. What do you want to do? Jing'ai felt something was wrong. It seemed that Tsunade was hiding something, so he had to be vigilant. Jing'ai stared at her warily, and Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. I don't want to do anything, but after you escorted the caravan to the Cloud Ninja Village safely, many caravans wanted to post commissions in the village, and they were high-value commissions. Although the reward for such a commission is very high and will squeeze the profits of the caravan, the smaller the profits, at least it is safer. Everyone was holding a wait-and-see and skeptical attitude before, but now the results are out, aren't they? So what if the reward is high? Others deserve it. There are wars everywhere in the ninja world. They won't stop doing business just because the profit is small. So many caravans came to Konoha and chose to post commissions in Konoha, asking Jing'ai to escort them. They had no problem with high rewards, but they wanted Jing'ai to do it personally. All the caravans that issued the commissions made such a request, which made Tsunade a little hesitant, and she didn't know whether to accept or reject these commissions. Refuse it, that's not good. In addition, the village is short of money, and such a high-paying commission can bring great benefits to the village. Money is one thing, but it can also attract more people to Konoha to post tasks and commissions, which is a good thing that can make long-term profits. Fuck, are you trying to trick me? Tsunade didn't need to explain it clearly, Shizuochi already knew what was going on. Are you planning to treat me like a donkey? Damn it, you can't even use the production team's donkey like this. Wait, why would I treat myself like a donkey? It's totally unnecessary. Just when Tsunade was still looking nervous, worried about being rejected, Jing'ai suddenly stood up and strode towards her. No, I'm going to suffer. Seeing Jing'ai walking towards her without saying a word, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. She thought Jing'ai was going to deal with her. If it were someone else, they would just obey, not to mention discussing things. But it was different for Shizuochi. Tsunade was sure that once Shizuochi was unhappy, she would be the next person to be unhappy. Others don't dare to attack the Hokage, but he does. After all, he is the man standing behind the Hokage. If he attacks the Hokage, it will be a family dispute. Wait. Tsunade raised her hands to block in front of her and said anxiously, I can still discuss this matter. I don't mean to force you to accept the commission, although these commissions. Bump. Tsunade was interrupted by Shizue before she could finish her words. Shizue slammed the desk hard. Stop talking nonsense. Take all similar commissions for me. Don't miss any of them. Commissions like this that can make a lot of money and drive the development of the village's missions must not be rejected. Huh? Tsunade was confused. Did I hear it wrong, or did you say it wrong? Do you accept both? As the fourth Hokage of the village, Tsunade would definitely like to have more commissions like this and for the village to take on all of them, but the question is whether she can handle them all. Why are you standing there? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Tsunade wanted to touch Shizuka's forehead to see if he was confused by anger and started talking nonsense. Go away, what are you doing? Jing'ai slapped away the hand that was approaching his forehead with disgust on his face. I didn't say anything stupid. The village should take on these tasks and commissions. But, are you busy enough? There will be no problem if all the commission tasks are accepted. The problem is that once accepted, one must carry out the tasks. However, there is only one Hinata Shizuka, and even dividing him into 8 parts is not enough. What are you busy with? Why should I be busy? Jing'ai raised his hand with amusement and messed up Tsunade's golden hair. Although I am a little unhappy that you cheated me, but you are right to think about it. The village needs these commissions and high-paying tasks. So let's go ahead and send a Jonin to follow and coordinate. Then I will use puppets to protect the caravan. This will also ensure the safety of the caravan. Although Jing'ai did not go out personally, he sent out his puppets. With the protection of the puppets, the safety of the caravan would definitely be no problem. It is recommended that general enemies and petty thieves be dealt with by puppets and coordinated Jonin. If the coordinated Jonin can't handle them, Jing'ai can still possess the puppet and communicate with the opponent. Besides, who in the entire ninja world dares to ignore his puppet? If you dare to touch my puppet, I will scatter my ashes. If you are not afraid of death, come and give it a try. So, all these commissioned villages can accept it and carry it out together. Happiness came a little suddenly, and Tsunade didn't react for a while, and she still looked dazed. Chapter 481. Who else can do it except Konoha? You are so damn smart. Suddenly, Tsunade shouted loudly, jumped up excitedly and patted Shizuka on the shoulder hard. Snapped. I'm just a little excited, nothing else. She hadn't controlled her emotions just now, so she used too much force. Jing staggered and looked at Tsunade in surprise with wide eyes. Are you planning to murder your husband? Damn, luckily I'm strong enough. If it were someone else, I'm afraid my scapula would have been broken. You are the smart one, don't pick up my words. Being very smart doesn't deserve any good words. I will not do it again. Tsunade smiled wryly, and while speaking she carefully observed to see if Shizuka had any intention of revenge. Fortunately, Jing'ai had no intention of taking the photo back, which made Tsunade feel relieved. Anyway, the commission has been decided. The village will send a team led by a Jonin. This ninja team will be mainly responsible for communicating with the caravan, and the protection of the caravan will be left to the puppets. It is good. Tsunade thought that Shizuochi's arrangement was very reasonable. Shizuochi would not go out personally, but his puppet could represent him. There are many things that are not convenient for puppets to communicate, and Jing'ai cannot keep an eye on them all the time, so a ninja team is needed to cooperate. So, the two of them hit it off immediately, and Tsunade decisively took on all the missions, fearing that they would be snatched away by others if she was slow. After accepting the commission, Tsunade personally received the members of the caravan and told them the real situation. Jing'ai had just returned from outside and it was impossible for him to follow the caravan around, so Konoha would send a small team to follow to facilitate communication between the two sides. As for the important task of protecting the caravan, it was given to Jing'ai's puppet. Master Shizuichi won't come? Is that possible? Hokage, our requirement is to ensure the absolute safety of goods and people. If Master Shizuichi doesn't come, what if someone attacks? Yeah, with just one ninja team, will that work? Can puppets be trusted? When the people in the caravan heard this, they immediately started talking about it with dissatisfaction. They issue high-paying commissions because they seek absolute safety. What if Jing'ai didn't take action and they were attacked on the road? Everyone. Tsunade raised her voice and said with certainty, I know everyone's worries. You are all worried that Jing'ai will be in danger if he doesn't follow. The village can guarantee this. Even if Jing'ai doesn't follow the caravan, your safety is guaranteed. Don't forget, Jing'ai's puppets will follow the caravan and protect you. Jing'ai's puppets can represent him personally. There are very few people in the ninja world who dare to attack these puppets. Even if there is no need to worry. If someone dares to attack the caravan, we will be able to receive the news and provide support immediately. In addition, these escorting puppets are very powerful. To be frank, a group of puppets protecting the caravan can easily destroy a ninja village. There are enough puppets, and they are powerful enough. Attacking the caravan is a thankless task, and we will also face the revenge of Konoha and Shizuka. Other villages that are also one of the 5 major ninja villages are unwilling to bear such revenge. Are you still worried about the safety of the caravan? So fierce? For the people in the caravan, how powerful Jing'ai's puppet is a mystery. Not to mention them, even their own people would be confused. How many puppets Jing'ai has and how many times they have been updated and replaced are all absolutely confidential information. Even Tsunade, the Hokage, is not clear about it. When Tsunade said that the puppets sent by Shizuka to protect them could easily destroy a small village, those who had just been skeptical were frightened. How can a puppet be so awesome? He must be bragging. No, this kind of thing cannot be bragging. After all, it was Tsunade, the 4th Hokage, who said it herself, so it is highly credible. Everyone, if your caravan is attacked during the escort and suffers losses, Konoha will double the compensation for the losses. Now you have nothing to say. Everyone looked at each other. They really had nothing to say because Tsunade had said everything there was to say. If that's the case, why worry? If you really don't believe it, then cancel the commission. Konoha will not charge you any commission this time. I think that's enough of a face-saving measure for you. If you are still worried after all this, then you might as well not accept the commission. The village needs money and needs to expand its influence, but that doesn't mean it needs to kowtow to others. Either we both agree, or let it go. If Konoha doesn't have this income, it won't have much impact, but do you dare to run around without Konoha's escort? In short, Konoha is not in a panic. The ones who are panicking are the ones who issued the commissions. They are the ones who cannot afford to waste time. I've said everything that needs to be said and given all the guarantees, yet you're still not happy. Then please look somewhere else to see who dares to take such a commission. Other villages may dare to accept the same commission, but can they guarantee safety after accepting the commission? If it cannot be guaranteed, is there any need to issue this commission? Some people withdrew, while others chose to believe in Konoha and continued to issue commissions, and thus a spectacular scene of many caravans setting out from Konoha appeared. As soon as the caravan set off, an announcement was issued in the Hokage office building. The content of the announcement clearly stated the caravan's commission, and even recorded the team that entered the caravan to be responsible for communication and coordination, including the matter of puppets protecting the caravan. As for how many puppets will be sent out, that is still unknown. Konoha spread the news openly without worrying that someone would target the caravan or plot against it. If you are not afraid of death, just come and try it. The sudden announcement from Konoha left people from all the villages in the ninja world speechless. It's okay for a small village. After all, they are not on the same level as Konoha and cannot threaten Konoha. Even if Konoha does something strange, it has nothing to do with them. But the other ninja villages were speechless. For example, Konoha's neighbor Sand Village. When the 3rd Kazekage heard the news, he almost became depressed. He really wanted to say, actually we in the Sand Village are also good, why don't you come and post the commission, why don't you come to the Sand Village? In comparison, the only thing that Sand Village excels over Konoha seems to be mining. When it comes to mining, Konoha is indeed no match for the Sand Village. The third Kazekage and his apprentice can defeat a large number of professional miners. Unfortunately, being good at mining does not mean that others are willing to place commissions in the Sand Village. It is somewhat difficult to eat something hot in the Sand Village. Chapter 482. A super pervert came to Konoha. As for the Uegakure and the Kumagakure, there is no hope because they are busy fighting. It is even more impossible for the Mist Village, as the vast ocean directly blocks 99% of the people. This is still in peacetime. In wartime, no one would be willing to go to the Mist Village and travel a long way to issue a commission. Such a thing is basically impossible to happen. This made it a good deal for Konoha, as it received a large number of high-paying commissions, making Konoha rich. Every time Tsunade looked at the commission she received, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and the smile on her face increased a lot. In the Uchiha clan's territory, a sneaky fellow emerged from underground. His white head spun 360 degrees as if he had no spine, carefully observing his surroundings. After making sure that no one had discovered him, Baizetsu prepared to move to another place and continue looking for a suitable target. Uchiha Madara's conditions were too harsh. For his infinite Tsukuyomi plan, White Zetsu could only work hard to find a suitable candidate. White Zetsu, who had escaped underground, continued to wander around the Uchiha clan's territory. When White Zetsu left, a stone at the edge of the open space moved. Interesting. After receiving the news, Jingai naturally knew that Uchiha Madara could not help it. The old guy had been asking White Zetsu to look for a suitable target in the village. If Jingai hadn't placed so many puppets, they would not have been able to detect that Baizetsu had sneaked into the village. After all, White Zetsu's hiding ability is really strong. He can blend his body into the ground or into plants. How many people notice that something is wrong with the plants around them? It's fine to fuse with plants, but burrowing into the ground and becoming one with the earth is absolutely beyond imagination. Should we capture this White Zetsu? Jingai was thinking about this question. Uchiha Madara didn't create many White Zetsu at first, only a few. Although small in number, the strength of these White Zetsu is much stronger than those that came in large quantities later. This also means that the first generation White Zetsu has great research value. Orochimaru must love this thing. However, would capturing White Zetsu attract the attention of Uchiha Madara? After some consideration, Jingai decided not to take action and just place more puppets in the Uchiha clan's territory to keep watch. White Zetsu's lurking ability is first-rate, and his puppets are not bad either. Since Uchiha Madara wants to find a suitable chess piece, it means that White Zetsu will always be wandering around the Uchiha clan's territory, and there will be many opportunities to capture him. There's no need to alert the enemy at this time. It won't be too late to take action after the war between the Cloud Village, the Rock Village, and the Mist Village is over. At that time, we will directly dig out the past of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu and see how Uchiha Madara will continue to play and how he can still trust Black Zetsu. Baiju had no idea that he was almost captured. He had been wandering around Konoha for a long time, either looking for chess pieces for Uchiha Madara or observing other people pooping. As Jingai deployed more and more puppets, Baizetsu's route of movement was basically under control. What made Jingai speechless was that this thing actually went to the toilet every day to peek at others going to the toilet. Bai is not doing it for sex, but to observe other people's reactions and steps when they poop. This thing is really fucking clever. Even though he knew that Baizetsu did this just to experience the feeling of poop, Jingai was still disgusted. Imagine that when you are taking a dump, there is a pervert with strong hiding ability, secretly hiding and peeking at you when you are using the toilet. I'm afraid most people can't accept such peeping. The Uchiha clan knew nothing about this. I wonder if the Uchiha people will become suspicious when going to the toilet after the White Zetsu incident is exposed. After 3 seconds of silence for the Uchiha, Shizuichi made some emergency arrangements. That afternoon, Tsunade got off work early and brought Uchiha Mikoto back home. As soon as I opened the door, I smelled the aroma of food and Kushina's happy laughter. Tsunade put on her slippers and walked into the living room. Looking at Yitsung sitting on the sofa, she nodded at her as a greeting. After Yitsung responded to her, Tsunade looked into the room and saw Kushina and Hinata Mui playing in the room. Is this considered a gathering? Tsunade walked into the kitchen, raised her hand and patted Jingai on the back, and asked in a low voice, "Why did you call all of us here?" Jing, who was cooking, said without turning her head, "You'll know in a moment, let's start eating right away." Ro. Since Jingai said this, Tsunade didn't ask any further questions and turned to leave the kitchen. We're back. After the last dish was served, Noeki and Namikaze Minato arrived. As soon as Noeki entered the room, he started shouting loudly, but after being glared at by Tsunade, he immediately behaved himself and followed Minato Namikaze to the bathroom to wash his hands. Then he sat obediently at the dining table, not daring to shout anymore. It's time to eat. I'll talk to you guys after dinner. Picking up the chopsticks, Jing'ai announced that the meal was ready. Tasty. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingshu couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Others also picked up their chopsticks and started to eat. After eating and drinking, everyone sat contentedly on the sofa to rest and digest the food. Tsunade acted like a big sister, holding a toothpick in her mouth. Jing'ai, can you speak now? Everyone looked at him curiously. Jing'ai took out some papers and placed them on the coffee table, marked the locations of the toilets on the map. Go to these places when you need to go to the toilet next time. What the hell? Everyone's face was full of question marks. The important thing is to choose the toilet marked by Jing'ai. Tsunade glanced at the marked toilet, and with a frown on his face, he couldn't help but pat the coffee table. Hinata Shizuka, don't go too far. You have to arrange even going to the toilet? The other people also looked at Jing'ai strangely. Yitsung wanted to say something but stopped himself, and Hinata Miwi's fair little face began to turn red. Kushina was speechless. Noeki and Namikaze Minato looked at each other and were shocked by Jing'ai's arrangements. It would be fine to arrange other things, but even arranging for going to the toilet, wasn't this a bit too much? Jing'ai, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea before explaining. Recently, a pervert with strong latent ability came to the village. This pervert likes to wander around the Uchiha clan, and his footprints can also be found in the village. In addition, this pervert likes to hide underneath and peek at other people using the toilet, especially when they are taking a big dump. I'm just afraid that you will fall into my trap, not that I'll become a pervert. Although Baiju cannot be considered a human, it is still uncomfortable to be stared at by such a thing. It's okay for others, but we must remind our own people. What? Tsunade and Kushina exclaimed. Yitsung's eyes widened, and Hinata Miwi and Uchiha Mikoto also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 483. Uchiha has a forbidden technique called a Zanaga. Bump. With a loud bang, the coffee table in the living room almost turned into a pile of broken wood. Tsunade, with veins bulging on her forehead, shouted angrily. There is such a pervert in the village, why don't you just arrest him? Tsunade couldn't figure out what Jing'ai was thinking. When encountering such a perverted guy, did she need to be on guard against him? Just catch him and kill him. Tsunade thought of a pervert who would take advantage of others going to the toilet or peeping when they were pooping. When she thought of that scene, she felt sick and got goosebumps all over her body. It's so fucking disgusting. Who is this person? How could he be so boring that he has such a weird hobby? He is truly a pervert. Yeah, why not arrest him? Others also felt strange. With Jing'ai's personality, he should not allow such a pervert to run rampant in the village. Since Jing'ai has discovered it, he will definitely take action to deal with it. Why does he choose to ignore it? Okay, don't be angry, this guy can't be caught yet. Jing'ai shook her finger at the furious Tsunade. First of all, his ability to hide is too strong. Ordinary people can't find him at all, and his escape speed is also first-rate. It can be said that there are few people in the entire ninja world who are better than him. Secondly, there are not just one such pervert, but a group of them, and there is a terrifying existence behind them. What the hell? There isn't just one pervert like this, but a whole group of them. Wardfa. Tsunade looked as if she had heard it wrong. Others were also shocked. Wait, can you make what you want to say public? Realizing that there must be some confidential information that cannot be disclosed to the outside world, Tsunade quickly interrupted Jing'ai and reminded him that he could say the next words in front of everyone. If you can, then continue. If not, it is better to let the children rest first. Kushina, Noeki, please go back to your rooms. The following conversation is not suitable for you to listen to. Remember the places I marked and go to these areas to use the toilet next time. It is good. Kushina was extremely curious, but she nodded obediently and agreed, then took Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miwi away. Noeki was more curious than Kushina. Compared to the worries of Kushina and the others, he didn't care much and said, "It's okay for girls, but this pervert wouldn't even peek at boys, would he? This kid still has no brains." Yitsung looked at Xingshu speechlessly, then stood up and walked to the second floor. Tsunade raised her hand in annoyance and hit her brother on the head. "Idiot, I gave you some advice, so just listen to it." Hiss, it hurts so much. After getting punched, Rope Tree squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. A big bump appeared on his head at a speed visible to the naked eye, which showed how ruthless Tsunade was. Fortunately, I didn't say anything. Minato Namikaze smiled awkwardly and subconsciously moved away from the rope tree to avoid being affected. "Will you die if you don't talk too much?" Jing'ai was speechless and kicked him lightly with his foot. "Anyway, I have warned you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. This pervert lurking in the village peeks at people using the toilet, regardless of gender. If you are not afraid, just ignore my words. Rope tree. I'm definitely not afraid, but it's disgusting. When he thought about a pervert hiding in the dark and watching him while he was going to the toilet, Shingshu shuddered and quickly stood up and ran away holding his head. The little yellow-haired boy politely saluted Jing'ai and Tsunade before chasing after them. He will definitely listen to what the teacher says. After all the strangers left, Tsunade sat back on the sofa with a headache. Tell me, what is the origin of this pervert? Also, why don't you arrest him? Who is backing him? First of all, this pervert is not a human being. Secondly, who is the man your grandfather cares about the most? Shizuka threw two questions to Tsunade. Tsunade couldn't help but be stunned. This pervert is not a human. Damn it, you are not a human being. You come here to peek at people using the toilet. Are you sick? Who is the man that grandpa cares about most? What a weird question. Tsunade frowned and began to recall. In fact, she was not quite sure who the man her grandfather Senju Hashirama valued the most was. Second grandfather? No. If it was the second grandfather, Jing'ai would definitely have mentioned him by name, or called him the second generation if he was more polite, so it should not be the second grandfather. Then the problem is coming. If it's not Tobirama Senju, who is the man that Hashirama Senju cares about the most? When a person values another person, this person may not necessarily be related to you by blood. He may be your friend, or relative, or even a master and apprentice, or a comrade in arms. Oh, and may also be an enemy. Tsunade began to investigate. Uchiha Madara? Although Hashirama Senju died early and Tsunade was still young at that time, Tsunade clearly remembers that every time she was with her grandfather Hashirama Senju would always tell her some stories about the Warring States period. And in the story, a name appears frequently. Uchiha Madara. Clever. Jing'ai didn't expect that Tsunade would find the answer by guessing it herself. Are you kidding me? Hinata Shizuichi. Uchiha Madara has been dead for many years. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara was killed, and the seriously injured Senju Hashirama's health deteriorated day by day. He could not hold on for long and died as well. This is a known fact. Raising his hand to Tsunade's eyes and wagging his finger, Shizue explained, there are always exceptions. The Uchiha have a forbidden jutsu called Izanagi. Could it be that old guy Uchiha Madara is not dead yet? Izanagi is a forbidden technique of Uchiha. Tsunade has never understood this forbidden technique, but at least she knows the principle of this forbidden technique. If Uchiha Madara activated Izanagi at the last moment in the Battle of the Valley of the End, then he would indeed be able to escape by faking his death. It's so chaotic. My mind is starting to get confused. Rubbing her aching temple, Tsunade felt like her head was about to explode. Don't make me guess, just tell me the result. Tsunade felt that if she continued to guess, she would definitely get a migraine. The result is that Uchiha Madara is not dead, and is plotting a terrible conspiracy against the ninja world and the shadows. Shizuka told Tsunade the result. Tsunade, it's even more of a headache. Okay. Tsunade chose to believe Jing'ai, but Uchiha Madara was still alive and was still planning a conspiracy against the ninja world, which was suspicious in itself. Hurry up and tell me everything you know. Tsunade was too lazy to spend time and energy guessing or making assumptions, so it was simpler and easier to just let Shizuka tell the story. Here. Jing'ai took out a scroll that was quite old. What is this? Tsunade picked up the scroll in confusion. Chapter 484, Lie to the End. Jing'ai said, I found it from the pile of scrolls you gave me. It records some of the past events of your grandfather, the first generation. Tsunade opened it and saw that it was indeed some past events recorded by Hashirama Senju. Similar to the story told by Hashirama Senju, the words Uchiha Madara appeared very many times. The power of the Senju and Uchiha? The more Tsunade read, the more confused she became. The records in the scroll were not detailed and were intermittent. The part recorded by Tobirama Senju was slightly better, but she could not see any valuable information. After staring at the scroll for a while, Tsunade decisively chose to give up. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. You can handle it yourself. Okay, stop talking. I have a headache. Just tell me what you want to do. Very Tsunade indeed. Whenever she was undecided about something, she would just give up and leave all the troubles to Jing'ai to deal with. She was too lazy to waste her brain cells. After the war is over, expose the Uchiha conspiracy and eliminate this scourge. Jing'ai stated her purpose. Many things are hard to explain just by talking. Only after exposing the conspiracy can we gain recognition from other countries and villages. Why not expose it now? Tsunade was puzzled. Jing'ai had no intention of hiding anything and said frankly, because the strength of the Rock Village and the Cloud Village is at its peak, if we don't wait for them to finish the war and directly expose Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, it will be difficult to get them to unite with us, and it may even cause greater trouble. The attraction of the Rinnegan is fatal. Once the news of the Immortal's Eye spreads, the reaction of each village will probably be to snatch the eye first, rather than any joint attack. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara is not dead, and he is planning a conspiracy against the ninja world. Logically, all the villages in the ninja world should unite. How could it lead to even bigger trouble? Tsunade didn't quite understand what this meant. Jingai pointed to his eyes with a serious expression, because somewhere, there is a pair of powerful eyes comparable to the Samsara eye. You are definitely familiar with the name of this pair of eyes. It is the legendary Immortal's Eye, the first of the 3 major pupil techniques. Damn it. Tsunade jumped up from the sofa again. The matter of Uchiha Madara has not been settled yet, and a pair of Sage's Eyes has been brought up again. The Sage's Eyes, the eyes of the legendary Six-Path Sage, need no extra introduction. This sentence alone is enough to drive people crazy. Jingi started to explain. In the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, there is a stone tablet. It was after reading the contents of this stone tablet that Uchiha Madara betrayed the village and robbed the power of the Senju clan. To be more precise, he was robbing the power of your grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Combining the power of Senju and Uchiha, we can gain the power of the universe. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara did not die. He also obtained the power he wanted, the power of all things. The so-called power of all things refers to the legendary Eye of the Immortal, the Samsara Eye, a terrifying pupil technique on par with the Rinnegan, which has powerful and incredible abilities and terrifying power. Please let me slow down. Tsunade stroked her forehead with her left hand and waved her right hand at Shizuka continuously. She needed to sort out her thoughts because her mind was a little confused. Shizue sat aside, waiting for Tsunade to slowly digest the news. About 10 minutes later, Tsunade asked, "You mean, the Uchiha Sharingan combined with the power of the Senju can give birth to the Sage's Eye? Also, how do you know what is written on the Uchiha Shrine stone tablet? Keep lying to the end." Anyway, since Jingai said it, she could see it herself, and others couldn't help but believe it. It's very simple. The more powerful the pupil technique is, the more content can be seen. This stone tablet should be left by the Six-Path Sage. As for the fact that the power of Senju and Uchiha combine to give birth to the Samsara Eye, the conclusion is also very simple. Senju and Uchiha are the bloodline of the Six-Path Sage left in the ninja world. When the power of the two is combined, the legendary Sage's Eye can be born. To put it simply, it is the endpoint of the Sharingan's evolution. It is actually the Samsara Eye, but it is very difficult to reach this step. Understood. Jingai's words were very straightforward, so Tsunade didn't need to worry about all kinds of speculations. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. So you know where the Rinnegan is, right? Yes, I am not the only one who knows about this. In fact, Jiraiya knew it earlier than me. It is because of these eyes that I concluded that Uchiha Madara is not dead. Damn it. I thought Konoha was a mess, which was already enough of a headache, but I didn't expect there would be something even more terrifying. Tsunade waited for a while, and when she saw that Jingai had stopped talking and had no intention of continuing, she waved her hand and said, "I understand. During this time, I will take care of the village's affairs. As for Uchiha Madara's trouble, I'll leave it to you. Please inform me in advance when you reveal the conspiracy. Since I'm so confused, I'd rather not think about it anymore and just leave it to Jingai. Tsunade just needs to take care of Konoha. Try to make Konoha recover as soon as possible and get rid of the impact of the war. As for the other villages that are still fighting, fight. It is better to consume some manpower now than to fight for some damn Immortal's Eye later." Although Konoha also participated in the war, there were not many people participating in the war, which was not enough to affect Konoha's development. After learning that Uchiha Madara was not dead and that the Rinnegan was born, Tsunade seemed like a different person. She worked hard to handle official duties every day. She no longer liked to be lazy like before and was full of energy. Konoha is still the same, but the people around Jingai all listen to his reminders obediently. Except when they are at home, they always go to the toilet in a place that Jingai has confirmed is safe. Prevent perverts from peeping at you when you go to the toilet. Goodbye, big sister. I will come to see you when I have time. Killer Bee waved at Kushina repeatedly with a very proper attitude. Hey, just don't see me and pretend you don't know me. Kushina chuckled, raised her hand, waved it, and made a beating gesture, which made the smile on Killer Bee's face gradually freeze. In the more than 2 years since coming to Konoha, Killer Bee has grown a lot and has become the perfect Jinchuriki as he wished, and is also the second perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Among them, Kushina made the greatest contribution because she has been teaching Killer Bee. It's just that the methods used when teaching were somewhat violent, which has already left Killer Bee with psychological trauma. Chapter 485 Kushina's Accusation. Under Kushina's high-pressure control, Killer Bee's habit of rapping while talking has been changed. Without this habit, Killer Bee looks much more serious. I just don't know if after he leaves Konoha and returns to the Cloud Village, he will still be like a dog that can't change and go back to his old ways. If he leaves Konoha and returns to the Cloud Village, Kushina will no longer be watching him, and Killer Bee can then let himself go again. Seeing Killer Bee shrinking his head and running away like a turtle, Kushina curled her lips. This guy only respects me as his big sister in words, but he must have cursed me in his heart. You've beaten him so hard that he has become psychologically traumatized. How dare he disrespect you? Jingai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone says that Tsunade is violent and likes to beat people, but in fact Kushina also has this habit. Kirabi was the worst victim, followed by Rope Tree, and then Little Yellow Hair. In order to master the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze sought special training from Kushina for a period of time. As a result, he was beaten by Kushina and began to doubt his life. It was not until the little yellow-haired boy mastered the Flying Thunder God technique that he escaped from Kushina's clutches. It was not that Kushina didn't want to beat him, but that she couldn't catch him. As soon as he realized something was wrong, the little yellow-haired creature disappeared in a flash. Only Shenshu was the most hurt. He always likes to challenge Kushina, and every time he gets beaten half to death by Kushina. Jingai. Kushina hugged Jingai's arm out of habit, raised her head and asked, "Will this guy Kirabi be sent to the battlefield after returning to the Kumagakure village?" "Not very likely." Jingai tilted her head and thought for a moment before answering. The war between the Kumagakure and the Mist Village ended first, and the scale of the war with the Uegakure has turned into a small-scale pattern. The war potential of both sides has been almost consumed. There will not be a big battle, and it is unlikely that Killer Bee will go to the battlefield. He will probably stay in the village and train with his good brother, Xiao Ai. After all, they are partners, and Killer Bee has been in Konoha for nearly 3 years. If both sides want to become tacit partners, special training is indispensable. That's good. I was really afraid that this guy would die on the battlefield. Kushina smiled heartlessly. Jingai, why does it seem like from what you said I'm looking forward to Kirabi dying on the battlefield? Unfortunately, this gloating is impossible to achieve. The war has reached this point, and both the Uegakure and the Kumagakure can no longer hold on. The Uegakure risked everything for this war, while the Kumagakure fought on several fronts, and their wealthy family was almost completely defeated. Fortunately, the war with the Mist Village ended first and Konoha and Sand Village had already evacuated, otherwise the pressure on the Cloud Village would have been even greater. As for why Konoha and Sand Village evacuated, this was the decision of the Third Reikage. It's not that Konoha doesn't want to help continue the fight, but that the Cloud Ninja Village can't hold on any longer. Just as Onoki said, no matter how wealthy you are, you can't withstand the consumption of several sides. In addition, the Hokage of Konoha is Tsunade, not the former Sarutobi Hiruzen, so the Third Reikage cannot use his obligations as an ally to put pressure on Konoha. If the Third Hokage continued to be in charge, the Third Reikage would definitely force the Third Hokage to pay for the supplies himself and continue fighting with the Uegakure. The person in charge has changed, and Tsunade is willing to acknowledge the alliance between the two sides, which is good news for the Cloud Ninja Village. If Tsunade was a little more ruthless and shameless and just tore up the signed document, the Third Reikage would have been powerless against Konoha. Of course, Tsunade would never do such a shameful thing. Who will win, the Kumagakure or the Uegakure? It's most likely the Kumagakure. Jingai thought for a moment and made an analogy. The current Kumagakure and Uegakure can be compared to Konoha and Sand Village a few years ago. The situation of Kumagakure is similar to that of Konoha at that time. They can still fight, but they can't fight for too long. And the Uegakure is just like the impoverished Sand Village. They can only grit their teeth and persevere. It may take only one victory to completely change the situation of the war. Although the situations were very similar, the Cloud Village did not have the means to completely crush the Uegakure. Konoha was able to force the Sand Village to surrender because they were frightened by Shizue's puppets. I was afraid that Jingai would throw the puppet to the Sand Village. What Jingai can do, no one in the Cloud Ninja Village can do. If the Cloud Shinobi Village wants to change the situation on the battlefield, the Third Reikage alone is not enough. Even though he is invincible on the battlefield, Onoki is not someone to be trifled with. Both sides are wary of each other and dare not push the other too hard. Perhaps Killer Bee can be considered a secret weapon to break the war situation. After all, the power of the perfect Jinchuriki is no joke. It depends on whether the Cloud Ninja Village is willing to throw Killer Bee onto the battlefield. Although they are both perfect Jinchuriki, there is a huge gap in their strength, such as Killer Bee and Kushina. Even though Killer Bee has become a perfect Jinchuriki, when facing Kushina, this guy can only be beaten and cry and call her big sister. What? I was thinking about the war when I noticed Kushina pinching my kidney. Not only did he pinch me, he also pinched the skin a little and twisted it. Don't you know it hurts, you little girl, to be pinched like this? Humph, you're going too far. I didn't sleep last night. Kushina stared at Jingai angrily. In order to prove that what she said was true, Kushina even pulled her eyelids, and there were a lot of bloodshot in her eyes. Yesterday Uchiha Mikoto was on vacation and stayed at home, and she and Shizuka made quite a noise. This directly caused Kushina to suffer from insomnia. Children should not be curious about adult matters. Shizuchi held Kushina's head and pushed her away. Why do you care about these things, little girl, when you can't sleep well? I'm not a child anymore. Kushina became even angrier and tried to straighten her chest to prove that she was no longer a child. You probably don't know how powerful the river crab god is. In short, you are not old enough, you are just a child, so don't run into my room. Jingai knew Kushina's little thoughts very well. So angry. Unfortunately, getting angry is useless. As Kushina grows up, Jingai no longer gives her the opportunity to sneak into the room to avoid making a big mistake. Hinata Miwi is also a target of defense, but Hinata Miwi is thin-skinned. Unless Jingai takes the initiative, the probability of this girl taking the initiative is almost zero. Master Jingai, the clan leader invites you. Just then, Hayaga Hayashi's guards arrived, and Jingai took the opportunity to escape, saving the effort of coaxing Kushina. Chapter 486, Walking the Baby Together and Calling Hinata. It's Hayaga Hayashi again, maybe Uchiha Fugaku is also here. Kushina couldn't understand why these two people would invite Jingai to dinner and tea for no reason. It's so annoying. Why didn't you come earlier or later? But at this time, Jingai had long been accustomed to Uchiha Fugaku and Hayaga Hayashi inviting him to dinner or tea whenever they had nothing to do. He also understood the purpose of these two people doing so, which was nothing more than to build up relationships or something. Sometimes you can't just rely on interests to build relationships. Spending time together from time to time is also a method, which can be considered a long-term model. With such a relationship established, Jingai may not favor them on major issues, but there is no problem in helping them on small matters. Faced with such an invitation, Jingai would participate most of the time. He knew that if he did not accept it, or refused it several times in a row, Uchiha Fugaku and Hayaga Hayashi would start to panic. Therefore, as long as they can spare the time, Jingai doesn't mind accompanying them for meals, tea, etc. It was still the same place. Hayaga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku were sitting together, and beside them were two one-year-old children. When you two go out to eat, you both bring your kids out for a walk? Are you implying something about me? Seeing these two little guys, Jing was speechless for a moment. Although these two little guys are very cute. In the original work, Hayaga Hayashi gave birth to his eldest daughter Hayaga Hinata relatively late, which was probably related to Hayaga Miwi's age. But now that Hayaga Miwi is gone, Hayaga Hayashi's wife has become another girl from the main family who is nearly 3 years older than him. So the important task of having a baby was put on the agenda. Then Hayaga Hayashi, who was younger than Uchiha Fugaku, became a father together with Uchiha Fugaku. Looking at the babbling Hayaga Hinata and Uchiha Atake, the expression on Shizuka's face was extremely strange. The name and gender did not change, the birth time was a little earlier, and the child's mother changed. Grown-ups. As Jin walked into the private room, Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku, who were kneeling on the mat, stood up and greeted him. Please sit down. We are old acquaintances. There is no need to be so polite. Jing waved his hand, signaling the two to sit down quickly. After walking to the opposite side of them, he sat down cross-legged. It's really uncomfortable without a chair. At least I can sit cross-legged. As for kneeling, Jingai really doesn't have this habit. Are you two walking your baby together? After sitting down and taking a sip of tea, Jingai couldn't help but tease the two young patriarchs of the big families. Cough cough. Hinata Hayashi coughed and answered seriously, Sir, I am usually busy and have little time to accompany my children, so I will take my children out for a walk when I am free. Me too. Uchiha Fugaku didn't bother to make excuses. Fortunately, you said I am the same instead of I am the same. After Jingai arrived, the food was quickly served on the table. The three of them chatted about some meaningless topics and ate slowly. As for the children, they were naturally looked after by guards. The child's birth time has changed, and the mother has also changed. Jingai really doesn't know what kind of people Uchiha Itachi and Hyuga Hinata will be when they grow up. Although still very young, Uchiha Itachi looks relatively quiet. On the contrary, Hyuga Hinata is more likable. The little girl will show a cute smile when she sees people, and with the two little front teeth in her mouth, people can't help but want to pick her up and spin her around. The family's internal troubles have been reduced a lot, right? While eating, Jingai suddenly looked at Hinata Hayashi and asked a question. Hinata Hayashi paused for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes, after some of the privileges of the main family were restricted, the status of the branch family was improved, and the welfare benefits gradually improved. The conflicts between the main family and the branch family have been reduced a lot." Hinata Hayashi could not cancel the caged bird curse, but he could rely on the privileges and pressure brought by Jingai to reduce some privileges of the main family, and then improve the status and treatment of the branch family. The main family could no longer treat the people of the branch family like slaves, and could not punish them without reason. It is not okay to punish without reason, let alone kill people. When the status and treatment of the branch families rose, the status of the main family began to decline. The grudges and hatred between the main family and the branch families decreased, because the people of the branch families could see that the young patriarch of the family valued them very much. The improvement of the status and treatment of the branch family means that the treatment and status of the main family will be reduced. The people of the main family protested many times, but it was of no use. With Jingai's support, Hinata Hayashi was very confident. The atmosphere within the Hyuga clan is much better now than before. This also made Hinata Hyuga more convinced of Shizuichi. Jingai nodded slightly and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. "Where is Uchiha?" "All is well." Uchiha Fugaku described the changes of Uchiha with just a few simple words. Ever since he dealt with those restless elders in the family and promoted the status of some people who had made contributions to the family, Uchiha Fugaku has received more and more support. With the support of Jingai, the situation of Uchiha in the village has greatly improved. Today's Uchiha can be described as thriving. As for the issue of the police department, it is no longer a problem. Tsunade is not the third Hokage. Why does she have to set up a police complaints department to specifically handle complaints about the police department? Is such a weird department necessary to exist? Roll as far as you can, I'll undo. In addition, after a large number of foreigners joined the police department, it was not just the Uchiha people who received complaints. Everyone was blamed. After many civilian ninjas joined, the reputation of the police department actually improved a little. This was outrageous. Uchiha Fugaku never dared to think of such a thing before. The reputation of the police department actually improved on its own? Is this serious? Your Excellency, the reputation of the police department is much better than it used to be, but we don't seem to be doing anything. Uchiha Fugaku has been thinking about this question. What went wrong? Jingai couldn't help but laugh. You, Uchiha Fugaku, also have times when you are persistent? Smiling and shaking his head, Jingai asked him, which groups had a bad impression of the police department in the past? Forehead. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment, but answered truthfully, most of them are ordinary villagers. Ninjas from ninja families rarely complain. Even ninjas from the Hyuga and Sarutobi families who are at odds with the Uchiha clan would not bother to complain about the Uchiha clan. The vast majority of complaints to the police department come from ordinary villagers. After almost finishing the meal, Jingai put down her chopsticks and drank her hot tea leisurely. The answer is very simple. The previous police department was the Uchiha Police Department. Although the current police department is still the Uchiha, many ninjas from the families have joined. In addition, there are also many civilian ninjas. It is impossible for the families of these ninjas to complain about their relatives, right? Chapter 487, Compassion does not command troops. In the past, any problems with the police department were always the Uchiha's fault, so they could just file a complaint and that was it. That's not possible now, because the police department includes not only Uchiha people, but also people from other families and civilian ninjas. If you make complaints carelessly, the boomerang might backfire and hit you. Without the deliberate favoritism of the top brass, some malicious complaints will be ignored. When people find that they can no longer act recklessly as before, they will naturally stop complaining about the police department for no reason. Over time, the reputation of the police department will improve. To put it bluntly, the biggest reason why the police department's reputation has become so bad is not because of ordinary villagers and ninjas, but because of the former top brass. No matter whether your complaint is malicious or not, they will put the blame on the police department. If they then publicize it, it would be strange if the police department has a good reputation. The Uchiha clan has a terrible reputation, and F4 has made tremendous contributions. Now everything has changed. The reputation of the police department is improving, but the reputations of families like Sarutobi and Shimura are getting worse. When talking about these families, the villagers always curse angrily. Even though the third Hokage and the ninjas from these families made many contributions on the battlefield, he was unable to extinguish the anger of the villagers. After all, the misappropriated funds are a bit large, and the gap is large and cannot be filled. It would be strange for the villagers to have a good impression of them. This is a blatant act of sucking the blood of the village, the unscrupulous kind. Although the problems and troubles of the Uchiha have been solved, I still want to say that because of the Sharingan, the Uchiha are prone to have some people with extreme thoughts and personalities. Try to deal with such people as much as possible and don't cause trouble for yourself. Jingai is not targeting the Uchiha clan and has no prejudice against them, but that doesn't mean he will sit idly by and watch some extreme people appear in the Uchiha clan. Once such a person turns evil, it will be a big trouble. Therefore, it is necessary to trouble Uchiha Fugaku, the bloody clan leader, to deal with it himself. Yes, I will. For the stability of the family, Uchiha Fugaku can do it and will never show mercy. It's the same with the Hyuga clan. The people of the main family asked them to be more obedient. The problems of the branch family cannot be solved. There is no need to keep those who are too extreme. Of course, this is my personal opinion. It's up to you to decide how to do it. Jingai was just giving suggestions. As for how to do it, it depends on Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku. If they don't handle it well and someone gets into big trouble, it will be their own fault if they drag down the family. No one else is to blame. Jingai is not afraid that the Uchiha or Hyuga people will cause a big mess that cannot be dealt with. He and the village are not afraid, but what about Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku? Once this happens, it will be a heavy blow to their family. As for maintaining the stability and development of the family, the argument that sacrificing someone else is too cruel is simply untenable in the ninja world. Throughout history, too many people have sacrificed for the development and stability of their families. Besides, Jingai was just reminding Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku, and he didn't have to deal with it himself, so why should he feel psychologically burdened? After dinner, Jingai left first. Uchiha Fugaku tilted his head and glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, hinting at something. The Hyuga clan has quite a few problems. Each other. Hinata was not a newbie either, and she did not take Uchiha Fugaku's poking at her heart to heart, but instead directly retorted. Although the Hyuga clan has a lot of troubles, at least they are all under control. In comparison, the Uchiha clan's unstable temperament is more troublesome. Uchiha Fugaku. Gone. It is an indisputable fact that the Hyuga clan's personalities are more stable than the Uchiha clan's. After all, the Sharingan often appears to be very evil. The eyes will open due to clear fluctuations, and the eyes will evolve due to the death of relatives or the loss of lover. In comparison, the Hyuga clan does not need to worry about these problems at all. People with enough talent and purity of Byakugan will open their eyes naturally without any mental stimulation. The Uchiha were different. It's like a sacrifice. The more unlucky you are, the more awesome you are. Stability is not necessarily a good thing. At least the development of the Uchiha is still under control, and the Uchiha is not as frustrated as the Hinata. The Uchiha clan seems to be miserable on the surface, but they are actually doing okay. The Hyuga clan seems to be doing well on the surface, but they are actually living a more miserable life than the Uchiha clan. The appearance and reality of the two villages are exactly the opposite. To put it bluntly, if the F4 group used the same tactics they used against the Uchiha clan on the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga clan would definitely be in dire straits. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan has been able to hold on for so long and develop steadily, which is already remarkable. The root cause lies in strength. As a big family in Konoha, and also a family of techniques with a stable inheritance of bloodline limits, the Uchiha family is much stronger than the Hinata family, even in terms of personal strength. Perhaps in the early days, the Hyuga clan's ninjas could still gain some advantage, but once the Uchiha ninjas Sharingan reached the level of double Magatama, their stance would be reversed. There is no comparison when it comes to 3 Magatama. They are both Jonin, and an Uchiha Jonin can chase several enemies of the same level. This is not a joke, but a real event, and it has happened countless times. Not to mention the Hyuga clan, even the former Senju clan Jonin did not dare to say that they could defeat the Uchiha Jonin in a one-on-one fight. The power of the Sharingan is so exaggerated. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Hinata Hayashi chose to remain silent and not continue arguing with Uchiha Fugaku. Because what Uchiha Fugaku said was true, the Hyuga clan looked calm on the surface, but in fact they were like a calm lake, with turbulent waves beneath the water despite being calm on the surface. The Uchiha family has many problems on the surface, but none of these problems can shake the family's foundation. Humph. Looking at Jingai, who pushed open the door and walked into the office, Tsunade snorted in annoyance. So resentful today? Jingai smiled and sat on the sofa. Tsunade glared at him and said through gritted teeth, "My Hokage secretary has asked for leave. You know why?" "Okay, my question." Uchiha Mikado is as gentle as water. No matter how Jingai tosses her around or plays tricks on her, she will cooperate obediently, even actively. But she accidentally had too much fun and ended up having too much fun, so Uchiha Mikado couldn't go to work today and had to take a leave. It's understandable that Tsunade feels resentful. The man she chose is excellent in all aspects, which is something Tsunade is very proud of. However, the man she chose is also very playful, which makes Tsunade helpless. At first, Tsunade planned to interfere, but later she realized that it was useless and she could do nothing about it. Since I can't control it, then just ignore it. As long as no one can threaten me, it's fine. After sitting for a few minutes, Jingai stood up and walked to the desk, picked up a document and started reading it. Soon he exclaimed, "The village's finances have improved? Do you think my efforts over the past few years have been in vain?" Chapter 488, Cloud Ninja Village's thoughts are really beautiful. Speaking of this, Tsunade felt much better. Although the big hole left by the third Hokage has not been filled yet, at least the village's finances have become healthy. He no longer needs to be as stingy as he was when he first became Hokage, wishing to split a tael of silver into two. "Even if I use 2 of them, it's still not enough. This is uncomfortable." Jingai made a great contribution to this. Of course, there is also the beloved daimyo. Tsunade felt that her respect for the daimyo would increase if he didn't call her Little Tsunade. The first thing he said was Little Tsunade, which was too hard to accept. "It was okay when I was a child, but now I'm an adult and you still call me like that. You don't feel embarrassed, but I feel uncomfortable picking my toes every time." Jingai put down the financial document, picked up another document, and sat sideways on the desk. "Hey, the Sarutobi clan is pretty good after all, they paid off so much debt." Among the several families whose profits were embezzled by the third Hokage, Mito Kadoan's family has the best reputation. Why? Because his family benefited the least, and secondly, they were the first family to tighten their belts to make up the money. Tsunade announced all these things through public notices, and as a result, the villagers had a much better impression of this family. Unlike the Sarutobi and Shimura families, they would grit their teeth when they were mentioned, and in more serious cases, they would curse at them, and even stop short of bringing out the other party's ancestors to greet them. Realizing that the money could not be wasted, the third Hokage could only grit his teeth and slowly make up for it with the money his family would receive. The same goes for Yuten Koharu, only the Shimura clan is the worst. Danzo Shimura is dead, and the third Hokage can no longer help them, so the Shimura clan can only find a solution on their own. It is very stressful to make up for the money spent when the village does not take care of you. On the contrary, the Sarutobi clan replenished the fastest. The collective efforts of the Sarutobi clan are one reason, and Tsunade has given the third Hokage some care. "Tisk, you don't feel bad when you spend money, but when it comes to making up for it, it takes many years of hard work by everyone in the family. At this rate, the Sarutobi clan will have to tighten their belts for at least 10 years before they can pay off their debts." The Shimura clan was even more miserable. "How happy you were when you spent the money, how sad you feel when you have to pay it back now." The third Hokage never thought about making up the money, but was forced to do so. It's good that Tsunade is willing to favor them and rely on them to earn fame. Over time, these things will become a mess. Unfortunately, Tsunade did not show favoritism and directly issued an announcement to let everyone in Konoha know about this. This forced the third Hokage to grit his teeth and slowly make up the money for his family. Every time this happened, Mizuto Minion was glad that he stopped the losses in time and remained neutral, otherwise his family would have been in trouble. Although they were also hit, at least they were not as miserable as the Sarutobi and Shimura families. "When I divided the money in the past, I felt it was too little and felt uncomfortable. Now it seems that the less the better. The money you get is small and it is easy to make up for it." Shimura and Sarutobi, who got the biggest share, were in a miserable situation. When Jingai thought about these people living in poverty and working hard to pay back their debts, he inexplicably wanted to laugh. This is what they should pay back. It is impossible for them to deny the debt just because the old man has retired. 1 yard owned by a yard. Tsunade can give some care to the third Hokage and the Sarutobi clan, but it is impossible for her to deny her debts. She updates the relevant announcements at any time to let the villagers know about this matter. As for covering it up to save the face of the top leaders, that is absolutely impossible. If you have the ability to take, you must have the ability to give it back. This money belongs to the village, not to any particular family. What about the Kumagakure village? Jing nodded slightly and changed the subject. Same old, holding my breath. Tsunade put down the scroll in her hand and sighed. The duration of the war between the Cloud Village and the Uegakure village was a little beyond expectations. It had already lasted longer than Konoha and the Sand Village. Even though the fight has come to this point, neither side has any thought of retreating or giving up. Generally speaking, the Kumagakure has a greater advantage. The Jinchuriki of the Uegakure, Shizuku, and Oniki have fallen out again. The details are still unclear, but Shizuku has not entered the battlefield again. Oniki has a stubborn character, and Laozi is not much better. They can start quarreling with Oniki, the Tsuchikage, over a few words. Actually, Onoki is just stubborn, not the kind of ruthless person who would attack his own people at any time. If Laozi's situation had happened in the Sand Village or the Mist Village, he would have been dealt with long ago. Neither the third Kazekage nor Yagura were the type of people who could tolerate being rude to others, not to mention that, as the village's Jinchuriki, Murasake was not treated differently and was even at odds with Oniki in various ways. You are really brave. Or do you think Oniki won't do anything to you? That's why you're so awesome. Not to mention Sand Village and Mist Village, even in Konoha, such a thing would be unacceptable. Honestly speaking, as the leader of the village and the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, Oniki has done the most for himself by not targeting the Jinchuriki, Laguna Murasake, and has always tolerated him. But what about Laguna Murasake? This hot-tempered Jinchuriki has caused a lot of trouble for Oniki. If he had been a more stingy person, Laozi would have died 800 times already. And give you the chance to leave in anger? You don't know how blessed you are when you are in the midst of blessings. Seeing what Laozi did, Jing'ai could only say that Onoki was tolerant. If it were him, even if he didn't kill Laozi, he would at least catch him and lock him up. Since you don't obey me as your leader, then you should just be a locked-up Jinchuriki. Want to travel around the world? There are no doors. Personality issues aside, Onoki is a pretty good leader. That's why I think the Uegakure is the most suitable partner to form an alliance with Konoha, not the Kumagakure. The third Reikage is used to being overbearing, and his son is not much better. Without absolute strength to subdue them, an alliance won't do much good for Konoha. Stop talking, I have a headache. When this was mentioned, Tsunade had a bitter face. The third Reikage wants us to put some pressure on the Uegami village again. It would be best if you can do it yourself. He really has the guts to think like that. Jingyu is completely speechless. Even if we are allies, isn't your request, which sounds like an order, a bit excessive? Let the top leaders of your allies go and put pressure on your enemies? Chapter 489, Top Conspiracy. How can you, the third Reikage, be so bold? In terms of identity, power, strength and status, Shizuka is the second in command of Konoha. The same is true even when ascending to the Fire Kingdom. Can such a person go to the battlefield to help just because of a word from his ally? Of course he dared to think so, and he knew we would not agree. Tsunade said with a serious face, but the third Reikage will continue to contact us, and it will be an open and aboveboard contact, because this is for the Uegakure to see. Konoha will not send you to the battlefield unless you are willing, but the Uegakure doesn't know. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible for Jing'ai to rush to the battlefield just because of the third Reikage's request, but what if? What if the Cloud Ninja Village really offers benefits that are enough to impress Konoha, and Shizuka really runs to the battlefield? The third Reikage and two smart guys have given Huangtu a hard time. The war here has finally come to an end, but Konoha is coming to attack again. How can this war be fought? Does the Cloud Village have anything or interests that can impress Konoha? Yes, and quite a few. For example, intelligence information, some ninjutsu that Konoha does not have and attaches great importance to, and business concessions. As long as the benefits are great enough, Konoha will not refuse to start a second war in the Land of Grass. The third Reikage only made the yellow earth burnt to a mess, but if Jing was replaced, it would not be as simple as just burning to a mess. In order to put pressure on Oniki, the third Reikage really did everything he could, but such an open conspiracy is indeed worrying. Jing'ai laughed for no apparent reason. It's okay for those who know about it, but those who don't will definitely be scared. It can also be seen from here that the war between the two villages is about to end. The war between the two villages cannot be started easily, nor can it be ended easily. When both sides begin to weaken, a small accident may lead to the end of the war. Since the third Reikage wants to act, then let's act with him. They are allies after all, so they still have to cooperate with each other. As for whether they can scare Onoki, it depends on the performance of the third Reikage himself. Tsunade looked strange. What if the Kumagakure village really gives enough benefits and advantages? Jing'ai smiled immediately. If that's the case, why would you hesitate? Just do it. Jing'ai is not joking. If the Cloud Village dares to give enough benefits, Jing'ai will really go to the battlefield and put some pressure on the Rock Village. Then I'll give it to you. Never mind. Come on. Tsunade was about to say that she would give the reply letter to the messenger from the Cloud Ninja Village, but the subject changed and she decided to leave the matter to Shizuka. Shizue didn't refuse. He picked up a pen and a blank scroll and started writing back to the third Reikage. The content of the letter simply said that the village was busy and had no time, and at the same time hinted that the benefits given by the third Reikage were not enough. After writing it, just take out the seal of the Umbu minister, stamp it, and give it to the envoy of the Cloud Shinobi village. The messenger from the Cloud Village will be responsible for bringing the letter back to the village and handing it over to the third Reikage. As for how the contents of the letter should be spread, that is the third Reikage's own business. It has nothing to do with Konoha, and Konoha does not need to worry about it. Carrying the letter, the envoy from the Cloud Ninja Village quickly left Konoha and rushed to the Land of Lightning as quickly as possible. However, the messenger who delivered the letter was ambushed not long after leaving the Land of Fire, and the letter was delivered to Oniki. After reading the contents of the letter, Oniki's face turned gloomy. Huang Tu, who was standing next to him, also saw it. Father, the content of this letter is not very credible, otherwise Konoha should have chosen to encrypt it. Do you dare to bet? Of course, Onoki knew that the credibility of this letter was not very high. The question is, does the Uegakure dare to gamble? What if Konoha and the Cloud Village are serious? Apart from anything else, at least the implication in the letter is true. Your Cloud Ninja Village is really willing to spend the money, and Konoha doesn't mind making a second effort, and even letting Jing'ai make a trip in person. Huangta scratched his head speechlessly and stopped talking, because he didn't dare to gamble. Normally, such communication should be done in secret, but the Cloud Village and Konoha came so openly, as if they were afraid that the Rock Village would not get the news and would not be able to snatch the scroll. But you still don't dare to be careless. Onoki knew very well what kind of person the third Reikage was. Once this old guy was forced into a corner, he would definitely spend a lot of money to let Konoha start another war to force their Uegakure. Headache. Annoying. Gone. Is it great to have a wealthy family? When Onoki thought of the wealth of the Cloud Village, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. If the Land of Earth could be so wealthy, then what role would the Cloud Village have in this war? Unfortunately, there is no if. The Land of Lightning and the Cloud Village are so wealthy, while the Land of Earth and the Uegakure are so poor. Being angry can't change this fact. Does that require defense? Faced with this conspiracy that didn't seem like an open conspiracy, Huang Tu was also helpless. Let me think about it carefully. Onoki didn't know how to deal with this matter. While Onoki was anxious, the third Reikage was happy because this was the effect he wanted. Of course, the third Reikage did not expect to scare Onoki away. The two sides had been fighting for more than 2 years and were holding their breath, hoping to defeat the other side. At this time, a little deterrence would not be enough to make the other side surrender. There are only 2 ways to defeat the Uegakure: either defeat them head-on or use some underhand tactics. It is difficult to defeat them head-on. If the Uegakure was defeated so easily, the war would not have lasted for more than 2 years. Since it has been proven that the Uegakure cannot be defeated, let's just play some tricks in secret. Chapter 490, The Four Tails Jinchuriki? Nothing special. A special piece of information was delivered to the third Reikage, who decisively left the battlefield with several guards and took a detour into the Land of Earth. In the Land of Earth, in a small valley somewhere near the border of the Land of Rain, after having a big fight with the Tsuchikage Onoki due to a conflict of ideas, Laozi directly withdrew from the battlefield. After withdrawing from the battlefield, he did not return to the Uegakure. He was angry and did not want to see Onoki's ugly face again, so Laozi found a secluded place to live. He didn't want to go back to the village, nor did he want the villagers to find him. Laozi has lived in this hidden place for some time. Today, some uninvited guests came to the valley. The third Reikage. Looking at the appearance of the person who came, Laozi recognized the other person's identity at a glance. He really didn't expect that at this time, the third Reikage would leave the battlefield, run such a long way, enter the Land of Earth, and find his residence. It seems that my whereabouts have been revealed long ago. After seeing the third Reikage, Laozi realized that his whereabouts had been exposed and were known to the enemy. Otherwise, the third Reikage would not have been able to appear here. As for why the third Reikage came all the way to the Land of Earth and came to stand in front of Laoshi, there is no need to think too much, because he came for Laoshi, the Jinchuriki. Old Z, long time no see. The third Raikage stood on a rock, with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at old Z below. The guards of the third Raikage quickly dispersed and blocked the escape exit of the valley. The third Raikage ran so far just to capture Lao Z. A Jinchuriki is nothing, but a tailed beast is too important to the Uegakuer. Once Lao Z is captured by the third Raikage, the Uegakuer will be in a passive position. Raikage, you shouldn't be here. Lao Z's face looked very unhappy. The third Raikage smiled disapprovingly and was too lazy to respond. Die. Feeling provoked, the furious old Z launched a surprise attack, lashing at the third Raikage with a red tail. Facing the sudden attack launched by Lao Z, the third Raikage casually raised his left hand to block the tail that was thicker than a pillar. In the entire ninja world, only the third Raikage dared to do this, and dared to use his own body to withstand the attack of the Jinchuriki. Boom! There was a loud bang. The rocks under the feet of the third Raikage shattered instantly, and he was shaken far away while enduring the attack. His 2 feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. 4 tails Jinchuriki? Nothing more than that. As a fierce man who can fight the 8 tails head-on and completely tire the 8 tails out, the third Raikage doesn't take Lao Shi seriously at all. For him, who was known as the wielder of the strongest shield and spear, such an attack was no different from a tickle. If Lao Z was a perfect Jinchuriki, the third Raikage would have paid more attention, but unfortunately he was not. If the 8 tails can be defeated head-on, what about a 4 tails Jinchuriki who can only rely on the power of the tailed beasts? The power of the 4 tail is far inferior to that of the 8 tail, and it is impossible for Lao Z to fully utilize the power of the 4 tail. Therefore, in the eyes of the third Raikage, Lao Z was just a slightly stronger Kage-level ninja. Hateful. The third Raikage took Lao Z's attack head-on and was not only unharmed, but he also mocked him. Lao Z, who already had a bad temper, was so angry that his face turned almost the same color as his beard and hair. Knowing that ordinary attacks were basically ineffective against the third Raikage, Lao Z instantly entered the half-tailed beast state. His whole body was covered in the dark red-tailed beast chakra, and he was like a wild beast, crawling on all fours with 4 long tails dragging behind him. Lao Z, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, was about to launch a new round of attack, but was shocked to find that the third Raikage was missing. Not good. A powerful Jinchuriki, even if he fails to become a perfect Jinchuriki, can withstand the effects of half-tailed beast transformation and maintain his sanity. The half-tailed beast Lao Shi only behaves like the 4 tails, but he does not lose his mind because of it. Wanting to launch an attack only to find that the enemy has disappeared is definitely bad news for anyone. Lao Z looked around frantically, trying to find the third Raikage, but he only saw a purple lightning rushing towards him from the left. The speed of the lightning was as fast as lightning and it was in front of him in an instant. Bump! The tall and strong third Raikage hit Lao Z hard in the face with his fist, which was bigger than a sandbag. If an ordinary person does this, even if he can hit Lao Shi, he will not be burned by the tailed beast's chakra. However, the third Raikage is not an ordinary person. He is completely immune to the burning caused by the tailed beast's chakra. The burning of the tailed beast's chakra wasn't even enough to tickle him. Lao Z, who was hit hard, flew out like a cannonball. Before he landed on the ground, the third Raikage, who was covered in lightning chakra, stepped heavily on Lao Z's stomach from above. With a scream, Lao Z flew out uncontrollably and sank deeply into the mud. Under the powerful impact, the land around Lao Z's body collapsed severely, and a huge shell crater appeared on the ground, with severe cracks around the shell crater. Vulnerable. There was a hint of disappointment in the third Raikage's tone. Lao Z's strength was too weak for him. Boom. Before the person under his feet could struggle to get up, a second heavy kick came again. The shell crater continued to expand and deepen, and the surrounding cracks gradually formed gullies. Too cruel. The several Raikage guards who were in charge of blocking the exit of the valley all showed expressions of dismay. As the Raikage's guards, they knew only too well how terrifying their own Raikage was. When Lao Z encountered the third Raikage, he was like a weak child and had no ability to fight back at all. 1 kick, 2 feet, 3 legs. What? Still moving? Add 2 more punches and the job is done. Take it away. After brushing off the dirt and dust on his body, the third Raikage walked out of the valley without looking back. One of the Raikage guards quickly stepped forward and dug the unconscious Lao Z out of the pit. At this time, Lao Z was almost half dead. The Raikage guards took a lot of effort to dig him out of the pit, then carried him on their shoulders and left quickly. A few days later, a piece of news that made Oniki furious spread from the land of lightning to other countries and villages. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, of the Uegakuer was captured by the third Raikage. The third Raikage's intention in spreading the news was very clear. The 4 tails Jinchuriki is in my hands. You, Oniki, had better give in and admit defeat. We will start negotiations immediately. If you don't do as I say, I'm sorry, the four tails will belong to my Kumagakure. A large amount of money and supplies were lost, as well as a turtle island, but having a four-tailed turtle as compensation was not bad. After all, the tailed beasts are very important to the 5 major ninja villages. The village's 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, has become a perfect Jinchuriki. If the Kumagama village can control the 4 tails, the 2 tails Jinchuriki and the 4 tails Jinchuriki can be given to Killer Bee for teaching. Who knows, the Kumagama village might have 3 perfect Jinchuriki. That scene is exciting to think about. The third Raikage could easily kill Laozi, but if Laozi died, the 4 tails sealed in his body would also die, so Laozi could not be killed. The only way is to bring the person to the right place, destroy the seal, let the 4 tails break the seal and run out, then seal the 4 tails up, select the right Jinchuriki to seal it, and that's it. In this way, the 4 tails became the tailed beast of the Cloud Village. Even if the village suffered heavy losses due to the war and had one more tailed beast, the third Raikage would be able to explain to the villagers and the daimyo, this is a tailed beast. Except for the time when the 5 major ninja villages were first established, you cannot buy it no matter how much money you have or how much supplies you spend. Back then, the Uegakure, Kumagakure, and Mist villages spent a lot of money to buy the tailed beasts from Konoha. You even have to beg Konoha for help, otherwise you can't buy it. Chapter 491. Wait and see what happens. Hashirama Senju's original intention was to give the tailed beasts to each village, but Tobirama Senju was not happy about it. Deliver? It's impossible. Even if they are sold, they have to consider the strength of each village. They can't sell 2 strong tailed beasts to one village. This is also the fundamental reason why Naneo was sold to Takigakure. The first Raikage wanted to take both the 8 tails and the 7 tails away instead of buying the 2 tails, but unfortunately Senju Tobirama disagreed. Unable to obtain the 7 tails, the first Raikage had to settle for the 2 tails. When the news reached Onaki's ears, he was so angry that he smashed several tables, scaring the people around him so much that they dared not breathe. Even Huangtu, his rebellious son who liked to quarrel with Onaki, did not dare to call him father sir and obediently called him Sir Tsuchikage. It can be seen how angry Onoki was when Laozi was captured by the third Raikage. Konoha, Shizuichi and Tsunade were all a little surprised when they heard the news. Good guy, I thought that you, the third Raikage, would continue to use Konoha to intimidate the Uegakure, but you secretly made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, ran to the land of earth without saying a word, and took away old Z whose whereabouts were exposed. The people in the Cloud Ninja village who collect intelligence are really good. Do you think Onaki will obey? The third Raikage released the news with a clear purpose, which was to force Onaki. Either admit defeat in the war, or the 4 tails will return to the Kumagakure. In any case, the Kumagakure will not lose out. Hard to say. Shizuichi had no idea what Onoki was thinking. Laozi is a person with an extreme personality. However, this also indirectly shows that Onaki is a good person. At least he can tolerate Laozi, who has a bad temper and likes to go against him. If this happened in any other village, Laozi would probably be imprisoned or killed. Do I have a bad temper? Tsunade didn't know what she was thinking. She raised her head and snorted at Jing'ai. No, what's the meaning of you tilting your head and snorting at me at a side angle? Comparing yourself to Onaki? Can this be compared? Stop humming. Shizuka, with a frown on his face, complained to Tsunade in silence. If you were Onaki, you would definitely beat old Murasaka half to death. Bullshit, am I so vulgar? Tsunade's defense was broken immediately after hearing this. She stood up suddenly and yelled angrily, Laozi likes to go against Onaki, but Kushina doesn't like to go against me. Did I do anything to Kushina? Oh, this damn desire to win. Jing'ai sighed, raised his hand and patted his forehead. Stop joking. You and Kushina are sisters. What is the relationship between Laoshi and Onaki? They are superiors and subordinates. Besides, Kushina is just arguing with you. She won't do anything out of the ordinary to irritate you. Laoshi is just arguing with Onaki. Stop comparing these things. If you were Onaki, you would be so angry that you would die. Be it Tsunade, Yagura, or the third Kazekage, even the third Raikage, who has a more tolerant temperament, would not be able to help but kill a subordinate like Laozi. This is no joke, it's real. People like Laozi are equivalent to weighing 100 kilograms, but 99 kilograms of them are rebellious. It's fine if you are just rebellious, but you also have to choose the right time to sing a different tune. Whenever this guy is unhappy, he will quarrel with Onaki no matter what the occasion, and then he will not give Onaki any face and just walk away with a sullen face. Then do whatever you want. Fortunately, he still had a sense of responsibility and did not do anything to betray the interests of the village. This also shows that Oniki is really awesome, at least when it comes to treating people. Cough cough. Tsunade coughed lightly and stopped talking. Because if you put yourself in her shoes, if she were Oniki, she would definitely beat Laozi to death. Jing'ai said with emotion, with the Four Tails Jinchuriki in hand, even if the war is not won, as long as the war reparations are paid to the Uegakur without shame, the third Reikage will be able to give an explanation to the villagers. The existence of the tailed beast cannot be measured by money. Besides, the third Reikage is also capable of sealing the four tails. In some villages, the tailed beasts went berserk, which was simply fatal, but when this happened in the Cloud Village, as long as it was not the eight tails going berserk, the third Reikage would calmly say, "Small problem. Are we going to matchmake?" Tsunade doesn't want to see another tailed beast in the Kumagakura from the bottom of her heart, because the 8 tails Jinchuriki of the Kumagakura is already a perfect Jinchuriki. With Killer Bee's experience of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, if there are 2 more perfect Jinchuriki in the Kumagama village, it will definitely affect the balance of the ninja world. As an ally, Konoha doesn't want to see this kind of thing. By the same token, if Konoha captured a tailed beast and kept it, other villages would not be happy to see this situation, even the Cloud Village that was allied with Konoha. No need, it's just a tailed beast. It's not easy to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Jing'ai doesn't take this matter very seriously. After Uchiha Madara's conspiracy was exposed, having more Jinchuriki or tailed beasts in the village would be a bad thing. Even if the 4 tails cannot stay in the Cloud Village, it shouldn't be us who should take the lead. Wait, the Sand Village and the Mist Village will step forward first. This is a situation that Konoha doesn't want to see, and the Sand Village and the Mist Village are also unwilling to see. Konoha and the Cloud Village are still in an alliance, so it would be inappropriate for them to be the first to step forward. At least we have to wait until the Sand Village and the Mist Village express their stance before we can stand up. After these 2 villages have spoken out, Konoha no longer needs to be the bad guy and do foolish things like backstabbing its allies. After the opinions of the Sand Village, the Mist Village, and the Uegakur Village were unified, Konoha's position no longer mattered. So, just wait and see. Just as Shizuka said, when the Sand Village and the Mist Village learned the news, after being shocked, their first reaction was to contact Oniki. The original intention of the 3rd Kazekage and Yagura was not to help Oniki, but they did not want the 4 tails to fall into the Kumagakura and become its property completely. Among the 5 major ninja villages, except for the very poor Sand Village and Konoha, which already has the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails, the other 3 villages each have 2 tailed beasts. Your Kumo village suddenly has 1 more, which has broken the balance for the 5 major ninja villages. When contacting Oniki, the 3rd Kazekage and Yagura did not bring Konoha along, because they all know that because of the alliance, Konoha will not just jump out as the bad guy and stab its allies in the back. The only ones who can come out from this end are the Sand Village and the Mist Village. Chapter 492. This is not a loss, this is a tactical retreat. Although Konoha stood up, the Cloud Village could only accept defeat. However, it is better to avoid stabbing your allies in the back, at least not on the surface. Because something happened to the 4 tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, Oniki had no choice but to leave the battlefield matters to his son Huangtu, and hurried back to Uegakur with a few guards. The top leaders of the Uegakur village need to think carefully about the matter of Laozi being captured. The atmosphere in the conference room of the Tsuchikage office building was particularly depressing. The senior executives, including Oniki, had no good way to solve Laozi's problem. Laozi, you deserve to die. You can make a scene if you want, and it's okay if you leave in anger, but can't you just hide it? Good guy, you hid so that the village couldn't find you, but the enemy could find you, right? Now what's going on? You've been captured and taken to the Cloud Ninja Village. It's simply embarrassing. Are you going to withdraw your troops? When the war reached this point, the top leaders actually knew that the village could not win. It's just that there has been no suitable way out, so we have to fight anyway. Now that the old purple incident has broken out, it's just a good reason for the village to withdraw. Jinchuriki, or to be more precise, the importance of the tailed beast to a village is self-evident. We cannot use it, we can imprison it, but we cannot do without it, and we cannot watch it become the property of other villages. This is the bottom line. But if we withdraw our troops, isn't this just a disguised admission of failure of the war? They might even have to bear a heavy war reparations. It would be bad enough if they failed to defeat the Cloud Village, but if they had to pay compensation to the Cloud Village with a flattering face, it would be more painful for the top leaders of the Uegakur than killing them. So as soon as the question was put on the table, there was a moment of silence. Even the daimyo of the Land of Earth frowned and remained silent. Onoki glanced at everyone. He knew that everyone had already wanted to end the war, but they were just holding their breath and unwilling to admit defeat. Since we can't win, ending the war is certain. The problem is that the village cannot accept defeat. Even though the war lasted nearly 3 years, the village could not accept defeat, nor could it bow to the Cloud Shinobi village. Withdrawal does not mean failure. Seeing that no one dared to speak freely, Onoki simply stood up and took the responsibility on himself. Why did no one dare to speak freely? It's just that they are afraid that the blame will fall on their heads. The weight of the pot for the failure of the war is a bit heavy, and most people cannot bear it. Fortunately, the daimyo of the Land of Earth supports the Uegakuer. The Uegakuer does not need to give an explanation to the daimyo's mansion, it only needs to appease the villagers. Everyone, we were just forced to evacuate tactically. Who said we lost to the Kumigakuer? Did the Kumigakuer win? As long as we don't admit defeat, your cloud village is not the winner. If you have the guts, come to the Land of Earth. As for negotiations and war reparations, it is nonsense. My Uegakuer didn't lose, so what's there to negotiate about? Is tactical retreat also considered a defeat? Since we are not defeated, why should we negotiate? Why should we pay war reparations? At this point, Onoki didn't mind sacrificing his reputation and playing dirty. He could play dirty because no one in the Cloud Ninja village admitted defeat in the war. Ahem, Suchikage, this tactical retreat won't have much of an impact, will it? The daimyo of the Land of Earth was directly shocked by Onoki's words of tactical retreat. If you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. It was our Uegakuer who initiated the war and attacked the Land of Lightning. Our tactical retreat now does not mean that we have lost. It's just a tactical requirement. Why bother to stay on the battlefield of the Land of Thunder? Onoki's tactical retreat was tenable. As long as the Cloud Shinobi village refuses to admit defeat, there will be no winner in this war. Negotiations and compensation are just dreams. Onoki answered affirmatively, although it will bring some adverse effects to the village. The Kumigakuer village is not the winner. If we are not glorious, the Kumigakuer village will not be much better. Because they don't dare to attack the Land of Earth casually. Of this, Onoki was certain. The Uegakuer couldn't hold on, and the Kumigakuer couldn't hold on either. Running so far to attack the Land of Earth, the logistics alone are enough for the Cloud Village to enjoy. Before, it was our Uegakuer who was troubled, but now it's your turn, the Cloud Village. Onoki is not afraid of an attack from the Cloud Ninja village. At worst, he can just do nothing and fly in the sky all day, intercepting the Cloud Ninja village's logistics transport teams everywhere. It depends on how you fight the Cloud Ninja village. Cough cough. Although it felt a bit embarrassing, it was also a reasonable reason. The daimyo who found the steps decisively chose to support Onoki, but he was a little worried. Suchikage, even if the village chooses a tactical retreat, it can't shut everyone up, and there's also the Jinchuriki, Old Purple. If the Uegakuer wants to carry out a tactical retreat, in addition to appeasing the villagers, they also need to find another way to resolve the issue of Old Purple. If the tailed beasts really fall into the hands of the Cloud Village and become its things, then the Uegakuer will suffer a great loss. Although the tactical retreat was shameful, at least the Cloud Village did not gain any benefit, and both sides were embarrassed. That was not a big deal. If the tailed beasts were gone, the Uegakuer would really become a joke. I don't know if Laozi can return to the village, but the four tails will definitely not fall into the hands of the Kumigakuer. Onoki looked at everyone and reminded them, even if the Cloud Village wants to take the four tails for themselves, the other villages will not agree. The Mizukage of the Mist Village and the Wind Shadow of the Sand Village have already contacted me. They will represent the village to oppose the Kumigakuer's action of taking the tailed beasts for themselves. I believe Konoha will not agree with the Kumigakuer's actions. Konoha did not contact me simply because they did not want to stab their allies. If the situation really reaches the point where the Kumigakuer wants to forcibly keep the tailed beasts, Konoha will stand up and oppose it. In a 4-to-1 situation, can your Cloud Ninja village force the four tails to stay in the village? But, what price do we have to pay to gain the support of other villages? Even if others help you, your Uegakuer will have to pay a price. No one will help you for no reason. Even if everyone doesn't want the four tails to settle down in the Cloud Village, can your Uegakuer afford this price? The Sand Village and the Mist Village are easy to deal with, but what about Konoha? It's not easy to get Konoha to stand up against its allies. Chapter 493 Onoki, delaying the battle. Konoha not wanting to see another tailed beast in the Kumigama village is different from Konoha standing up against its allies. As for Konoha, I will find a way. Onoki pondered for a moment and gave an uncertain answer, because he couldn't be sure whether Konoha would stand up firmly and oppose it. This kind of thing is too mysterious. Damn the third Hokage, it's all your fault. When Oniki thought about the fact that he chose the Cloud Village as his ally instead of the Iwa village, he felt extremely angry. Didn't Hinata Shizuka explain the interests involved to you? You even chose the Cloud Village. You must be crazy. Considering that the third Hokage had retired, Onoki felt a little relieved. The subsequent actions of the Uegakure caused all the people in the ninja world who were paying attention to the war to sprain their backs. After the decision was made at the high-level meeting, Oniki decisively ordered the withdrawal of troops. When the ninjas of Uegakure withdrew from the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, everyone thought that Uegakure had admitted defeat. The next step should be the negotiation phase with the Cloud Village. It will depend on how much flesh and blood the Cloud Village can cut off from the Uegakure. Even the Cloud Ninja Village itself thinks so. You, the Uegakure, have withdrawn your troops. That must mean you've admitted defeat in the war. All we have to do is wait for negotiations. Don't worry about the rest. So the third Raikage waited, and when he became a little impatient, the Uegakure still showed no intention of sending an envoy group to the Kumagakure. What do you think Onoki is trying to do? Tsunade's face was full of suspicion. This was very wrong. They ordered the withdrawal of the troops and evacuated the village's ninjas from the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, but they did not send an envoy group to the Cloud Ninja Village for negotiations. Then why did they withdraw the troops? Is there a possibility that? Jing'ai probably guessed what Oniki was thinking. What? Tsunade looked at him confused. Jing'ai said uncertainly. I guess the Uegakure knew they couldn't win this war, but if they retreated like this, they wouldn't be able to explain to the villagers. So they took advantage of the opportunity when the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, was captured to withdraw all the ninjas in the village back to the Land of Earth. And then? Tsunade blinked. And that's it. The Uegakure only withdrew its troops, but it didn't admit defeat. Why should it send an envoy group to the Kumagakure to negotiate? It doesn't make sense. Forehead. Tsunade was stunned. How can you play like this? Under normal circumstances, withdrawing troops means admitting failure of the war, but the move by the Uegakure is somewhat confusing. After the withdrawal of troops, there was no other movement. There was no such thing as an envoy group. There was no other movement after the withdrawal, and no envoys were sent for negotiations. This is equivalent to saying, I withdrew my troops, but I do not admit defeat in the war, and your Cloud Ninja Village is not the winner. Most importantly, the withdrawal of troops does not mean the end of the war. As long as my Uegakure does not admit defeat, your Kumagakure will never be the winner. Damn, this move feels like a rogue move. The kind that leaves you with no solution at all. Tsunade was directly shocked by Oniki's action. Isn't Onoki afraid that the third Raikage will get angry and send people to attack the Land of Earth? This kind of rogue behavior will make people very angry. Not to mention that the third Raikage was not a good-tempered person. When he came to his senses, he would definitely be furious. Jing'ai also felt that Onoki's operation was amazing. He could even play rogue and leave you speechless. Since the Uegakure dares to do this, they are definitely not afraid of the Kumagakure attacking their homeland. The Kumagakure is now unable to launch a large-scale war. Moreover, the battle line of attacking the Land of Earth is too long, which will not benefit the Kumagakure in any way. To put it bluntly, if Onoki is pushed too far, he can destroy their supply lines. Once Onikishin did this, the Kumagakure village would be unable to do anything to him. Tsunade couldn't help but swear, isn't this old man Onoki afraid that the third Raikage will really force the Four-Tails to stay? Jing'ai, who was sitting on the sofa, adjusted her sitting position. This is where Onoki is smart, because he knows that the Sand Village and the Mist Village will not allow this to happen. Even in the end, we in Konoha will stand up and oppose it. First drag it out and slowly wear down the patience of the Cloud Village, and then resort to negotiations. This way you can minimize your losses and bring back the village's tailed beast. Tsunade, I'm impressed. Fortunately, the Sand Village did not do this at the beginning, otherwise the third Hokage and his men would have been so angry that they would have died. Wait, the Uegakure dares to do this because it has the confidence, but the Sand Village can't. You dare to act like a rogue like this right next to Konoha and the Land of Fire? You are probably just putting pressure on yourself. It is difficult for the Cloud Ninja Village to attack the mainland of the Land of Earth, but what about Konoha? It would be too easy for Konoha to attack the main body of the Wind Country. It would even be a problem for them to just run to the Sand Village and drop bombs. The same rogue tactics could be used by Oniki, but not by the third Kazekage. The Kumagama village had no way to stop the Uegakure from doing this, and could only watch helplessly, or be furious and at most retaliate in various ways. If the Sand Village does this, they will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Bullshit withdrawal of troops does not mean defeat. If you have the guts, try saying it again. If you try, you will die. Ha 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 ha. As if he recalled the scene of the third Reikage rage in his mind, Jing'ai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tsunade was also amused. It was unfortunate for the third Reikage to encounter such a mortal enemy. The Cloud Ninja Village is going to be in trouble now, but being in trouble is just a small matter, being embarrassed is a big deal. After starting to withdraw troops from the Away Gakure, the third Reikage made a harsh statement that when the envoys from the Away Gakure arrived, he would teach them a lesson. However, no one showed up no matter how long he waited, and his harsh words became nothing more than empty talk. No normal person can stand such stimulation. What's more, as the leader of the Cloud Village, the third Reikage still has to maintain his reputation. Not only did Onoki step on the third Reikage's face and rub it hard with the sole of his shoe, he also spat at it after he was done. When will your plan start? Tsunade remembered that Shizuka said that after the war, people from all villages would be invited to come to Konoha and then Uchiha Madara's conspiracy would be exposed. Now that the war is considered to be over, when will the plan be brought forward? Not urgent. Jing'ai smiled and shook his head. My plan can be brought up at any time, don't be too anxious. It's more important to watch the fun now, and wait until the fun in the Rock Village and the Cloud Village is over before we talk about it. Tsunade, the third Reikage is almost pissed off, and you still have the heart to watch the fun? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. After all, the excitement belongs to the Away Gakure and the Kumagakure, and has nothing to do with Konoha. Why can't the people of Konoha just be spectators? Old bastard. That's too much. In the Kumagakure village, in the Reikage's office, the third Reikage was so angry that his beard was almost split. Chapter 494. The third Reikage, as disgusting as eating a fly. After he captured the four-tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, he was waiting to see the reaction of the Away Gakure. Onoki was very decisive and chose to withdraw his troops soon after. According to normal logic, withdrawing troops would be tantamount to admitting defeat. In other words, the Away Gakure admitted that it was defeated, and the winner of this war was the Kumagakure. The war that lasted for nearly 3 years finally ended, and the third Reikage breathed a sigh of relief, as he could now give an explanation to the villagers. He decided to cut a piece of flesh from the Away Gakure as compensation for the village's losses. With this idea in mind, the third Reikage even said that he hoped Onoki would be mentally prepared. When the envoys from the Away Gakure come to negotiate, he will show no mercy. Whenever he thought of Onoki's ugly old face, the third Reikage was overjoyed. As Onoki's mortal enemy, the third Reikage couldn't wait to take a knife and make Onoki bleed. Even if Onoki didn't follow the envoys to the Cloud Village, he had to give the envoys from the Away Gakure a warning. Dare to declare war on the Cloud Ninja Village? You, Onoki, are really bold. However, the third Reikage never expected that as the Away Gakure had withdrawn its troops for some time, he waited and waited in the Cloud Village, but there was no sign of the Away Gakure envoy group. What does Onoki mean? They withdrew their troops and gave up the war, but did not send an envoy to negotiate. Was it because they were afraid of being slaughtered or because the conflicts in the village were not handled properly? There was no movement from the Away Gakure village, so the third Reikage could only continue to wait. The result was that, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from the Away Gakure. The attention of the entire ninja world was focused on the Cloud Village, and the Cloud Village was also ready. However, the Away Gakure, one of the protagonists, had not made any movement. The third Reikage couldn't wait any longer and could only send people to the Away Gakure to urge them. As a result, when the people who were sent came back, the third Reikage was furious. The people he sent didn't even see Onoki, and were stopped before entering the land of Earth. The other party said with disdain, "Negotiation? Are you guys from the Kumagakure crazy? When did I, the Away Gakure, say that the war was lost? Does withdrawing our troops mean defeat? This is called a tactical retreat, do you understand? They are still negotiating. They are really flattering themselves." It goes without saying why the Away Gakure ninja stationed at the border said this, as one can tell it was Onoki's instruction. Because Onoki knew that if the Away Gakure village did not make any move, the Kumagakure village would send someone to inquire or urge them, so he quickly sent an envoy group to negotiate. So these words were sent to the Cloud Ninja village. When the third Reikage heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Tactical retreat? Withdrawing troops does not mean defeat. Since we have not been defeated, why should we negotiate? Your Cloud Ninja village didn't defeat us. I've already made it known that I'm waiting for your Away Gakure's delegation to come and negotiate, and you tell me this? It is said that the entire Reikage office building was nearly collapsed by the third Reikage at that time, which shows how much stimulation these few words had on the third Reikage and how much damage they caused. The more proud you were before, the more uncomfortable and embarrassed you feel now. After the third Reikage calmed down, he notified the top management to hold a meeting. When everyone learned about this, they were all furious and started cursing. The behavior of the Uegakure is simply shameless. What's the difference between this and being a rogue? It was a tactical withdrawal, and the reason was quite high-sounding. Like the third Reikage, the high-ranking officials of the Cloud Village were also extremely angry, and they all clamored to teach the Uegakure a lesson. Aren't you guys retreating tactically? Then I, the Cloud Ninja Village, will attack you and see how you retreat. Unfortunately, these suggestions were not adopted by the third Reikage, because the Cloud Village was too far away from the Uegakure. Let alone the Uegakure, even attacking the Land of Earth would not be easy. Fuck. The distance from the Cloud Village to the Land of Earth was so great that the third Reikage wanted to curse. If they attack from land, apart from anything else, the logistics will be enough for the Cloud Ninja Village. The old man Onoki can act as the captain of the material transportation with a straight face, but he, the third Reikage, does not have this ability. After all, he can't fly. Take the sea route. As soon as this idea popped into my mind, the third Reikage scolded Yagura as well. The land route is too far, and the sea route is too far. The village's ships had been almost completely destroyed during the war with the Mist Village, so taking the sea route is simply not feasible. In addition, after more than 2 years of war, everyone has fallen into a state of lack of momentum, and it is simply unrealistic to send troops to attack the Land Kingdom at this time. Nausea. After careful thinking, the third Reikage realized Onoki's shamelessness and rogue behavior and kept cursing. Onoki knew that the Cloud Ninja Village could not easily launch a new round of war, so he used a rogue tactic. Tactical withdrawal does not mean defeat. If you have the guts, then attack us and defeat us first. If you defeat us, we will admit that we have lost the war. Or do you want us to admit defeat? No way. Onoki's shameless and rogue methods completely changed the third Reikage's views. Not to mention, although such a rogue method will cause Onoki to lose face, at least it works. Because the Cloud Village really didn't dare to launch a new round of attacks easily. When the sea route was blocked, the cost of attacking from land was a bit high. Onoki was able to swallow his pride and use himself as a means of transporting supplies during the war, which meant that if a new round of war broke out, he wouldn't mind continuing to attack the Cloud Village's supply route with a grimace. You can't transport any supplies at all, just wait and see what the ninjas from your Cloud Ninja Village can use to fight. If you have the guts, you, the third Reikage, would be a bodyguard to escort supplies. Father, since the Uegakure is shameless, we should capture the Four Tails. Only in this way can the loss of the village be compensated. The third Reikage was angry, but at least he was able to calm down and think while cursing. The third Reikage could do it, but his son little Eiko couldn't. This guy only learned his father's violent temper, but failed to learn his father's calmness and composure. Just look at the various crazy actions that Xiao Xiaoai did after becoming the fourth Reikage in the original work and you will know that this guy can do anything when he gets angry. Shut up. The third Reikage, who usually liked to educate his son in a gentle tone, sneered, isn't it embarrassing enough? Do you think the village can just leave the Four Tails here? Why not? The four-tailed fox is the village's trophy. It was captured by you, father, in person in the Land of Earth. Xiao Xiaoai looked at his father in confusion. Catching him doesn't mean he can stay. The third Reikage let out a long breath. He was still too young. Alright, I will handle these matters myself, so just leave it alone and train more with Kirabi. He is your brother and your partner. Father, go out. The third Reikage's face darkened, and Xiao Xiaoai immediately fell silent, hung his head in depression, and left obediently. Chapter 495 Oniki is the first one, the third generation Reikage is the fifth. The Four Tails is of course the trophy of the Cloud Village, but this statement cannot be made public. Looking at his son's back as he walked away in anger, the third Reikage couldn't help but sigh. This kid's temperament hasn't changed at all. He only inherited his rage, and other aspects are hard to describe. Fortunately, his son has character flaws, but he has great talents. With the help of Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki, his son can easily support the Cloud Village even if he is gone in the future. Onoki, do you really think you're the only one who can act like a rogue? The third Reikage sneered. Tactical retreat? Okay, you can retreat. Retreat does not mean giving up. That's fine. Since you, Onoki, have no shame, don't blame me for playing the same trick on you. The third Reikage decided to force the Four Tails to stay. If Onoki could cheat on matters of war, why couldn't he, the third Reikage, cheat on matters of the tailed beasts? Withdrawal of troops does not mean defeat. Well, as long as I didn't say it myself that the Four Tails returned to the Kumagakure, there is no such thing as forcing the Four Tails to stay. From now on, the Four Tails will settle down in the Cloud Village. You from the Uegakure village, don't even think about taking this tailed beast back. Other villages did not want to see the Cloud Village forcibly keep the Four Tails and make it belong to the Cloud Village, and the third Raikage also had ways to deal with it. In addition, since Oniki was the first to cheat, he followed suit and no one could jump out to blame him for anything. If you don't do one thing, you won't stop doing the other thing. The third Raikage decided to extract the Four Tails from Lao Zi's body as soon as possible, and then send Lao Zi's body to the Uegakur. Don't you like to play tricks? Since you, Oniki, are not afraid of losing face, I will send the body of the Jinchuriki back to you. We in the Kumagakur village don't care about the bodies of the Jinchuriki left behind by the tailed beasts. I hope I don't piss you off to death. Just do it. Lian Du was stepped on and rubbed under the soles of the feet of the Uegakur. The third Raikage is not a person who would not fight back after being beaten. If you dare to hit me in the face, don't blame me for not giving you face. So the sealing team of the Cloud Ninja village took quick action. When the Four Tails were pulled out, it meant that Lao Zi's life came to an end. Afterwards, Lao Zi's body was sent to the land of Earth, and it was the third Raikage who delivered it personally. Stop. When the team transporting the corpses arrived at the border of the land of Earth, they stopped at the signal of the third Raikage. Unlike in the past, a large number of Uegakur ninjas were stationed on the border of the land of Earth at this time. Onoki was guarding against a sudden attack from the Kumagakur ninja village. Theoretically speaking, the probability of the Cloud Village directly attacking was very low, but Oniki didn't want to take the chance because he knew the third Raikage very well. He was an old guy with a bad temper and a narrow mind. The fact that the Uegakur withdrew its troops but refused to admit defeat would undoubtedly bring shame to the Kumagakur. Given the pettiness of the third Raikage, he would definitely choose to retaliate against the Uegakur. Therefore, the ninja army that withdrew from the battlefield was stationed on the border to guard against the Cloud Ninja village. As for the coastline, it is no longer the focus of Uegakur. In the past, the Cloud Village liked to come from the sea to cause trouble. Since the war with the Mist Village ended, most of the Cloud Village's warships have been destroyed. At this time, even if the Cloud Village wanted to invade the land of Earth from the sea, it could not do it. The only way to enter the land of Earth is by land, through several small countries in between. So Onoki left the ninja army that withdrew from the battlefield on the border. The third Raikage led his men through the land of Water Trap and arrived at the border of the land of Earth, and gave the order to stop advancing. The people of Uegakur have discovered them. All the third Raikage needed to do was wait. With his personal arrival, the ninjas stationed on the border of the land of Earth will definitely not dare to act recklessly. The news will be sent to the Uegakur as soon as possible, and Onoki will come here in person at that time. The third Raikage is going to wait here for Onoki to come. I will wait here for Onoki's arrival. You will conduct reconnaissance in the direction of Konoha to prevent being surrounded by the enemy. If the enemy intends to surround us, evacuate to the land of fire immediately. Konoha will no longer be involved in the conflict between the Cloud Village and the Uegakur, but because of the alliance, even if Konoha knows that the third Raikage and others have entered the land of fire, it will not say anything. Yes, Raikage-sama. The Raikage guards who followed the third Raikage quickly dispersed and conducted reconnaissance along the border of the land of Earth in the direction of the land of fire. All the people who brought them left. The third Raikage stood alone outside the border, looking in the direction of the Uegakur. Onoki, I hope you like the gift I sent you. As expected, when the news that the third Raikage had personally arrived at the border was delivered to the Uegakur, Onoki could no longer sit still. He was worried that the third Raikage, this old guy with no martial ethics, would rush into the land of Earth and wreak havoc. There is no doubt that the third Raikage is capable of doing such a thing, and I did it a lot. In the past, whenever there were frictions between the Uegakur and the Kumagakur, the third Raikage would often visit the land of Earth. Others might just stroll around and leave, but not the third Raikage. He would stroll around either to seek revenge or to extort money. Whether it's revenge or extortion, Onoki needs to be vigilant. The message was passed back to Uegakur via the Ninja Hawk, and by the time Onoki flew over, it was already afternoon. The third Raikage had no intention of leaving. He just stood outside the border waiting for Onoki's arrival. Raikage, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Facing the third Raikage standing alone outside the border, Onoki was not afraid. He flew out of the border alone, but he did not land. Instead, he stayed flying high in the sky, looking down at the third Raikage from above. Meeting alone was already enough respect for the third Raikage. As for talking face to face, that was impossible. The relationship between the two villages couldn't be worse. Both of them wanted to kill each other. Without being sure whether the surroundings were safe, Onoki would not give up his flying advantage and run to the ground to have a meeting with the third Raikage. Looking at Onoki in the sky, the third Raikage sneered. Onoki, you really gave me a surprise. Since you, Onoki, can be so shameless, I will naturally return the favor. I hope you like the gift I gave you. Reciprocate? So it's about tactical withdrawal but refusing to admit defeat. So, the purpose of the third Reikage coming here was to take revenge on the Uegakure. Onoki carefully observed his surroundings to prevent the third Reikage from setting a trap for him. Onoki, there's no need to look. There's no one ambushing around, and I'm not interested in ambushing you. In response to Onoki's observation, the third Reikage stated frankly that there was no ambush. The opponent has the advantage of flying, and unless he can guarantee that Onoki will be killed, the third Reikage would not bother to waste time and energy targeting Onoki. By the same token, unless he could kill the third Reikage in one strike, Onoki would not choose to target him, because people like them are too difficult to kill. Chapter 496, Want to avoid being cut? It's difficult. In the original work, the third Reikage was killed, and the responsibility was entirely his own. If he didn't stay to stop the pursuers and prevent his guards from escaping first, even if Onoki pulled out all the ninjas from the Uegakure, they would not be able to surround and kill him. Unfortunately, the third Reikage was overconfident and stayed behind to fend off the pursuers, which gave Onoki the opportunity to kill him. If the third Reikage did not stay and left directly, Onoki would have no way to deal with him. The leader of the Cloud Ninja village chose to stay behind to cover his retreat for the sake of his guards, but ended up killing himself. This kind of thing is really hard to understand. Are the lives of a few Reikage guards more important than the life of the third Reikage? During the First Ninja World War, Tobirama Senju stayed behind to cover the retreat, also for the sake of his disciples. This reason is still tenable, as it is to leave one's own disciples behind to cover the retreat and give the other side a chance to escape. The third Reikage was the one who stayed behind to protect the guards, giving them a chance to escape. This kind of operation is really impossible for ordinary people to do. Is it the Reikage's guards protecting the Reikage, or is it the Reikage protecting the guards? If these guards can't even protect the Reikage's safety, then what's the point of having Reikage guards? As a decoration? He still holds us back at the critical moment. Do you think I will believe you? Although no traces of an ambush were found, Onoki did not dare to bet on the character of the third Reikage, nor would he believe his one-sided statement. The third Reikage didn't care that Onoki didn't believe what he said. He took out a scroll from his clothes, opened it, and threw the corpse out of the scroll and placed it on the ground. Damn it! Seeing the corpse on the ground, Onoki's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Old Purple. This guy's death also means that the Four Tails was extracted from the Cloud Village and sealed in the Cloud Village. It turns out that this was the purpose of the third Reikage's visit. He really came to take revenge on the Uegakure. You, the Uegakure, don't admit defeat? Well then, the Four Tails will stay in the Cloud Ninja Village, and I will send you the strength of the Jinchura Key, but don't thank me. This is what we in the Cloud Ninja Village should do. Onoki, do you like the gift I gave you? The third Reikage looked at the sky with a gloomy face. Onoki. Reikage, you passed. Onoki really wanted to kill the third Reikage here. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. You were the one who acted rogue first. The third Reikage laughed, and looking at Onoki's ugly old face, the frustration in his heart finally dissipated. The four-tailed Cloud Ninja Village is left behind, and I, the Jinchura Key, will return it to you. The Kumagakure village cannot keep the Four Tails, and other villages will not allow you to do so. Of course. The third Reikage laughed loudly. I only left the Four Tails in the Cloud Village. I didn't say that I would forcibly occupy the Four Tails. The Four Tails is just a trophy of the Cloud Village. Whether it can be kept or not is not the point. As long as it stays, it is enough. It's just cheating. As long as the Kumagakure does not look for a new Jinchura Key and seals the Four Tails, and as long as it does not announce to the public that the Four Tails belongs to the Kumagakure and is part of the Kumagakure, then there will be a question mark behind the ownership of the Four Tails. It's useless no matter who speaks. Just drag it out and it will be done. It is true that rogue behavior disgusts the other party, but when the other party also starts to use such rogue means, you will also feel disgusted. At this moment, Onoki was disgusted by the behavior of the third Reikage. But he couldn't blame the third Reikage, because the third Reikage didn't say that the Four Tails had completely returned to the Cloud Village. As long as the ownership is not determined, even if the Sand Village, the Mist Village, and Konoha do not want the Cloud Village to have another tailed beast, they can't find any problem with it. The tentative ownership means that the Uegakure can bring the Four Tails back through negotiation or other means. As long as the Uegakure does not give up the Four Tails, it will sooner or later have to drink the third Reikage's foot-washing water. Ha ha ha, the Four Tails is not doing well in the Cloud Village. I hope your village can send someone to bring it back to the Rock Village as soon as possible. I am waiting for your visit. After leaving behind a mocking remark to Onaki, the third Reikage laughed and left. Looking at the back of the third Reikage as he left, Onoki's teeth were almost broken, but he did not choose to chase him or lead people to surround the third Reikage. There's no point in doing this. The lone third Reikage could pass through the land of water trap and enter the land of fire at the fastest speed. Even if Onoki led people to chase him, he would not be able to force the third Reikage to stay in the land of water trap, and he might even be ridiculed by the third Reikage again. Lousy, you deserve to die. If he hadn't been worried that someone would say that he even spared the bodies of his fellow villagers, Onaki would have wanted to use dust release to decompose Laozi's body. Not only did this bastard commit suicide, but he also brought shame upon himself. Thinking back to what Laozi had done in the past, Onoki felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Take Laozi's body back to the village for burial. The person is already dead, and the four tails has been left in the cloud village. No one knows how much it will cost to get it back. Onoki is in a terrible mood. The Uegakur village tactically withdrew its troops and refused to admit defeat, which allowed them to avoid being slaughtered by the Kumigakur village. But can the four tails be avoided? It is inevitable, unless the Uegakur no longer wants the four tails. Onoki really didn't dare to say this, otherwise he would definitely be scolded to death by the villagers. The only thing we can do now is to delay. After slapping Onoki twice in the face, the third Reikage felt extremely relieved. Go to the land of fire, send a visiting card to Konoha. I want to be a guest in Konoha. Yes, Reikage-sama. Now that I'm here, it would be a shame not to take a walk around Konoha. It just so happened that the third Reikage wanted to talk to Tsunade and Shizuka about the four tails. The third Reikage was very envious of the four tails, but unfortunately he couldn't keep it by force. Fortunately, as long as the four tails was in the cloud village, the third Reikage had given an explanation to the villagers. If the four tails cannot be retained and the war launched by the village is not won, then he, the third Reikage, will lose face. After evacuating from Takakuo, the third Reikage did not return directly to the land of lightning, but went to visit Konoha. Early in the morning, Tsunade sent someone to find Jing'ai. Jing'ai, who was still sleepy, could only crawl out of bed, put on his clothes, wash up simply, and rush to the Hokage office building. It's so early, what do you want to talk to me about? It was still dark outside. Tsunade had stayed directly in the Hokage's office building last night. Every Hokage has the habit of staying overnight in the Hokage office building, and Tsunade is no exception. Chapter 497 Only by slacking off can you have a good life. She really wanted to go home and sleep every day, but unfortunately there were too many things to do in the village and she was often too busy to handle them. Going home to sleep is a luxury. It was sent by the Kumigakur village. Take a look for yourself. Tsunade, who was reading documents, kept yawning, and it was obvious that she did not get enough rest last night. Because there were too many things to do, Tsunade chose to work overtime. When it was too late, she took a rest in the Hokage's office building. However, less than 2 hours after she lay down, someone informed her that someone from the Cloud Ninja village had sent a visiting card. Tsunade could only muster up her energy and get up. The third Reikage is coming to Konoha as a guest. Jing'ai threw the visiting card on the desk and said speechlessly, why did this old guy send this thing when he could just come over? With the alliance in place, no one would stop the third Reikage from entering the land of fire with open arms. All they had to do was ask the reason clearly. The same goes for entering Konoha. Sending a visiting card is completely unnecessary. It feels a bit like taking off your pants to fart. Who knows what he was thinking? Feeling too sleepy and unable to cheer up, Tsunade could only take out a bottle of wine from under the desk. Just as she was about to drink it, she noticed that Jing'ai was staring at her, so she complained unhappily. What are you looking at? Can't I drink a little? If you can, come over here and I promise I won't drink anymore. Want to trick me into being an emotionless work machine? You are so beautiful. Drink as much as you want. It is impossible to become Hokage. The only way to live a good life is to slack off. The next Hokage is currently being trained. Tsunade has not yet decided who to choose, but the training of Minato Namikaze and Noeki has already been put on the agenda. Both of them have good learning attitudes, but there are some problems with Shenshu's learning attitude and ability. Compared to Minato Namikaze, Noeki, like his sister Tsunade, is prone to develop a mentality of giving up once he does not get enough rest or is too tired. In addition, his ability to learn and handle affairs is also somewhat worse than Minato Namikaze. This made Tsunade very conflicted. Humph. After grunting twice, Tsunade took a few gulps of wine and then put the bottle down. She really wanted to get drunk, but luckily she was sensible and didn't dare to get drunk. Alas, that boy Rope Tree doesn't know how to adapt at all. He is still as stupid as ever. After taking a few sips of wine, Tsunade became more energetic and couldn't help but complain about her stupid brother. You can't say he's stupid, you can only say he's relatively honest. Jing'ai thought it would be better to use a different word. Tsunade, what's the difference? Whose word honest is used to praise people? This is not a compliment, to put it bluntly, you are just stupid. In fact, Noeki is not that bad, he just fears comparison in everything. With the comparison example of Minato Namikaze, Noeki seems to be lacking in every aspect. My strength is not that good, my learning ability is not that good, and my ability to handle affairs is still not that good. To sum up, he has abilities, but their abilities are not that outstanding. At least, he doesn't have as many shining points as Minato Namikaze. This is the result of Tsunade giving Noeki some special treatment. My stupid brother, your dream of becoming a Hokage is really worthless. Let them continue to learn. You won't be able to retire anytime soon anyway. Even if Noeki and Namikaze Minato's abilities improve, Tsunade can't choose to step down in a short period of time, so she might as well let them continue to learn. The Raikage is here. You are responsible for entertaining him. I am too busy here and don't have time. It is good. Tsunade was really busy and wasn't making excuses, so Shizue simply took on the task. As the war came to an incomplete end, the economies of various countries and villages began to recover and revive. Influenced by the overall ninja world, Konoha also had to change, so all the work fell on Tsunade. Reception only. If he comes forward, he believes that the third Raikage will accept it. As for why the third Raikage came to Konoha at this time, Jing'ai guessed that either the third Raikage had nothing to do and came out for a walk, or he came for the matter of the four tails. Jing'ai was sure that the third Raikage definitely wanted to keep the four tails. Even if he encounters great resistance, he will find ways to solve these problems. As for the rest, Jing'ai was too lazy to guess. When the third Raikage arrived, the truth would be revealed. Why waste brain cells? But Jing'ai didn't expect that he would have to wait for 5 days. According to the time on the visiting card, if the third Raikage was fast, he could reach Konoha in 1 day, if he was slow, it would take him 2 days, and if he was delayed on the way, it would take him 3 days. As a result, it took this guy 5 days to arrive. Having successfully appeased Onoki's anger, the third Raikage, who was in a very good mood, was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he walked slowly all the way, just like he was out sightseeing. It's a rare opportunity to make my mortal enemy so angry that he almost dies, and now he has arrived in the land of fire. Thinking that he was already here, the third Hokage simply slowed down and strolled along the way, so much so that it took him 5 days to reach the entrance of Konoha village. Jing'ai, who had been notified in advance, was already waiting at the gate of Konoha. When the third Raikage walked into Konoha, Shizuka complained to his face, "Senior, you guys are a bit slow on the way, did you get lost along the way?" According to the third Raikage's temperament, Jing'ai thought he could arrive in 2 days at most, or 1 day if he was faster. The result is good. This guy spent 5 days grinding. Facing Jing'ai's complaints, the third Raikage smiled and explained, "I was in a good mood recently, so I played on the road for 2 days. In a good mood? Are you kidding me?" Jing'ai thought he had heard it wrong. Logically speaking, at this critical juncture, the third Raikage should be extremely angry and busy. The war had just ended, and there must be a lot of trouble in the village waiting for him to deal with. Secondly, the Uegakuru's tactical withdrawal but refusal to admit defeat was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Kumogakure, and no one could accept this. Not to mention the third Raikage, a highland barbarian with a violent nature in his bones. This old man sent a generous gift to Oniki. Oniki was very satisfied with the gift, and this old man was very happy too. While being speechless, Jing'ai still asked, "What gift did the senior give?" "The four-tailed Jinchuriki." The third Raikage did not hide this fact. "The four-tailed Jinchuriki was sent directly over? Would you, the third Raikage, be so kind?" "Wait, what you want to say is that the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, was sent over, but the four tails was not there, right?" Chapter 498, Just One-Tailed Beast. What happens to a Jinchuriki after the tailed beast leaves his body? Guaranteed to be hard. It seems that the Tsuchikage is very angry with his senior. Jing felt a pain in her teeth at first. Onoki and the third Raikage are 2 sworn enemies, and they are always at loggerheads with each other. "If you play tricks on me and hit me in the face, I will kick you hard and make you lose face. Our main focus is to hurt each other. Ha ha ha." Speaking of this, the third Raikage couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. After a while, the third Raikage stopped laughing and followed Shizuka to the VIP residence arranged by Konoha, a quiet little courtyard not far from the Hokage's office building. Perhaps because he was tired of living in high-rise buildings when he was in the Cloud Village, the third Raikage wanted to live in a quiet courtyard like this every time he came to Konoha. "Jing'ai, you Konoha are not kind. You didn't use your full strength in the war. Sitting in the small courtyard, leisurely drinking tea and crossing his legs, the third Reikage complained a few words. Although the alliance between the Kumagakure and Konoha still exists, Konoha's performance in the war is not satisfactory. It cannot be said that it has no effect, but it is too much of a slacking off. Unfortunately, it was difficult for the third Reikage to blame anyone, so he could only complain. Senior, Konoha was in the period of transition of Hokage at that time. It was already good enough to be able to send troops to assist your village in the war. Senior, please don't be too greedy. Jingai responded to the third Reikage's complaint very frankly. Senior, think about it, if this happened in another village, let alone helping to hold back the Uegakure ninja army, it would be a problem whether the alliance could be maintained. I believe you have heard about the size of the mess left behind by the Sandaime. Stop complaining. Considering the situation in Konoha at that time, it was good enough that they could help. If it was a Hokage who was thick-skinned or had a bad impression of the Cloud Village, let alone helping, it would have been good enough if he didn't directly terminate the alliance between the two sides. Given Konoha's situation at the time, even if the alliance was cancelled, the Cloud Ninja Village could only watch helplessly. Konoha had just ended the war not long ago, and the third Hokage abdicated and the new Hokage took over. The retired third Hokage also dug many big holes for the village. The new Hokage had every reason to suspect that Konoha's alliance with the Cloud Village was suspected of betraying the interests of the village. As long as this reason is used to forcibly terminate the alliance between the two villages, the Cloud Ninja Village will be unable to do anything to Konoha. Ahem, I'm just complaining a few words, you don't have to take it seriously. The third Reikage coughed twice and decisively changed the subject. Jingai, regarding the Four Tails incident, can Konoha support the Kumagakure? Is this an attempt to take the Four Tails for yourself? Jing looked at the third Reikage whose expression became serious and shook her head. It seems there is no other way. The third Reikage's face, which had just become serious, suddenly couldn't hold back, because if the Cloud Village wanted to force the Four Tails to stay in the village, they could not do without the support of Konoha. Only with the support of Konoha could they do it. If Konoha does not support it, even if they do not stand up to oppose it, the three villages of Uegakure, Sand Village, and Mist Village will stand up and vote with a 3-to-1 ratio. No matter how much the third Reikage wanted to occupy the Four Tails, he could not forcibly mark the tailed beast with the mark of the Cloud Village. Senior, there is no need. It's just a tailed beast. You say it so lightly, it's just a tailed beast. Konoha doesn't need it, but my Kumagakure does. The third Reikage felt a pain in his balls. Compared to other villages, Konoha doesn't need to do all these fancy things because Konoha only has one nine-tailed fox. Looking at the third Reikage with disappointment for a while, Jingai couldn't help but laugh. Senior, what I mean is that at this time, there is no need to bother about a tailed beast. It's not worth it. What do you mean? The third Reikage was stunned for a moment. Isn't it necessary to bother about a tailed beast during this period of time? Could something big be happening in the ninja world? Senior. Jingai picked up the teapot and filled it up for the third Reikage. To be honest, I was planning to send out invitations to all villages to come to Konoha to hold a new round of the 5 Kage talks. Unfortunately, Senior happened to come to Konoha, saving me the trouble of sending someone to the Kumagakure village. In other words, is something really big going to happen in the ninja world? There is no need to hold a 5 Kage summit for ordinary matters. Jingai wanted to send out an invitation, and hold the 5 Kage summit in Konoha, directly skipping the neutral country of the Iron Kingdom. Can I know some relevant information in advance? The third Reikage tried to ask. He wasn't sure whether Jingai would leak some news or intelligence to him in advance. Jingai picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "Since you are interested, I will tell you. After reading some documents and conducting investigations, I found that Uchiha Madara, who was once famous in the ninja world and as famous as the god of ninja, did not die in the Battle of the Valley of the End before the First Ninja World War." What the hell? The god of ninja, the third Reikage is of course no stranger to it. There is only one person who can be as famous as the god of ninja, Uchiha Madara. Didn't this guy die a long time ago? Now you tell me that Uchiha Madara is not dead? Wait a minute. The third Reikage asked. Jingai, if I remember correctly, Uchiha Madara is from your Konoha. Even if he is not dead, it should be your Konoha's business. How can it be related to the 5 Kage summit? Even if Uchiha Madara is very likely to survive, the matter of Uchiha Madara is merely an internal matter of Konoha. It is so serious that a 5 Kage summit has to be convened, and the neutral country of Iron Kingdom is directly skipped. Isn't this a bit too much? Facing the question raised by the third Reikage, Jingai smiled faintly, because Uchiha Madara is secretly planning a conspiracy related to the ninja world. This conspiracy will affect our 5 major ninja villages, plus Takigakure. Uchiha Madara is targeting the tailed beasts. It is related to the 5 major ninja villages and is also related to the Takigakure. The third Raikage instantly thought of the key point. Because in the entire ninja world, only the 5 major ninja villages and Takigakure possess tailed beasts, and Shizuka added Takigakure, the hint is already very clear, which is the tailed beasts, correct. Jingai came up with a more reasonable explanation, based on the clues I investigated, the existing literature, and the Nine Tails revelation. I believe that Uchiha Madara is not dead, and he wants to seize all the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Why? The third Raikage couldn't understand, even if Uchiha Madara was not dead, why did this old guy target the tailed beasts? Even if you target the tailed beasts, you can just target the Nine Tails, the strongest tailed beast, isn't that enough? Why bother targeting the tailed beasts from other villages as well? Jingai did not answer the question. Instead, he continued, a few years ago, I saw a pair of eyes that only existed in legends in a certain country, the eyes of an immortal. The third Raikage's expression froze. It seemed as if a pair of invisible hands squeezed his heart hard. Chapter 499, Unrepeatable and therefore rare. The 3 major eye techniques in the ninja world are public information. Everyone in the entire ninja world knows that these 3 major eye techniques refer to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and the legendary sage's eyes of the Six-Path Sage. The immortal's eye actually exists and is not limited to legends. The worst thing is that Jingai knows where these eyes are. You guys in Konoha are really good at hiding things. First it was the Samsara eye, and then it was the sage's eye. Is this how you want to play it? The rumored sage's eye, also known as the Samsara eye, is well known in the ninja world because of the Six-Path Sage. In fact, the Samsara eye is not exclusive to the Six-Path Sage. Under certain conditions, the immortal's eye can be born under human influence. There is a pair of sage eyes in the ninja world today, and the owner of these sage eyes is Uchiha Madara. So, the third Raikage swallowed his saliva, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, so the rumored sage's eye, also known as the Samsara eye, is actually an advanced eye technique of the Sharingan. The hint is obvious enough. Uchiha Madara, the Sage of 6 Paths. Uchiha Madara is a member of the Uchiha clan and possesses the powerful Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Correct. Jingai nodded. The final evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the Sage's Eye, the Samsara Eye, but the conditions for obtaining the Samsara Eye are too harsh. Since the birth of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara is the first person to have this pair of eyes. Therefore, Senior, please restrain yourself. Uchiha Madara is just an exception. Even if Takamura obtains the Uchiha Sharingan and the Uchiha bloodline, he cannot replicate a second pair of Samsara eyes. Okay. The greed that had just emerged in the third Raikage's heart was shattered by Jing's blow. If it's really that easy, Konoha can just deal with it behind closed doors and will definitely not share the information easily. Such a pity. The third Raikage, feeling regretful, lost a bit of interest. So Uchiha Madara has the Samsara eye. His next step is to capture the tailed beasts of each village. Jing nodded and said, I have asked the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails clearly stated that a long time ago, the tailed beasts were extracted from the body of the Six-Path Sage. In other words, the Six-Path Sage is also a Jinchuriki, but he is not an ordinary Jinchuriki, but the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara wanted to reshape the Ten Tails, use the Samsara eye to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and make himself the second Six-Path Sage. If we want to reshape the 10 tails, we need to capture all the tailed beasts. This is not just a matter for Konoha, it has already affected the 5 major ninja villages and the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara is not a charitable person. Once he captures all the tailed beasts and becomes a being like the Sage of 6 Paths, it will be a devastating disaster for the ninja world. Directly bringing up the infinite Tsukuyomi thing is obviously untenable. So we have to develop from the perspective of Uchiha Madara wanting to become the second Six-Path Sage. Although he skipped the infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Madara's goal was indeed to make himself the second being comparable to the Six-Path Sage. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is just a means he uses. Damn, there are still such dangerous people lurking in the ninja world. The third Raikage couldn't help but curse. He also understood why Jingai notified all the villages and convened the 5 Kage Summit. This major event concerned the entire ninja world and really required all the villages to unite and deal with it. Oh, right, Samsara eye. Senior, do you think I'm stupid? Will I tell you where the Rinnegan is at this time? Shizue grinned at the third Raikage. The third Raikage had no choice but to stop asking questions. Before the 5 Kage Summit is held, Jingai will not leak the specific information about the Rinnegan. Afterwards, after drinking 2 pots of tea and chatting with the third Reikage about other topics for a while, Jing'ai got up and left. Now that the third Reikage has arrived, he must take action. 4 invitations were handed out to the UMBU members. Send these invitations to the village leaders as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. When the mission was given, the UMBU members took action immediately. They formed groups of 2 and quickly left the village and headed in different directions. They needed to rush to the Sand Village, the Uegakur, and the Mist Village as quickly as possible, and then deliver the invitation letter to the third Reikage, Oniki, and Yagura. The third Reikage came to us on his own initiative, so we didn't have to worry too much. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade said. The Reikage came to us on his own initiative. Next, we only need to notify the other 3 villages. The Rock Village and the Sand Village are relatively close, while the Mist Village is relatively far away. Is there any problem with the people you arranged? No problem. Jing'ai waved her hand. The people I sent out all have contracted flying summoning beasts, so it won't take too much time, even for the Mist Village. All we have to do next is wait for the 5 Kage summit to be held. Sending invitations is hard work. It's fine to go to the Sand Village and the Rock Village, but to go to the Mist Village you not only have to take bus number 11, but you also need to take a boat. It is much easier to have a flying spirit beast. A round trip will be done in 2 days at most. As for how long it would take for Yagura to arrive after receiving the invitation, they didn't need to worry about it. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation between Shizuichi and Tsunade. Before Tsunade could say anything, the door to the Hokage's office was thrown open. Jiraiya pushed open the door and stuck his head in, took a look inside the office, then walked into the office and closed the door. After smiling at Jing'ai as a greeting, Jiraiya asked Tsunade. Tsunade, what do you want from me? If not, don't bother me. I'm on vacation. Because the tasks and commissions he carried out were all high level, Jiraiya was used to taking a break after completing a task or a commission, either going to Pink Street to have fun or writing novels. Life is pretty enjoyable. Compared to Orochimaru who only likes to hide in the laboratory, Jiraiya's life is quite colorful. I have something very important to discuss with you. Tsunade folded her arms across her chest, her face serious. What's up? As soon as Jiraiya saw the look on his face he knew that this was no joke, so he put away the giggles on his face and became serious. You say it. Tsunade gave Shizuka a hint. Chapter 500 Do not act rashly. Since you are the one in charge of this matter, I'll leave it to you. You go and convince Jiraiya. Tsunade decided to be a hands-off boss. I don't know, the intelligence and the strength doesn't seem to be enough. In this case, why bother interfering? Let Jing'ai take full charge. Your little disciple left in the Rain Country can no longer be protected. Jing'ai was too lazy to waste time talking to Jiraiya and just made the matter clear. Huh, who? Jiraiya was confused. He had 3 little disciples in the Rain Country. There was nothing he couldn't protect. Wait, Nagato? Jiraiya's expression changed, and he asked expectantly, is it Nagato? Jing'ai nodded slightly. Jiraiya smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that you have discovered it. That's right, with your strength, you must have noticed that something is wrong with Nagato. Some things can't be hidden by hair. Jing'ai didn't say anything. Jiraiya also knew that Nagato's matter was exposed in such a serious situation, which meant that the situation was very serious, but as a teacher, he couldn't bear to see Nagato being persecuted. How serious is it? It's very serious, it affects the entire ninja world. Jing'ai sighed, patted Jiraiya's shoulder and comforted him. The specific situation is not for us to decide. It's not about what we want to do to Nagato, but what someone wants him to do. Having a pair of eyes that are not his own will only bring him disaster. Concerning the entire ninja world? It seems that the situation is very serious, so serious that it cannot be saved by Jiraiya alone. And many more. Jiraiya raised his head suddenly and looked at Jing'ai in surprise. You mean, Nagato's eyes aren't his? Nonsense. Jing'ai said unhappily. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is characterized by its huge chakra and vitality. When did it have a pair of legendary immortal eyes? These eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. As for why the eyes are on Nagato, it is because of bloodline. Nagato became the breeding ground for the Rinnegan. Next, Jing'ai briefly recounted the story of Uchiha Madara. Only then did Jiraiya realize how terrifying the Toad Sage's prediction was. The terrible conspiracy that endangered the entire ninja world was actually led by Uchiha Madara. Damn it, this old guy isn't dead yet. He also transplanted his own eyes onto Nagato, using Nagato as a breeding ground for the Rinnegan. He is still a child. How could you have the heart to do that to him? Uchiha Madara, you are really nothing. Rubbing his face vigorously, Jiraiya raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot, and begged. Jing'ai, I hope to join this operation. I hope you can agree. I want to save Nagato's life as much as possible. Ah. Shizuka didn't refuse Jiraiya's request. He also didn't say that there was a curse seal on Nagato's heart, and Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara could control Nagato through the seal at any time. This kind of thing is hard to explain. Jiraiya wanted to save Nagato's life. His intention was good, but whether he could do so was a big question mark. Jingai didn't think that Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu would deliberately spare Nagato's life. Nagato will either be killed or the controller will use the Six Paths technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara. If there hadn't been the curse seal on Nagato's heart, he might have been able to save his life if he tried harder. However, the enemy left a hidden weapon that could control Nagato in an instant and take his life. It was too difficult to save people under such circumstances. You can join, but you must not alert the enemy. I know you have deep feelings for those 3 children. I hope you will not let your emotions get in the way. You must stay in the village until the 5 Kage summit is over. Jingai doesn't mind bringing Jiraiya to play together, as long as Jiraiya is obedient and doesn't do anything like tipping off the enemy in advance or going to the rain country to find Nagato in person. Jingai was not worrying for nothing. It was really possible for Jiraiya, such a fool, to do such a thing. Forehead? Not to the point. Jiraiya scratched his head. Seeing his expression, Jingai knew that he had guessed right, so he warned him in a stern tone. Jiraiya, I have no right to interfere with your affairs with those 3 children. I just hope that you can think carefully from the perspective of the village and the ninja world, and don't do anything that would alert the enemy. During this period, you cannot leave the village. I will personally keep an eye on you. If you have such a tendency, I will kill them first. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato were just 3 insignificant strangers to Jingai. If Jiraiya dares to act recklessly, Jingai doesn't mind killing him first, and then slowly playing with Uchiha Madara. No, I definitely don't have such intention. Please don't do anything rash. Jiraiya became anxious and quickly assured that he had no ulterior motives. As for the little bit of luck in my heart, it had disappeared directly under Jingai's threat. If he didn't cause trouble, he might be able to save the lives of the 3 children, or at least save Yahiko and Konan. If he acted recklessly, Shizuka might kill them before they even reach the rain country. That's good. The invitations have been sent out. It won't be long before the leaders of each village come to the village. I hope you can control yourself. I will do my best to save them. Yahiko and Konan should be fine. As for Nagato, it depends on your luck. It is good. Jiraiya nodded bitterly. He knew that Jingai had not lied to him. Konan and Yahiko were easy to deal with, but Nagato was difficult. Since Uchiha Madara uses Nagato as a hotbed to nurture his eyes, he must have left some control methods on Nagato. It is not easy to rescue Nagato safely. No matter how worried Jiraiya was about his 3 disciples, he could only wait patiently and did not dare to act recklessly. Besides, he is no longer at the age of being willful. Besides, being willful may not necessarily lead to good results. In this case, it is better to stay calm and wait for the 5 Kage summit to be held. With Jingai's help, it will be better than him alone. Because of the flying psychic beasts, the people sent by Jingai arrived at their destination on the same day. The invitation letters were successfully delivered to the hands of the village leaders. Looking at the invitation letter in his hand, the 3rd Kazekage didn't think much about it. He handed the village over to Cho to help manage it, and flew to Konoha on the magnetic iron sand. When Yagura saw the invitation, he was confused and wondered why Konoha would send such an invitation. After careful consideration, he decided to make the trip. Among the 3, only Oniki thought more. The 3rd Raikage had just given him a big gift a few days ago, and then Konoha sent him an invitation. The purpose of inviting him to Konoha might be related to the 3rd Raikage. Wanna take a trip? Without giving it much thought, Oniki decided to take the trip. Even if this invitation is related to the 3rd Raikage, the invitation letter was sent by Konoha, and it is impossible for Konoha to help the 3rd Raikage with everything.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.